Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of July 23rd, 2025 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. I want to say good morning to all present, listening, and viewing. Before the committee today are the following agencies. We have the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to defend their general fund request of $7,582,741. The Casino Control Commission defending their budget request of $1.723 million. The Bureau of Information Technology, who will make their case for their general fund request of $12,329,386. These agencies play a vital role in government, whether as regulators or service providers. Today, they will have the opportunity to present their operational accomplishments and challenges, performance matrix, as well as any special circumstances may affect their fiscal year 2026 budgetary needs. The information gained during these many weeks of budget hearings is invaluable to the Senate's goal of a balanced budget. As a reminder, all of the budget presentation made thus far and supporting post-audit analysis can be found on the legislature's website at www.legvi.org. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues and those in the audience to please turn your cell phone off or turn them and mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with the reading of today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, invited testifier, Honorable Natalie Hodge, Commissioner. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., VI Casino Control Commission, invited testifier, Marvin L. Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer. Block 3, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Bureau of Information and Technology. Invited testifier, Rupert O. Ross, Director. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have DLCA and the team here, so we'll go to Commissioner Hodge for introduction as well as her team members.
Good morning. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
OCR.
Good morning. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation.
Good morning. Kasaira Nunseals,
Bring the mic closer to you, please.
Good morning. Kasaira Nunseals, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management.
Good morning. Geraldine Vavani, General Counsel, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Morning.
Good morning, Myrna George, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Deputy Commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Well, thank you. Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of committee member Senator Kurt Vele, as well as non-committee member Senator Avery Lewis, as well as Senator Franklin D. Johnson. At this time, you may proceed with reading of your testimony, Commissioner Hodge.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Novelle E. Francis, Chair, members of Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, senators of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, Team DLCA, the listening and viewing audience. I am Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Joining me today are Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Deputy Commissioner Myrna George, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, Director of Enforcement Wilbur Francis, and Acting Director of Administration and Business Management Kasai Randon Seals. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the DLCA, established under Title III, Chapter 16 of the Virgin Islands Code, is responsible for protecting consumers and regulating businesses throughout the territory. The department enforces several key statutes, including the Consumer Protection Law of 1973, the business licensing provisions under the Title 27, and the laws governing the sale and distribution of alcoholic beverages under Title 8 of the VI Code. The DLCA is comprised of 7 divisions: the Office of the Commissioner, Office of Boards and Commissions, the Division of Administration and Business Management, the Division of Licensing, which includes the Alcohol Beverage Control Unit, the Division of Consumer Affairs, Enforcement, and the Legal Division. Our mission, serving businesses and assisting, educating, and protecting consumers, guides our work. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget reflects that mission, with a continued focus on operational efficiency, regulatory enforcement, modernization, and enhanced support for agencies like the Office of Cannabis Regulation, as well as expanded services for all Virgin Islands consumers and businesses. Review of fiscal year 2026 budget. DLCA's fiscal year 2026 total budget includes $5,871,053 in general fund appropriations and $800,000 from the Consumer Protection Fund. The general fund allocation reflects an increase of $973,073.53 over the fiscal year 2025 appropriation of $4,947,979.47. Of the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget total, $3,277,078 is allocated to personnel services, and I'm sorry, my computer acting up. Okay. Of the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget total, $3,277,078 is allocated to personnel services, and $1,546,874 is to fringe benefits. The remaining $1,047,101 is earmarked for the following operating expenses: office and operating supplies, $32,000; professional services, $259,680; repairs and maintenance, $15,000; rent for the Croix office, $91,500; other miscellaneous services, $551,921; and utilities, $97,000. The Consumer Protection Fund is a revolving fund derived from the collection of license, penalties, and citation fees. The special fund is designated to address the costs associated with investigating, resolving consumer disputes, and consumer education. Due to the general fund expenditure ceiling imposed by OMB, the CPF fund has been utilized to defray costs for professional contracts, equipment, communication, and supplies. Professional services, I am sorry. Okay. Due to the general fund expenditure ceiling imposed by the OMB and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the CPF fund has been utilized to defray costs for professional contracts, equipment, communication, and supplies. CPF expenses include, but are not limited to, board member stipends, uniform allowances, supplies, professional services, and other miscellaneous charges. The DLCA is not a recipient of any federal funding. Fiscal year 2025 statistical overview. The Division of Licensing. The Division of Licensing plays a central role in regulating commerce in the U.S. Virgin Islands by receiving, reviewing, and approving new and renewal business license applications. Using a digitized platform, the division streamlines payments and coordinates required clearances from agencies including Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Virgin Islands Police Department, Planning and Natural Resources, the VI Fire Emergency Medical Services, and the Department of Health. The division continues to refine its operations to meet the statutory mandate of issuing business licenses within 10 business days, using process improvements, training staff, and performance tracking to maintain timely turnaround. Throughout fiscal year 2025, the division approved licenses for 8,223 businesses, showing a 1% decrease from 8,314 businesses during the same time period for fiscal year 2024. The businesses represented 14,079 active categories, a marginal 1.1 decrease from the 1,499 in the prior year. The following charts illustrates the distribution of licenses issued, business entities, and license fees collected across the territory. St. Thomas leads in all the categories with licenses issued 56.9%, business entities 57%, and license fees collected at 57%, while St. Croix follows with 31%, and St. John accounts for 11 to 12% across the board, highlighting St. Thomas as the territory's main economic center. Business activity across the territory fluctuated slightly, but the Division of Licensing continues to improve processing speed, data integrity, and revenue collection. Ongoing tech upgrades, staff training, and compliance efforts support its commitment to statutory obligations and better service of delivery. Revenue collection and district level trends. The total license fees collections rose slightly by 0.74% from $3,085,417.12 in fiscal year 2024 to $3,108,274.53 in fiscal year 2025. This occurred despite modest declines in volume, indicating an increase in high-value license categories. The Alcohol Control Unit. A subdivision of the Division of Licensing, the Alcohol Unit enhances regulatory oversight by conducting compliance inspections, approving alcohol-related licenses, monitoring labeling and operations of alcohol establishments, and tracking alcohol imports and exports in the territory. 22 notices of violations were issued for violations including, but not limited to, operating without an alcohol license, and failure to register alcohol products. During fiscal year 2025, the DLCA issued a total of 617 alcohol-related licenses across the territory. This unit is also responsible for reporting the monthly rum export volumes from both Croix and Varro and the Azure USVI factories. As of June 2025, 14,321,531 gallons of rum were exported, and the breakdown is as follows. For Crucian rum, a total of 6,780,891 was exported for fiscal year 2025, and Diageo exported 7,540,640 gallons. Office of Boards and Commissions. The Office of Boards and Commissions oversees the regulation, certification, and licensing of various professions and trades, ensuring individuals meet required education, experience, and examination standards for the legal practice in the territory. During fiscal year 2024, the Office of Boards and Commissions administered exams to 128 candidates and issued 1,868 licenses. During fiscal year 2025, the office administered exams to 115 candidates and issued 1,238 licenses. The Office of Boards and Commissions continues to demonstrate efficiency in processing license renewals and is actively pursuing legislative updates to align with Governor Bryan's mandate and evolving the industry standards. These updates are vital to maintaining effective, up-to-date licensure and examination processes. Notable progress has been made in filling the vacancies on key boards, including the Contractors, Trades, and Crafts Board, the VI Board of the Licensed Counselors, and the VI Real Estate Appraisers. At this time, I would like to thank the Office of the Governor and the 33rd through the 36th legislatures for your efforts in this area. Despite challenges in securing commitments from some of the trade professionals, we also extend sincere appreciation to the dedicated board members whose service is vital to the integrity of the territory's professional licensing system. A full list of the appointments and vacancies is as follows. The architects, engineers, and land surveyors have met the full board complement of 7 board members. The VI Board of Barbering and Cosmetology has a complement of 7 board members. Currently, there are 5 active members and 2 vacancies. The VI Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts have a board complement of 9 with 4 active members and 5 vacancies. The VI Board of Public Accountancy has met the full board complement of 5 active board members. The VI Board of Real Estate Appraisers, with a board complement of 7 members, currently has 5 active members and 2 vacancies. The VI Real Estate Commission, with a board complement of 7 members, has 7 active members. The VI Board of Social Work Licensure also have a full board complement of 5 members, and the VI Board of Counselors, with a board complement of 7, has currently 4 active members and 3 vacancies. The Division of Consumer Affairs. DLCA's Consumer Affairs Division safeguard the public through 2 specialized units that tackle consumer issues from 2 different angles: the Weights and Measures Unit and the Consumer Protection Unit. This division is responsible for assisting, educating, and protecting consumers against unfair and deceptive trade practices. The Consumer Protection Unit mediates disputes and enforces trade practice laws. Between October and May, this unit inspected 53 point-of-sale scanners, issuing 16 citations totaling $86,600 for noncompliance. During the same period, the unit received 184 consumer complaints, successfully resolving 168 cases and securing over $16,800 in restitution for consumers. The average time to close a case is under 10 days, reflecting the unit's commitment to resolving cases promptly. Additionally, this unit conducts the monthly supermarket shopping comparison, comparing staple grocery prices across major retailers to help consumers make informed decisions. Whereas the Weights and Measures unit assures price accuracy at the point of sale, ensuring that consumers receive the correct quantity of goods and that the products meet proper shelf life standards for safe sale. During fiscal year 2025, the Weights and Measures unit conducted uphold date inspections at 106 businesses throughout the territory. Of the 102 businesses, 51 were found to be in violation of expired products, 21 on St. Croix, 21 on St. Thomas, and 9 on St. John. A total of $65,850 in citations have been issued, of which $6,450 has been paid to date. The unit has also completed 30 commercial scale inspections during this period, 16 on St. Croix, 14 on St. Thomas, St. John District. Each week, our inspectors visit every fuel station in the territory to collect and publish the fuel price surveys. This includes 55 gas stations, 7 marinas, and 4 propane providers. Additionally, air pumps at each location are inspected to ensure public access and safety. Together, these units bolster consumer confidence by tackling deceptive practices, correcting price and quantity errors, and making marketplace information transparent across the territory. The Division of Enforcement. The Division of Enforcement upholds the territory's licensing laws by conducting compliance checks and ensuring businesses meet regulatory requirements. Officers also serve legal documents, provide secure bank escorts, and support interagency task force. On an average, the Division of Enforcement conducts more than 200 compliance checks a month on existing businesses throughout the territory. During fiscal year 2025, the division issued 174 citations totaling $100,550 in fines. Additionally, 2 arrests were made in connection with violations of the territory licensing laws. Common violations include operating without proper license, noncompliance with payment method requirements, deceptive trade practices, failure to display business licenses or required alcohol signage, and breaches of the territory's sunscreen ban. The enforcement actions underscore the division's commitment to protect consumers, promoting public safety, and ensuring business compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. The legal division. The legal division of the DLCA plays a critical role in enforcing regulatory compliance, managing legal proceedings, issuing enforcement notices, and representing the department in administrative hearings, while coordinating with other government agencies to uphold licensing laws in the Virgin Islands. During fiscal year 2025, the legal division processed 91 summons related to outstanding citations, issuing total $65,426. These summonses were issued to licensees who failed to pay previously assessed fines. Once served, 46 of those licensees paid a total of $29,090 in citations to avoid being scheduled for the department's monthly enforcement calendar call before the hearing officer. At the request of the VA Bureau of Internal Revenue, the legal division also processed 214 notices of intent to revoke licenses for non-payment of taxes pursuant to Title 27, Section 304, subsection K of the Virgin Islands Code. Following notification, 57 cases were closed after VIBIR confirmed that the licensees had either paid the outstanding taxes or entered an approved payment plan. As a direct result of this initiative, 20 business licenses were revoked for continued non-compliance. Additionally, the legal division proactively reviewed licensee statuses with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor when citations were issued for non-compliance with the VA Code or the DLCA regulations. This review resulted in the issuance of 11 notices of intent to revoke licenses to businesses found to be in violation of administratively dissolved with LGO, also under the authority of Title 27, Section 304. Further, the division filed 7 petitions to revoke licenses with the department's hearing officer. Of these matter, 1 was closed without an administrative hearing, 3 proceeded to administrative hearing, and 3 cases remain open. Office of Cannabis Regulations. While the Office of Cannabis Regulation will present its own testimony later today, it is important to highlight DLCA's ongoing support and close partnership with this office. Since its inception, OCR has been housed with the DLCA, which has provided critical operational support, including HR, payroll, and covering facility-related expenses. Over the past year, DLCA has helped OCR grow from a 1-person office to a developing team of 6. For fiscal year 2025, the DLCA remains committed to supporting OCR's responsible fund management and continued growth through shared training and development initiatives. As DLCA maintains enforcement authority over hemp retail operations, our collaboration with OCR has helped clarify regulatory overlap, reduce redundancy, and improve enforcement across both programs. We remain dedicated to supporting OCR's transition to a fully independent and self-sustaining regulatory body. Staffing. The department's fiscal year 2025 staffing includes 53 general fund positions, all of which are filled or in the process of being filled. 26 is in the St. Croix district, while 27 is in the St. Thomas St. John district. There are 6 vacancies and 2 new positions for fiscal year 2026. The vacancies are the paralegal researcher, the legal administrator, special investigator for boards and commissions, an enforcement officer, administrative assistant, and receptionist, while the 2 new positions are a network administrator and a public information officer. The enforcement division is currently staffed with 2 enforcement officers in St. Croix and 1 chief, along with 2 enforcement officers in the St. Thomas St. John district. The Weights and Measures unit is similarly structured with 1 Weights and Measures inspector and 1 chief inspector assigned to St. Croix, 1 senior Weights and Measures inspector, and 1 Weights and Measures inspector assigned to the St. Thomas St. John district. A strong field presence of inspectors and investigators is essential to boosting the public confidence in DLCA and deterring unlicensed or non-compliant business practices. Given the volume and the diversity of business across the territory, including in retail stores, gas stations, bars, nightclubs, fishermen, and farmers, current staffing levels are insufficient to ensure consistent enforcement and regulatory coverage. To address this, we propose the addition of 1 enforcement officer in the St. Thomas St. John district, an additional Weights and Measures inspector in the St. Croix district. These additions will be balanced resources between the districts and improve our ability to meet the department's enforcement responsibilities effectively. For fiscal year 2026, the DLCA received approval for 2 new critical positions: a public information officer and a network administrator. These roles were requested to strengthen the department's public outreach and technological infrastructure. The absence of a dedicated PIO has limited the agency's ability to effectively manage media relations, public education campaigns, and crisis communications. As the DLCA continues to modernize through digital tools for licensing, enforcement, and complaint tracking, a network administrator is essential to ensure secure, reliable systems. This position will also enhance mobile capabilities and help fully integrate technology into the field operations and public services. Lastly, we are also requesting an allocation of $50,000 for overtime and nighttime differential, which is crucial to launching enforcement initiatives after hours. These initiatives will allow the department to proactively monitor and inspect bars, nightclubs, and similar late-night establishments during the peak hours of operation. This enhanced field presence not only improves public safety, but ensures compliance with licensing requirements, detect and prevent unlicensed activity. These additional resources will significantly strengthen DLCA's ability to protect consumers, support compliant businesses, and operate efficiently and transparently across the territory. Accomplishments, initiatives, and goals. Key performance indicators. The DLCA continues to demonstrate strong performance across its divisions, with key performance indicators reflecting consistent progress, accountability, and the customer-first approach. Across all units, DLCA is meeting or exceeding many targets while proactively addressing areas for improvement. Ongoing efforts include automation, digital enhancements, and strategic recruitment to ensure sustained service excellence and operational resilience in the year ahead. Summary of our key accomplishments for fiscal year 2025. The DLCA made significant strides in operational efficiency, public engagement, consumer protection, and digital modernization. Our highlights include operational improvements that we cut invoice processing time by 50%, digitize personnel files, reconcile outstanding accounts, and secure $64,530.88 with LEPC, a grant for safety equipment upgrades. Internal policies are constantly being updated and workplace cultures improved through staff appreciation efforts and fleet maintenance. Professional development, DLCA launched DLCA's 360 Cross-Training for Excellence, a first of its kind program focused on professional development and interdivisional collaboration. Employee advancement, as part of my initiative to create upward mobility within the department, the DLCA has reorganized some internal structures, and we have created pathways for promotions. I am proud of the recent promotions of 7 staff members and pleased to share that 5 more are currently through the pipeline. Public engagement. DLCA co-hosted a major consumer protection webinar with federal partners. Debuted at AgriFest 2025 with a full-service booth. In March, the department participated in 2 community engagement sessions hosted by the 36th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety in collaboration with WTJX. At both sessions, DLCA engage directly with residents to address issues relevant to the committee's purview. Consumer education and communications. The new initiatives included the Caribbean American Heritage Month Consumer Education Campaign, in-house production of educational materials, and a territory-wide campaign on illegal debit card fees. The digital modernization, website and application processing enhancements are underway, including a vendor-selected RFP for a new case management system to streamline interdivisional operations. And last but not least, the cost of living study and fuel market oversight. DLCA is expanding its food and housing cost analysis to include fuel prices, with a study period from December 2024 to December 2026. While the department awaits the execution of the contract with the analysis group, it has already exercised our subpoena authority to collect detailed pricing records from all gas retailers and wholesalers dating back to 2020. Responses are due by July 31st, 2025, with some extensions granted due to the scope of the request. The data will be shared with the analysis group once the contract is finalized. The LCA is also evaluating mandatory fuel pricing data reporting, but will defer implementation until the study results are available. The LCA has also met with the Bureau of the Economic Research and agreed to collaborate on this initiative, recognizing their expertise in economic analysis. Going forward, BR is expected to take the lead in analyzing and publishing such market trends, allowing the DLCA to concentrate on the regulatory enforcement guided by their findings. Looking ahead, the DLCA has identified key strategic goals for fiscal year 2026 to strengthen consumer protection, modernize regulatory frameworks, and support economic development. These goals include proposing an increase in licensing fees to reflect current market conditions and support operational sustainability. Finalizing and implementing rules and regulations specific to short-term rentals, such as Airbnb properties, and completing the long-anticipated food study grant to inform future policy and program developments around food pricing and access into the territory. As part of our ongoing commitment to proactive service and community engagement, we plan to host more town hall meetings, increase our presence on radio programs, and organize a greater number of outreach activities, workshops, and seminars across the territory. These efforts are intended to educate the consumer and businesses not only on how to apply for and obtain a business license, but also the rights, responsibilities, and available resources, shifting the focus from punitive actions to preventative education. In closing, the DLCA is proud to be powered by a dedicated team committed to serving the businesses and consumer public with professionalism and care. I thank all of you for your hard work and dedication. I would like to express my appreciation to the DLCA's Employees of the Year, Mr. Deanne Van Hultman from the St. Thomas St. John District, and Ms. Kasai Randon Seals on the St. Croix District. I extend a special thank you to my DLCA executive team for your continued leadership, commitment, and collaborative spirit that drive the department forward every day. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to Governor Albert Bryan, Jr., and this administration for their support of the DLCA. This concludes the fiscal year 2026 budget testimony. Thank you for your time. My team and I are available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hodge, for your testimony. At this time, we'll go to Ms. Joanne Moorhead for her testimony on behalf of the Office of Cannabis Regulations.
Good morning, Senator Novell Francis Jr. On this, the first Rastafari Day, July 23rd, 2025, as recognized by Governor Bryan, to celebrate and recognize those folks in our territory who celebrate Rastafari as a movement and way of life. Good morning, Senator Novell Francis Jr., Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair, other members of this committee, other members of the 36th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation, a subsidiary division of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I am grateful for the invitation to join my DLCA team today, represented by Commissioner Natalie Hodge, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham Jr., and their team. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony before this body to discuss the funding, accomplishments, and goals for the Office of Cannabis Regulation for fiscal years 2025 and 26. I am pleased to present this testimony in support of our fiscal year 2026 budget request. This request reflects not only our continued commitment to transparency, accountability, and public health and safety, but also the tangible strides we have made in implementing a regulatory framework for the Virgin Islands' emerging cannabis industry. The Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation was first created pursuant to Act Number 8167, the Virgin Islands Medicinal Cannabis Patient Care Act, which was a direct result of a 2014 referendum whereby 56.5% of the Virgin Islands voting public voted to support the licensing and regulation of medicinal marijuana, patients, caregivers, cultivators, and distribution centers. Approximately 1 year after the passage of Act 8167, the 34th Legislature enacted the more comprehensive Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, or Act Number 8680. The Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act recognized the need to expand the cannabis industry in order to provide additional opportunities for employment and business ownership for Virgin Islands residents, alleviate social injustices experienced by persons subjected to the criminal justice system in matters related to the cultivation, sale, and possession of marijuana. It recognized cultural and sacramental uses of cannabis and will generate much-needed tax revenues for the territory. This Cannabis Use Act further establishes a holistic, regulated system for the cultivation, manufacture, and sale of cannabis for adult, medicinal, and sacramental use. Governed by the Cannabis Advisory Board, a body of 11 persons who are either appointed by the governor and approved by the legislature or serve in an ex officio capacity, the Office of Cannabis Regulation has the executive authority to implement and administer the provisions in Act 8680, including but not limited to promulgating rules and regulations related to the cultivation, manufacture, sale, dispensary, testing, licensing, and use of cannabis, the prescriptive use of cannabis, and sacramental use. I joined this office on May 20th, 2024, shortly after the adoption of rules and regulations, which were approved on May 4th, 2024. Over the past fiscal year, the OCR has diligently used the appropriations from both the General Fund and the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to establish a professional regulatory body capable of overseeing licensing, enforcement, and stakeholder engagement. With your support, we have moved from concept to execution, staffing our agency, outfitting our offices, conducting inspections, educating the public, and facilitating the lawful application process. The Office of Cannabis Regulation has seen great growth since its last appearance before this committee in July of 2024. The most significant of which is that the office has grown from a staff of 1 to a staff complement of 6, including myself, 1 office administrative staff member, and 4 enforcement staff members, 2 in each district. As previously testified, the registry system, an online system where all practitioners, patients, sacramental organizations, sacramental users, and designated caregivers can apply for, register, and receive their identification cards, has been live for 1 year now. To date, we have 4 certified practitioners on both St. Thomas and St. Croix, and an additional practitioner on St. Thomas pending. A total of 32 registered medical patients across the territory with 5 pending applications, and 3 sacramental organizations that are in the process of becoming registered, representing approximately 60 individual sacramental users. We have also reached the point of the year where we are starting to process the first set of patient registration renewals. In addition, the OCR has begun the cannabis business license application process. In March of 2025, the first cannabis business license and permit applications were made available on the OCR website for cannabis cultivation licenses and micro-cultivation permits. The deadline for the first set of applications was June 27th, 2025. We received a total of 26 applications, 14 on St. Croix, 10 on St. Thomas, and 2 on St. John. All of those applications are pending background verifications and merit-based evaluations. Awarding of licenses per the law is supposed to happen within 90 days, and we anticipate being able to meet that time frame. Also, in the first week of July, cannabis dispensary license applications became available and will remain open until at least September 30. We are seeing a lot of interest in those licenses and expect that we should see similar numbers or slightly fewer than the cultivation applications. Within the coming months, we will also have available cannabis manufacturing license applications, as well as research and development license applications and permits for third-party vendors, events, and more. During the fiscal year 2025 budget hearings, this body urged the OCR to begin drawing from the $1 million appropriated under Act 8680 from the TARF. In response, we acted swiftly and strategically. As of June 2025, we have expended $616,480.78 of those funds, with an additional $100,000 encumbered under the first-year contract with Metric for the seed-to-sale inventory tracking system. A substantial portion of the funds, $243,180, was allocated to the purchase of 4 law enforcement vehicles, 2 for the St. Thomas St. John district and 2 for the St. Croix district. At present, 2 vehicles, 1 per district, have been received and are actively assigned to enforcement personnel. The remaining 2 were custom ordered to meet law enforcement specifications and are expected to be delivered in September. We also invested $34,826.80 in furnishing both district offices. The St. Thomas office is now fully outfitted and operational, housing the enforcement unit. While the St. Croix office furniture has been delivered, installation is pending due to ongoing maintenance needs in our shared DLCA space. We are deeply grateful to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for accommodating OCR operations within their facilities until the identified office space becomes fully available. In support of our digital infrastructure and operational readiness, the OCR allocated $26,691 toward IT hardware and $248,666.66 toward our contractual obligations with Tyler Technologies for the medical and sacramental use registry portal, which will integrate directly with Metric to streamline application management and compliance tracking. With the onboarding of staff, the OCR prioritized training and national regulatory engagement, spending over $32,000 on professional development and interagency coordination. This includes travel, per diem, registration, and lodging for participation in industry events such as the Cannabis Regulators Association's annual conference, California Narcotics Officers Association 2025 Cannabis Enforcement Summit, and MJ BizCon, the largest cannabis trade expo in the US, as well as targeted enforcement training for staff. We are thankful to the state of California's Department of Cannabis Control, who not only provided the OCR's team, inclusive of 2 officers from the Virgin Islands Police Department, with scholarships to attend the CNOA Summit, but also provided over a week of specialized cannabis enforcement training to the OCR's agents at no cost to the agency outside of travel and accommodations. These specialized trainings and engagements have been vital in helping the OCR remain aligned with national regulatory standards and best practices. General fund appropriations totaling $790,327 supported salaries, fringe benefits, and critical enforcement resources. As of June 2025, we have utilized approximately 52%, or $409,450.06, with full expenditure anticipated by year end. These funds were used to acquire essential gear for the enforcement unit, including firearms, portable radios, and field gear such as uniforms and test kits, capable of detecting both high and low THC concentrations in cannabis and hemp products. These field test kits will soon be deployed during inspections and compliance checks. In alignment with our mandate to protect public health and to ensure that products being sold in the territory meet all legal and regulatory standards, the OCR is also actively working with the Department of Property and Procurement to procure 2 advanced cannabis analyzers. These analyzers will provide enhanced testing capabilities across a variety of cannabis and hemp-based products, including dried flower, concentrates, tinctures, and edibles, ensuring the integrity and safety of products being distributed in the legal market. Parallel to this effort, and as previously mentioned before this body, we have provided the Department of Health's public laboratory with cannabis-specific lab testing equipment at a cost of $207,000 to further enhance the territory's testing capacity. To strengthen regulatory alignment with national standards, general fund appropriations have also supported OCR staff attendance at high-level professional development and enforcement trainings, including participation in the 2025 CANRA annual stakeholders meeting and other cannabis policy and law enforcement events across the country. These sessions have proven instrumental in guiding rulemaking, public health standards, and interagency coordination. Additionally, because public outreach and education are critical and essential components of the rollout of Act 8680, the OCR has worked tirelessly to create solid partnerships with key partner GVI agencies such as the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Department of Health, and the Office of the Governor in order to launch a comprehensive campaign to raise awareness on the safe, legal, and responsible cannabis use, as well as launch targeted campaigns to reduce cannabis use among our most vulnerable populations. In addition to those targeted campaigns, the OCR is also working with a local vendor to develop a territory-wide safe cannabis use public education campaign with $39,500 already committed toward this initiative. Our strategic use of funds has enabled the Office of Cannabis Regulation to transition from foundational startup to an active regulatory agency with operational enforcement, inter-island coordination, and stakeholder engagement well underway. For fiscal year 2026, the Office of Cannabis is respectfully requesting a total of $1,639,917, comprised of $1,439,917 from the general fund and $200,000 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. While this represents a modest increase from fiscal year 25, it reflects a strategic reallocation heavily weighted toward the general fund to sustain our expanded staffing and operational needs. We are requesting $685,000 in personnel services to maintain our current workforce and add 3 critical positions: a Deputy Director of Cannabis Regulation and Administration and 2 compliance auditors. These roles are essential to ensuring licensee accountability, enforcing tax compliance with the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and continuing to reduce OCR's reliance on external agencies and consultants. Fringe benefits are budgeted at $285,550, which include retirement, Medicare, health insurance, and workers' compensation. This ensures compliance with employment mandates while also promoting staff retention and continuity. The OCR also seeks $287,167 for supplies, including $248,666.66 for the continued use of the Tyler Technologies Registry portal. This robust platform is fully integratable with our seed-to-sale tracking system and will be central to our ongoing licensing, monitoring, and compliance efforts. The remaining funds will support essential field supplies and uniforms for staff, safety, and professional representation. We are allocating $182,200 for other services, which include $30,000 for staff training, $20,000 for professional consulting, $77,200 for travel, inter-island coordination, and national regulatory engagement, and $50,000 for advertising and public education. Membership in national cannabis regulatory associations and continued outreach efforts are critical to ensuring the OCR remains on par with evolving national standards and transparent public communication. From the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, the OCR proposes to utilize the $200,000 to support the metric contract and purchase 2 additional vehicles for compliance operations. This request complements the remaining $250,000 balance from Act 8680, which will be used to procure 2 more cannabis analyzers and supplemental field testing kits, tools essential to distinguishing legal cannabis from hemp-derived products, often misrepresented under the 2018 Farm Bill. It is important to note that the OCR has also begun to generate its own revenue. From October 2024 through June 2025, the office collected $103,725 in revenue, $100,500 of which came from cultivation permit and license application fees. The remaining portion came from the registration fees related to medical and sacramental use. The dramatic uptick in revenue in June following the launch of cultivation applications underscores the industry's economic promise and the OCR's potential for financial sustainability. We expect this trend to continue as we move forward with the application process for the remaining cannabis business licenses, including dispensaries, manufacturing, and research and development. The proposed FY26 budget for the Office of Cannabis Regulation is not just a request, it is a roadmap for progress. It supports the office's transition from setup to sustainability and reflects our commitment to transparency, public health and safety, economic development, and stakeholder trust. We have demonstrated that we can implement effectively, spend responsibly, and remain aligned with best practices and legal obligations. With continued support from this honorable body, the OCR is positioned to deliver a cannabis industry that is not only compliant and beneficial to the residents and visitors of the Virgin Islands, but most importantly, safe for everyone within our territory shores, whether medical or sacramental consumers, resident and visiting recreational consumers alike, while also respecting the rights and protecting the safety of those who choose not to consume. We respectfully request your full support of our FY26 budget to continue building the infrastructure, tools, and trust required to fulfill our mandate. I thank you kindly for this opportunity today to share with your committee the plans and goals for the Office of Cannabis Regulation and stand ready to field any questions you may have regarding our budget.
Thank you very much, Ms. Executive Director Joan Moorhead, for your comprehensive testimony on the Office of Cannabis Regulations, and we have tons of questions for you in that respect. But before I go on, I want to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Ray Fonseca in the St. Thomas District, as well as Carla J. Joseph, a non-committee member. Good morning, Senators. Welcome. Real quickly, before I open up the floor to a 6-minute round this morning, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Hodge, have you received all of your allotments for FY 2025 to date?
Good morning again, Senator Natalie Hodge. I don't think so. I think we receive up to our 10th month allotment. So, yeah.
So that is up to date though, because that is up to date, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right. And have you seen any cuts or reduction at all in your allotments?
No, not as yet.
Not as yet. What about vendors payment? How much do you owe in aggregate for vendors payment?
I believe we owe approximately 218,000 outstanding.
So help me to understand, if you receive all of your allotments, what would cause your vendors payment to still be owed at $218,000? What's happening in that space?
Timely processing. While we have input most of them, some of them are still pending documents. A vendor or two are on the stop payment vendor, so they have to fulfill property and procurement requirements with some documents.
Okay. What about revenues? How much revenues have you collected thus far in FY 2025?
For fiscal year 2025, I believe we have collected.
We'd like to get as accurate as possible in numbers. Can you review and then tell us what those numbers are? You have your Director of Administrative Services?
Right.
Yeah.
I can tell you that
Get used to that mic. If you're going to be coming here often and have to respond to it, so get used to the mic.
All right, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, I will share with you that for fiscal year 2025 to date, we have collected $3,970,067.
And how is that in comparison year to date to FY 2024?
In FY 2024, we are literally on par. We did 3.9 million as of June of 2024.
Okay. And that's year to date, correct?
That's yes.
Okay. You said that you're not a recipient of any federal funds. Have you received any ARPA money, any money from the OIA Office of Insular Affairs or any other funded initiatives?
So for fiscal year 2025, no. But the funding for the analysis group to do the study that we're anticipating, 150,000 is supposed to be allocated from ARPA for that.
Okay, and you said that's the analysis group? Mm-hmm. Who is that? That's the name of the
the contractor to do the
who's the contractor?
The fuel analysis group.
Okay.
Yeah, to do the fuel study and the cost of food in the territory.
Okay. Any bad checks? Any insufficient funds to return to your department?
Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, we do have, we do get from time to time those types of NSF. We worked very closely together with the Department of Finance in trying to get those resolved. We follow through with those individuals and collect on those.
And do you have the telecheck service available at the DLCA?
We used to have it. We ended up having to make some changes, and we are currently online with the supplier to make sure that we update those machines and have those operational.
Okay. And Ms. Moorhead, Executive Director Moorhead, in regards to your allotments, have you received all of your appropriations thus far?
Yes, sir.
You have? Okay. And how much revenues have you collected in FY 2025 to date?
$103,000.
$103,000. And that is for what?
About $100,500 was for licensing application fees, permit fees, and then the other $4,000 is related to fees collected by individual medical and sacramental registrations.
Okay. And do you have access to the ERP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're processing your own documents and everything at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, the chair will open up the floor to a 6-minute round, and we recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, Star Central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Hodge, Assistant Commissioner Graham, and all your other management team there with you, and thank you so much for that testimony. And also, good morning, Edie Moorhead, and thank you for your testimony. Let me go directly straight to the post-audit report, page 5. Who's going to be responding? Because I have some questions in respect to the report, because on page 5 of the report, under supplies, under the general fund, it's showing a large discrepancy because in 2024, 18,000 was expended, 7,000 to date, but asking for 319,000 for 2026. What the reason for that?
Good morning, Senator Natalie Hodge, Commissioner. I'm not sure. We'll have to look into that. I only received this. We received it at midnight last
Who
night.
deals with the numbers? I need to deal with the number person. I need him to talk.
Both of us.
Please, talk to me. Put a mic in front of
Give
your
me
mic.
one moment.
This is a budget hearing, guys. This is not a regular hearing. I'm sure the chair is going to bring you guys in front of them, and we're going to ask way more questions in terms of operations. But we want to crunch the numbers and see what we're dealing with.
Kasaira Nuncios, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management. Could you repeat your question, please?
Why there is such a large discrepancy when it comes to supplies under the general fund of some $312,000 for the 26 budget season?
As Commissioner had stated, we just received the report last night, so we were unable to go over it in full. But we did notice this morning when we went over it that most of our numbers are also related to OCR's costs. So some of the numbers are doubled.
Many of the numbers are off.
Yes.
Honestly, and well, I guess you're gonna have to, through the chair, resubmit those numbers because they're really off. For instance, it's showing a 200%, 100% change in other services and charge also under the general fund, and also under. It's a problem.
So
the numbers are way off.
If I may, Senator, again, as Ms. Rondon Seals indicated, now that 200,000 is from the Tourism Revolving Fund, and that's to OCR.
Very well. Like I said, you're going to have to resubmit because these numbers are off. But at the same time, there are many more questions. So let me ask in respect to your vacancies. How many vacancies do you have?
Kasaira Nuncios, we currently have 6 vacancies.
Okay, very well. And in a testimony, Commissioner, you spoke to weights and measure. You know, I really focus and stick on that all the time with you guys based on what I'm seeing out there. And we had a discussion before. Enforcement officers, how much vacancy when it comes to enforcement officers?
We currently have 2 vacancies for enforcement officers.
And weights and measure?
No vacancies.
Okay, very well. Let me ask then, because in the testimony on page 9 of your testimony, you spoke to 102 businesses throughout the territory that had inspections, right? 51 were found to be in violation of expired product, etc. That's almost half of the inspections that you did. And it goes to show exactly as to why you need those individuals there to actually assure that, you know, the businesses are doing what needs to be done and assure that they're not selling whatever to our people and getting them sick and what have you. What's being done in that space in terms of onboarding individuals to fill those vacancies?
Senator, thank you for that question. I agree with you, and hence why in my testimony, I think to help curtail that, I requested an additional weights and measures inspectors for St. Croix office, because currently we only have 1 and a chief.
Wow. Okay. So you're requesting 1 extra individual to assist in that respect. Let me ask you, with your numbers on page, your board members on page 7 of your testimony, under the VA Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts. You have a 9-member board, you have 4 active members and 5 vacancies. It's still, at that point, we still have 5 vacancies? because with all of the work and construction that's going on in the territory, and it's critical that these members and the board members be there, because every day, so you do not have a quorum basically. There's no quorum, correct? What makes a quorum?
5.
Correct, so there is no quorum. And here it is, we are pushing to have all these hospitals, schools, homes, and everything else in between. You know, we're all doing our part, but at the same time, the most important part, the board members, that actually, what's their role? What's their role in respect to assuring that these folks that have their license and when it comes to the testimony, what's their role?
That's the rule.
Correct.
Right, to certify and you know, to hear the cases, the complaints that come before them. And I agree with you, and I'm going to, you know, use your time, thank you, and use your plug.
No,
use your plug
You could do
to
that.
reach out to the listening audience.
Go ahead. It's
1
important.
minute.
And ask the experts, ask the licensed professionals to step up and commit. But I also want to thank you, again, this body, for approving the last board member, Mr. Winston, that you just sent down. So we're going to continue to try and get these boards filled.
Okay, very well. And it's critical, it's important. Let me ask in respect to legal, though. I need to ask a question before my time is up. Good morning. Speaking to the mic, and what's your name?
Good morning.
30 seconds.
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel.
Hi, good morning. Let me ask you in respect to, because I saw in the testimony there were 2 arrests based on inspection. What would lead to someone being arrested after you do an inspection? Because that's in the testimony.
So it's not just the inspection. So if they issued a citation or they don't pay their citation, or we submit a petition to revoke their license, and we go through the due process, and their license is revoked, they're then ordered to cease and desist from operating. And if they don't cease and desist from operating, which is an order that's issued by the commissioner, we then seek an arrest.
Can let me ask you in respect to a case that I brought to you guys' attention, and you know what case I'm talking about, in respect to, and that is why also I feel that OCR, DLCA, and agriculture, I haven't heard agriculture, need to really work in terms of seeing what's accurate when it comes to rules and regulation, because I have a situation with a young black male Virgin Islander that's trying to do the right thing, have his business, have employees, and he had a situation where he was raided on April 29th. He reached out, reported back to the agencies, no response. Went and got an attorney, got raided again after he got an attorney. To date, no response.
That is not
That's to date. I just got the phone with him. To date, he said he have gotten no response. My thing is, right, honestly, let me finish. My thing is, honestly, when it comes to our people, young Virgin Islands, who are trying to do the right thing, that's why he responded. And the agencies, in terms of just responding, saying something, because it causes issues moving forward. I'm not going to get into that right now. There's a budget hearing, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention based on what was told to me just now, that they still have not gotten any response. So, again, in my second round, if there's any, I'm going to deal with OCR, because that's a lot of revenue, a lot of money that we need right now in the territory, and I would like to know who, what, when, why, when we can start seeing funds coming into the territory, because that's a huge industry, and that's why we did what we did with the legislation. So I would like, and I know my colleagues are going to follow up on that, but as a chair, I don't want to kill my time, abuse my time. Thank you so much, and thank you for your responses. We'll speak.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just real quickly, Attorney Vaval, you could respond.
Senator Blyden, the information that you have received from this individual is incorrect. We attempted to serve the individual because we have a hearing it's set for him for next month. We were unable to serve him because his resident agent is not available. I turned around and I sent him an email telling him the process that he needs to go through in order to get another resident agent. There's been no response to that email. We have never heard any response from his attorney. Right now, the issue is that we can't serve him. the citation, the summons and the citation to come to the hearing next month.
I have, if I may, Senator Francis, thank you. I just have a clarification for Senator Biden. The construction board does have a quorum. I excluded myself. I forgot I'm a board member. So yeah, we do have a quorum now. Okay, no problem.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questions. Before I go on to the next senator, by the way, the lineup is Senator Blyden, Senator Lewis, Senator DeGraff, Senator Maurice James, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Kurt VLA, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Carla J. Joseph. Commissioner, in respect to the noise enforcement, do we have an update or anything in place in regards to noise meters or what's happening in respect to the complaints we've seen and hearing about noise?
I'll defer to Director of Enforcement, Francis.
Good morning, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes, we do. With respect to the complaints, we've been monitoring the complaints and responding to those. Most recently, we sent out notices to the businesses that we have been receiving complaints about, letting them know that we are receiving complaints and failure to adhere to the rules and regulations and the laws of the Virgin Islands would result in further action. And that's just for the ones that are currently outstanding. We were receiving others as well, and those, once they were addressed, has done their part to remedy their issues.
Very well. Are you still receiving a large volume of complaints in regards to noise?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, once more. I would say that we're receiving complaints from the same persons regarding the exact same establishments, and those are the ones that were most recently addressed. Also, it would behoove me if I didn't, well, please allow me. This morning, as late as this morning, I spoke with the Commissioner of Police, and I had a follow-up with him last week. Well, this was in response to my conversation with him last week. Right now, we're just waiting for, I'm told the noise meters are here from VIPD. Right now, we're just waiting for training, and there's a tentative date. As soon as that becomes available, then that would be rolled out, and we would have noise meters in both the hands of VIPD officers as well as DLCA enforcement officers.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning. Commissioner Hodge, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Senator. I'm well, thank you.
Great. How many employees do you currently have that's making under 35,000?
Currently, I have 4 employees making under 35,000.
Answer was 4?
Yes, sir.
Have you and your team did a cost analysis as yet as how much it's going to take to bring them up to 35,000?
Senator, yes, we have. As I indicated in my testimony, I have 5 in the pipeline that we're moving up with upward mobility, and they're included in that.
And what would be that cost be?
The cost of their salaries?
No, the cost to move from 27 to 35, or in between that range from whatever it is to 35.
We're looking at least a $15,000 cost difference.
For the 5 employees?
Yes, sir. 44? No.
Ms. Moorhead, good morning.
I'm sorry. Senator Lewis, 1 second. Let me defer to the business office.
Kasai Rondon Seals, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management. The $15,000 is only for 4 employees.
Ms. Seals, get the mic in front of you, please.
It's only for 4 employees, not 5.
Right, but how much?
You have to leave the mic in place, ma'am. You have to leave the mic in place so that...
I will get the total and get back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Seals, you have to leave the mic. You can't keep moving the mic because then it creates interference. You have to leave the mic there and then just respond as you called upon. All right? I know this is your first time. You're a little bit nervous, but it's going to be okay. All right, just take your time and just make sure that the mic, you're speaking into the mic.
Yeah, one thing, that training course look like cost my time. But anyhow, Commissioner Hodge, you indicated that there was 174 citations and 2 arrests in FY 2025. What trends are or problem areas or emerging in these compliance issues?
Senator Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator Lewis, I will defer to the Enforcement Director. However, my observation is a lot of pop-up. We have a lot of pop-up individuals traveling back and forth, and they're doing pop-ups here and there, and we find those to be out of compliance. We catch those, the ads that's displayed on social media, and from time to time, that's one set of the violators that's included, but I'll have Director Francis to elaborate.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Can you ask the question once more for my understanding, Senator?
I was asking, you have a total of 174 citations, right? What
Yes,
are
sir.
some of the trends or problem areas that are emerging?
Yes. So, as it pertains to the citations, and I'll answer for the citations first. So we're seeing heavier numbers on the operating individuals or entities operating without valid business license, and then followed by individuals who aren't posting their business license or posting them incorrectly, as well as operating without proper licensures. As it pertains to, would you like me to speak on without giving too much information on the arrest? No.
No. You don't have to get into that rest. I just wanted to know what was the trend. Commissioner, again, you indicated that there's a growing number of factors contributing to expired products and violations across the territories. Have we waged a campaign of educating these people about the businesses about having these expired products or nearly expired products? I have myself a witness going in a store and something's about to expire the very next day, or it expired on that day and it's still on the shelf. Have we started a campaign of educating while we're regulating?
So we have met with a number of the merchants, especially once they receive a violation and they will call. One of the compliance efforts in that is if they're habitual offenders, they have to turn in a plan of action. But we use that time to educate and discuss with them, other options or methods they can put in place to avoid
1 minute.
Avoid these infractions from occurring again.
All right, I'll come back to you. Executive Director Moorhead, good morning.
30 seconds.
Good morning, Senator.
Ms. Moorhead?
Good morning, Senator Lewis.
Yes. Currently, how many employees do you have?
In addition to myself, there are 5 other employees at OCR.
Good, and how many are enforcement officers?
There are 4 enforcement officers, 2 in each district.
And they're all on board already?
Yes, sir.
Currently on board already?
Yes, sir.
Good. I saw you notice you bought vehicles, or wonder who won't drive these vehicles. So, Ms. Moorhead, just one quick question here. I see you started collecting revenues, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. But my question is, when are we actually going to see a proposed starting date for the first dispensary to open the door?
Good morning, Senator Lewis. Again, thank you for the question. The best I can do, and the start dates really are dependent on the individuals who are awarded licenses. Other than cultivation, which in the rules and regulations have a specific time frame by which they must start, and they have to demonstrate a start-up plan in their application. The other business license types do not have that requirement. So it really is dependent on their ability to operate once they're awarded their license. they can provide information to us. I'm sure that might go into the merit-based evaluation as to whether or not, they have leases in place, and et cetera. So we're hoping if we close the application deadline is the end of September right now for dispensary licenses, and if 90 days time frame for evaluation. So sometime by the end of this year, we should be able to award licenses, and then it's on the licensees how quickly they become operational.
So the government have everything in place to make this happen. We're not lacking any impediments, anything. The government of the Virgin have everything in place to move forward. Everything would be on the onus of the applicant.
Senator, in order for them to open their doors?
Yes. So we have a lab in place. We have everything we need in place so these people could swing open their doors and start dispensing.
The lab at this moment is not operational at this moment, but we can do two things at one time. So we're working on that at the same time. There is a process. There is time frames already in place. Dispensary applications have to be open for a specific amount of time. Evaluation takes a specific amount of time. So we're doing multiple things at one time.
Thank you. I'll come back and drill along a little more on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the flexibility.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of information. I'm sorry, before we go to, we have a follow-up from Commissioner Hodge.
Yes, Ms. Hughes. To answer Senator Lewis' inquiry and what it will take to bring the 4 individuals to the $35,000, how much it'll be? Approximately $32,000.
$32,000. Noted. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The 32 is with fringe? Includes fringe? The 32,000 includes fringe?
That's just a salary.
Okay, that wasn't my point, but I will come back there. It's 28,000, 29,000, 28,000, 29,000. It's like an average of 5,000 each. So I don't think the 32 is right if you 35 minus the base salary that they have. I'll give that. That was my point. So I'll come back to that. Ms. Mohan, you have 4 enforcement officers. We have no dispensaries open. What are they doing every day? What's their assignment?
Good morning, Senator
Morning.
Viola. Thanks for the question. My enforcement team is very busy. They have been in lots of training since they started. I'm not sure.
Every day?
Not every day, but you asked for what they're doing, so I'm telling you all of the things that they've been doing since they started on February 24th.
Okay. Training, go ahead.
So they've been doing training. We already have medical patients in the territory who are requesting to grow. They are also involved in the site inspections for those visits for those medical patients. They've been doing that as well.
How many medical patients?
We have 32 registered medical patients in the territory.
How many medical patients that are growing?
I can get that answer for you shortly. It's probably about, I would guess, maybe half or 2/3 of those folks who are growing.
Okay, go ahead. That's it?
There's a lot involved in the training process, but also they're working with other agencies. We've been doing training with other agencies, educational opportunities, presentations, et cetera, trying to create our task force.
It sounds to me like they could be temporarily reassigned until we get the office really, or get the dispensaries and everything else open. I can't see 4 individuals with just a training component. Training could take 2-3 weeks, a month, but we're talking all the way down till December. So I think we need to look at how we're deploying those individuals, whether DLCA could use them for enforcement for X amount of hours and then they do some training, but they can't be receiving that type of pay and just for training. It doesn't take forever to train. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Ms. Mohead, you had a response? Huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Viale. My enforcement officers are working very closely with DLCA. We are housed within DLCA. They have done joint operations. They're also doing lots of other things related to general enforcement. They are all peace officers. They are also required to do all of the peace officer annual recertifications. There's a lot of training. In fact, they're in training right now. I wish that I had them a little more frequently, but there is a lot of training required. And again, there have been no cannabis-specific enforcement officers in this territory until now. There is a lot of information. There is a lot of change in the industry on a week-to-week basis that they have to be very knowledgeable about before they go into the streets to enforce anything. It's not just for cannabis licenses and licensees. But thank you for your question.
So that was some of the information you should have provided initially when they asked what they were doing in terms of their collateral duty, supporting and assisting, the DLCA in their enforcement efforts. That's obviously. Senator James, you recognize for your point of information, that will come to you, Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually going to ask about DLCA making use of those officers, but I wanted to go back to your, I can't find it in the testimony. I was looking for it. The staff that were making less than 35, I believe you had said somewhere that you had actually moved staff up to positions of greater responsibility and pay, and maybe that's why your answer is the answer that you're giving now. I just need clarification because that was my interpretation.
So
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Also, thank you, Senator Viale, for that too. And that is correct. So it's not that we're moving them to 35. The salary is a little greater than 35. So that's where the difference came in. Okay?
Yeah, there's some clarity.
That is some clarity. Yeah. And to piggyback after Executive Director Mohead, to Senator Viale's inquiry about the enforcement officers, they do work with us. She stole one of my enforcement officers, but I still use Officer Kazaban, so they still work with DLCA as well.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You recognize your point of information, and then we'll go to Senator DeGraff for his line.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My line still is with it. I'm pleased to hear that you have 4 enforcement officers, but the average guy on the street continues to complain about these little small stores that are selling cannabis and different type of stuff that they shouldn't be selling. How many people have your officers or businesses have your officers inspect, found them to be selling cannabis or whatever marijuana type of stuff they're selling? How many of that enforcement have gone down in place for people being cited for that?
Good morning, Senator Johnson. Thank you. And this is part of the reason why training is so critical, is because I think that there's a lot of overlap or misunderstanding on who has authority over what in this particular enforcement space. So OCR enforcement does not have the authority to go into any business, to do inspections, et cetera, right? So when we receive complaints, and like you, I have heard complaints, I receive phone calls or tips and things of that nature, we have to coordinate with other enforcement authorities, other enforcement agencies such as DLCA, such as Department of Health or Virgin Islands Police Department, and so we are working closely. The investigations have to happen before they can do anything, and we are providing resources, tools in some instances, as well as the manpower, so it is a coordinated effort.
But no one have a license right now to sell cannabis, right?
Correct.
So if no one have a license and you have these enforcement officers, and I assure you, the average guy on the street continue to complain and saying, look, we put all of these laws and stuff in place. We had advertisement about, since the entire package is in place, no one should be selling. And there are stores doing it. And I'm not asking, I'm telling you guys. So my question was, have anybody in your joint collaboration with other agency been caught and charged?
Excuse me, if I may.
Sure.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Across and right now I'll have to dial into the numbers a little bit better because I didn't have that breakout specifically included in my numbers, but I can't find it. But off the top of my head, and looking at my list, I'm thinking there have been about 5 that have been addressed for those violations.
That's what I want to hear because we're saying that we have these enforcement, and I understand, yes, certain things isn't fully in place. But if it's happening, there must be network within agencies to make sure that the violators are held accountable. Because the Virgin Island government can't continue to invest into this cannabis operation, but yet folks are doing stuff illegal and we're not getting our fair share.
I absolutely agree with you, Senator Johnson. I think it's critical, right? The whole reason for having the cannabis industry, as you guys outlined by the legislature, is to funnel people into legal dispensaries where we have regulated product, right? But I would like to just, as a point of clarification for everybody, we also have in the territory hemp retailers, and that is a very different, it's not very different, but it is a different license completely. All of that falls under DLCA. DLCA is the licensing authority for those licenses. So again, it requires a lot of coordination between the agencies in order for us to not infringe upon the rights of those who have licensed hemp businesses and make sure that what they are selling is hemp, and therefore we can determine those things. So we've been working on acquiring the tools to determine what is hemp and what is cannabis so that we can accurately enforce.
Mr. Chair, I really need to follow up based on her speaking about the hemp. I'd like to ask the Commissioner how many hemp licenses have been distributed.
Commissioner, you may respond.
Thank you. We'll get back to you on that question. Mr. Graham is pulling that information.
Very well. So at this time, we'll move on and recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff for his 6 minutes, and then when you have the response, we'll do it on the next opportunity. Senator DeGraff, good morning. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all listening, viewing, and present. Commissioner, good morning to you. I would like to get your actuals in terms of personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges. As of your, I think you said 10 months. Could I get the current numbers right now?
Good morning, Senator. I'm deferring to the Acting Director of the Business Offices.
Kasai Rondon Sales, Acting Director, Admin and Business Management. I will look into that, pull the numbers, and I will get back to you.
Okay. Has anyone received wage increases in 25?
Kasai Rondon Sales. Yes, our U.S. Masters has received raises.
And that's in the 26 budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there anyone owed retro?
Not at this time.
Not at this time?
No.
Is it a yes or no? No. Okay. Okay. Again, yeah, how many employees do you have total in DLCA?
We have a total of 53 employees.
53. And you said you have under 35,000, you have 4.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. How many vacancies do you have?
We have 6 vacancies.
And of those 6 vacancies, how many, if any, are under 35,000?
We have 1.
1. Okay, good. Do you have any GS employees?
No, we do not.
Okay. Now, Director Moorhead, good morning. You mentioned that your ask is $1,639,917.
Good morning,
is what your
Senator.
ask is?
Yes.
Office. Okay. Do you have a copy of the post audit report? Post auditor's report?
I do.
26. Page 10. Go to page 10. Okay, while you look for that, Commissioner,
there.
how many employees have you lost in 25? Separations.
Fiscal year 2025, I believe 2.
You believe or you sure?
I was just corrected by the acting business director. It was 4 separations.
4 separations. Okay. And then, okay, so Director Moorhead,
Yes.
you're on page 10?
Yes, sir, I am.
Your ax, was I correct? Your ax is 1,639,917.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so you see how the budget summary is for licensing consumer.
Yes,
you
sir.
See where the Cannabis Regulation Fund 1,564,496, the real estate appraisers and the VI board, the total non-appropriated funds, 1,692,786.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's approximately $52,869 more than your ask in that section. Then, Commissioner, on your section on the same page 10, the general fund recommendation is $7,582,741 plus 200 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. In Director Moorhead, her $1,639,917 included the TARF, the 200,000 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. Are these numbers here that the post-audit report hasn't? This is what's confusing to me. The numbers are totally off based on what I'm seeing here.
Good morning again, Senator. You're correct. The numbers are off on the post-audit report. I find that the $7,500,000 is already including OCR's budget. So,
Okay, so
what we were trying to ascertain this morning is the $1,564,496. It says it's a cannabis regulation fund. I don't know if that's another specialized fund. I'm not sure where that figure came from. But the figure to the top, the $7,782,000, that is correct if you're including DLCA and OCR.
okay, so $7,782,741 is a total budget that you're asking for to include everyone.
DLC and OCR. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so then when we back out the 1,639,917 would be from the 1,700 and go for. So then your total acts without cannabis.
30 seconds.
What, 6 million?
No, my total would be the $5,871,053. OCR is $1,639,917.
Right. So with the 25 budget total is $5,809,761. Is a 25 budget. That covers also monies for cannabis use.
Time.
The cannabis board. So that again is what it is. I'm saying your ask is $5,000,001. You had wage increases, but your total in 25 budget is $5,809,761. You see, and that's from Act 8916 is what I'm referring to for that. So so one more time for the record, if I may, Mr. Chair, just to wrap up. Commissioner, tell me your ask again for 2026, $5 million.
DLCA's ask.
Excluding cannabis. I apologize. Excluding cannabis. Yes.
DLCA's ask is $5,871,000. $53.
Right. Okay. So that's what we're looking at 5,809,070, and that's to include both. So when we extract that, I just want to make sure I went a whole long way to make sure that the wage increases. So when I get the actuals for personal fringe, if I could get that before the day is out, and it just in closing, Mr. Chair, Director Moorhead, also can I get your actuals for personal fringe, supplies, other services and charges and stuff, if I could get that information also. And if you don't have it now, I could get it through the chair. Your actuals to date for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, how your money is broken down.
Thank you, Senator. I will get that for you today.
Okay. Thank you for the
you.
time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Post-audit, can you clarify the numbers based on the governor's submittal and the budget book?
Sure, Senator. Dr. Theodora Phillip, post-auditor. For budgetary purposes, the offices are grouped together. The numbers are based on the executive budget, what was recommended for the group. That's what's here on the paper. Our report reflects what was recommended by the executive budget, the fiscal year 2026 executive budget. Okay?
Very well. Also, Ms. Moorhead, is your ask consistent with what was sent down from OMB? Because your ask today is for $1,639,717. Was that the number that was submitted to OMB as well?
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, and I think there might be some period of time where there was initially not an allocation for the OCR separately, which is what I saw as an asterisk note in the post-audit report, but it was edited, and the numbers that I presented today match what was sent down in the executive budget and what is online right now.
And as part of that, the 200,000 as part of the TARF is included in the 1.6.
Yes, correct.
Very well. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your a point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, so what we're looking at, the categories under the general fund: personnel service, fringe, supplies, other services and charge, utility service, capital outlays. Each of those categories, the Office of Cannabis is already embedded in that number. So where you have 4,141,725 for personnel services, that has already embedded the 690,000 for personnel for cannabis.
Senator, we believe so. I received the post-audit report this morning. It was sent last night. So we truly didn't have enough time to decide.
Okay, but your total budget is 7,582,741 for cannabis and DLCA.
Yes.
Then that means that all the numbers underneath the Cannabis Regulation Fund is already embedded in the numbers on the top. So the total on the bottom that goes to 9 million should not be 9 million, should really be 7,582,000. Kind of 200,000 embedded in their account too?
So it's 7,000,007. The 7,000,007
so
include the 200,000.
Okay, so 7,000,007 because that includes the 200,000.
Right.
But the cannabis, the real estate appraisers, the Board of Public.
Those are revolving funds. So those are specialized funds. They're not included in general fund.
Okay, but they're included here on the bottom total.
Correct.
And you have separate access to those, or that's included? Tell me.
The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs do have access to those. We pay for the board member per diems and whatever projects they have going on for the fiscal year.
Okay, so then the only one that we need to back off of this sheet is the cannabis. And then do the total at the bottom to include the Consumer Protection Fund,
But those are not included in the 7,000,007, and that is right. Okay.
But we just need the overall, so we need to know what is the general fund appropriation, and then
the
what is the
special
special
funds.
accounts, and the
Okay.
200 is the TAF. Okay. So the 9 million is wrong at the bottom. Okay, thank you so much.
Is it going to be off again too, Senator? Because if you notice, the Consumer Protection Fund is 0, and that was a mistake.
Okay, and that is supposed to be what?
800,000.
Thank you. Let's move on, please. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers, colleagues, staff, everyone in and outside the room. I am going to start with a question for the Acting Director of Administration and Business Management. How long have you been in this position?
Good morning, Kasaira Non-Sales, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management. How long have I been in the position of Acting Director?
Yes.
For about 2 months.
Okay, and prior to that, what was your position?
I was the Business and Financial Services Manager.
Okay, and that means that the Commissioner of the DLCA has confidence in you being here this morning to provide and help the Senate with going through the budget for your department. So we need your help and your expertise because I'm sure you have that, okay? So remember that as you move forward. I have confidence in you as a young Virgin Islander, okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go to the question of the salaries with the 35,000. You know that we passed legislation that the minimum salary is 35,000 now. So as you're moving forward with I know we talked about you increasing and moving people up, but the positions, if you vacated those positions or if you have a vacant position right now, and I think the acting director said there is one, that would no longer be 28, correct?
That is correct, Senator. And that's why we have difference of opinions because we already received the PRFs for those positions, and we're reorganizing the agency, and they all move up to customer service reps. So I already received the PRFs. It's out for recruitment, and personnel is already posted for internal promotion only. But we're going through the process, and in a matter of a month, I'm pretty sure it'll be placed. So because they're now customer service reps, those salaries will now be 38,000.
Will now be 38. So you're not going to be hiring anyone below 35?
No.
Good. That's good to know. The next question I have is regarding your, just a quick question. On page 5, you talk about the 14,321,531 gallons of rum that were exported. Is that an increase or a decrease from the same time last year, June 2024? Do you have a comparison as to whether we're seeing an increase or decrease in the exportation of rum?
Currently, no, but we'll get that information to you.
You get that from me? Okay, thanks. That's important. You know, Croix, I know, I understand your statement about St. Thomas being the territory's main economic center, but and it is. But when it comes to money, I'm not going to let it slide that
bring in
the rum cover over. Right. Okay, where it originates. Thank you very much on that one. I want to also ask you about because you've only seen the post-audit analysis now. My question was going to, I see you mentioned about hiring a public information officer, and I believe that the OCR is also hiring one, or is it the same one for both entities? I was trying to figure that out on page, well, you said you just looked at the
Right.
So, but are you
right.
going to hire one, and are they going to hire one? Because it seems to me your department must educate the consumers as required under even the Consumer Protection Fund really
Right.
talks about using it for that purpose.
Absolutely.
So, did you never had one, or you've never had one?
We've had in the past, but when the positions were vacant, we lost those monies. So I'm pleading to you for that position so we can reinstate it. And at the time when I requested at the salary that's there, I wasn't hoping OCR was gonna, follow suit.
Right.
So we can share the cost. But
well, let me say this too before you continue. The salary that's listed says 35,000, and
we were splitting the cost.
Right, but even that is low for that type of a position, I would think.
That's temp. So that's up to half. So with us splitting the cost, I was looking at 70,000.
Okay, got it. Got it. Makes sense now. It makes sense now to me. With regard to...
So you can give it to me at 70. We will share the responsibilities.
When we get these numbers straightened out,
Okay.
Commissioner, on page 9, or my page 9, I guess, or where I'm just interested in your assessment of fines and how much money you're collecting. Well, page 7, where it starts to talk about Division of Consumer Affairs. When I look at the number of cases and that you've resolved, which is interesting, 168, and then you secured 16,800. That's like an average of 1,000. That's an average that you are assessing. And I notice the same thing when it comes to the citations regarding weights and measures. It seems as if you're assessing more or less in the $1,000 range. And it seems to me as if that's low. Is that your assessment also?
So that is correct, Senator, and thank you. I must say you're very sharp. Thank you for that. So that's one of my one of the flaws we're trying to work out. Our enforcement and the team will go out and do the inspections and do all these collections, and where we're falling short is the person to pursue the collections, like a collector.
The collector.
Right.
Yeah.
And with that being said, we're working on a mechanism currently. We're hoping that with the new database, that silo, there's a silo, the systems aren't speaking. So we're hoping with a new online system that would help to alleviate that issue. But what would happen is those cases will then be elevated to legal for hearings.
Okay.
Right.
Because we're losing money, and then if we're not assessing fines in a amount sufficient to deter future misconduct, then some people may just say, I'll go ahead and pay the fine and continue to, after you're not looking, after a while.
Right.
And we need to increase these fines so that they are meaningful and they will prevent further misconduct.
Yeah, currently we are. I believe Senator Avery Lewis and our office were working on that bill.
Okay, great. And Mr. Chair, just a couple. Okay, now that you mentioned Senator Lewis, the legislature is also concerned about cost of living, and is Analysis Group a local group? The group that you are going to be entering into a contract with soon?
No, they're not.
Okay, all right. And along that same line, you've already collected data, it seems like, in this paragraph, and I was just, since you mentioned Senator Lewis, I'm hoping you share that data with him, You won't be able to share any data with him? Okay. All right. I had a few more questions, but mostly I'm concerned about the fact that, okay, one last question, which is cannabis, OCR stole your employee. And when you said that, I looked at your salaries and they're lower than OCR in certain areas. So I think that's why the person was stolen, because a lot
He was also deserving of it.
No, I'm saying, and I would leave too if I'm going to be paid more.
Well, what happened is her salaries are exempt, and with the DLCA, they're within the union. So
and exactly, so that is what is going to happen often in government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner, in that conversation, I heard that there was some consolidation of a position being considered and salaries being shared across OCR and DLCA. It's important that information is brought to this committee as well, so that we can make sure that we're, again, appropriating the correct position at the correct salary.
Okay.
So at some point, you circle back with either the post-audit division or this committee so that we could have the exact consolidation of those positions.
The numbers. Okay,
it's critical.
thank you.
Otherwise, you're going to be left out in the cold.
Okay.
Because, again, when the appropriation is done, it's done. All right. At this time, we recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your
Senator,
6
we had
minutes.
a question. We had an answer for the rum export.
Assistant Commissioner.
Pull the mic up a little bit. Pull your mic up. Go ahead. You may respond.
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The fiscal year 2024 rum rum export value was $12,408,699, and the numbers that we reported for 2025 thus far is $14,321,531.
Also, in your reporting of those numbers, are you saying that Croix was making less than Diageo?
In terms of export values, yes.
What's those numbers again, please?
Okay, I could repeat that. So we had in 2024, 4,616,832 gallons, proof gallons for Croix and rum, and Diageo 7,791,867 for Diageo. In 2025, we're reporting thus far as of June 6,780,891 for Croix and for Diageo 7,546,040.
Very well noted. At this time, Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Commissioner, in your testimony, you've been doing some work. And your department, your agency have been taking a lot of blows. The reason why you're taking these blows is, just like my colleague just said a while ago, the information ain't coming out to the public. When you talk about your shopping comparison and the fuel comparison too, people want to know about this because then it'll make the customers know which store they need to shop. Without that information, people are just guessing and speculating. I myself might not go to a store just for one item, but if I'm traveling from east to west, as I normally do, and I know this particular store have a particular item that I need at a lower cost, I'm going to stop there on my way back home, vice versa coming up. So how do you get this information out to the public? Because people are talking about prices every day. The prices are crazy in the store, but there are some competitive prices out there, but the information that you have is not getting out to the public. How do you get this information out there?
Morning. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for that question. So we publish on our website and via our social media platforms.
I don't have social media. I don't have that type of information. How do I get it?
We will step it up and start publishing in the media, the print media now. But we've been using a lot of social media and on our websites. We also circulate press releases.
And I appreciate what you're saying, but there's a large sector of this community, especially the elderly, who are pretty much the largest of our population right now.
Absolutely.
We are aging community, and they might not be into Facebook, they might not be into WhatsApp, chit chat, whatever you're using. So why are the radio stations, the daily news, whatever public, other formats?
No, we do utilize the radio station through the press releases. I think we had dropped with the print media for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm gonna look into that and make sure that these surveys are getting to printed media.
And then with your fines, you're pretty much doing a good job, but your collection is very low.
Right.
How do you increase this? Because if I'm violating you and you're not collecting your money, what's gonna happen?
No, those are escalated to legal. Legal will be coming in heavy with those, and hopefully by next year, for next year's budget testimony, you would see the difference.
Because these are funds that need to be collected.
Definitely.
And we continue saying that we don't have money, but the money on the street.
Right.
And we need to get those fundings collected and make sure that these agencies or businesses are dealt with in a harsher manner. And as you say, it might need to step up to our next level. That needs to happen.
No, yeah, we're upping those efforts.
With your interagency relationship, because the last time the fire director was here, we spoke about a lot of businesses are not being inspected. How is that information with new business that are being opened, passed on to the fire agency, especially who should be doing an inspection, again, generating and bringing in more money to this territory?
I'll defer to Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, that's a very keen observation and question. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs works very closely with the other ancillary agencies, sort of sister agencies, the Fire Department, Department of Health, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the like. But you must remember that under 303, we are no longer required to hold the business license, at least on initial issuance, for those types of certifications, those occupancy type certifications. However, each agency stated they have direct access to the DLCA system. I think we're scheduled to do some additional updates and training with the Virgin Islands Fire Department. But all these agencies that I just mentioned, they all have insight into the DLCA business license system, where they actually see new, renewal, and all the other applications that go forward.
I appreciate you saying that, because last time when the fire service were here, they were not pretty much saying what you're saying to us here today. So a lot of times, wherever the information is falling off the table, it's important that we get that information out so that these resources can be collected. It makes a whole difference in how we're going to spend and what we're going to do.
Senator, if I may, the collaboration with the various agencies is very strong. The fire director has been requesting some updates for his team, and so we are working together to make sure that that is in place. However, historically, we have always left an open door for all of them.
And then, Commissioner, you say you are a member of the Board of Trades and Craft. Is it are you a voting member?
I'm an ex officio.
Ex officio.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And to the director, Ms. Mohed, we have been putting some money out into this particular
1 minute.
Agency here. And I think everybody wants to know. I don't want by the time this ship leave the shipyard, this particular source of income that we think we're going to come in isn't there. How soon can we see license for grower? Because we're talking about dispensary. How would the dispensary be getting product to sell? Help me out with that, because we keep talking about the dispensary. We're giving out license for the dispensary. What's the status on the grower? Because then dispensary can't import cannabis. So what is the status about the growers, and how many folks applied for that, and when is that going to be approved?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. it's a great point. Of course, the first thing, in my opinion, that we have to establish is the grow before we can open retail stores. So the cultivation licenses and micro-cultivation permits, the deadline was June 27th. We received 26
Time.
applications. By law, we have 90 days to evaluate those applications because, as you recall, there's an extensive process there involved in the evaluation of these applications. And so, as I mentioned in the testimony, we're on track to meet that time frame. So we should be looking at probably the end of August, beginning of September, when we're able to start to announce the awards for the cultivation. And then they have a specific period of time that they are able to start growing. So they will be growing before dispensary licenses. Yes.
It needs.
But the plants have to grow. There's the whole
Because
process.
I keep hearing us speaking about the dispense license and yeah, man, a dispensary license and he got nothing coming in, ain't going away.
I agree.
How many licenses is there? A limited amount of license for the growers?
Yes, there is. By law, Act 8680 says that St. Thomas and St. Croix have a maximum number of 15 cultivation licenses, and St. John has 5.
All right.
Maximum.
So, well, I'm eagerly awaiting to hear these licenses being given out by end of August at least, because without that, we're not getting any place, and we're not going to see the benefits on our investments. That's the best way I could say that.
Sure. May I just add?
Sure.
Again, another thing that our enforcement team is working on, there's extensive background checks and security checks and all of those things that are written into the process. So we have lots of work, but we are working on it. So we intend to meet the time frame.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the lenience.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 6 minutes. You'll be followed by Senator Violet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my office, and central staff. Good morning, Commissioner. How you doing?
Fine. Good morning.
Also, good morning, Executive Director Moorhead. How you doing? It was a pleasure seeing you guys in this capacity so we could discuss some numbers. I know we've been having some reconciliation issues between our post-audit numbers and what you're testifying today, but I think we're getting a better handle of where you're coming from with your numbers. Let's start off something simple. I issued a press release back in May about the gas prices, and you were kind enough to also issue a press release about your processes in moving forward on that issue. I see there's another update with what's going on, and I see it in your testimony. Thank you. How soon are we before we get some more definitive information so we could speak to the public about why our gas prices seem to be stagnant?
Good morning again. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for that question. So in my my subpoena, we asked for the information to be submitted by July 31st. However, because our ask is in some view kind of massive, like going back to 2022, 2020, a lot of the gas retailers have requested an extension, which I've granted another month. So that takes us out to at least August. Now, once we collect that information and we start our preliminary review, I'm hoping by then I can receive an executed contract so we can share this information with the contractor to do the assessment. I don't have any team member currently that's able to do that assessment. Is huge. So I feel we don't have economists and staff. So I need competent people to give me a right findings so I can make a determination on going forward.
So other than some basic elements like the rack rate, the fuel tax, the transportation costs, and some kind of profit number, what else would you need?
we've requested their retail sales records. We've also retested their wholesale purchase records, transportation and delivery costs, operating costs and overhead, the pricing methodologies, tax records, and whatever other compliance or regulatory filings they've done.
Okay. Yeah. Looking forward to seeing the result of that.
Okay.
And how did you choose this company, by the way? I'm just curious.
It's my understanding in the past we've utilized them, but I'll defer to legal.
General Counsel, Analysis Group was the group that did the previous study with the Department of Justice.
Right.
So this is just a follow-up to the study that they did back in 2017.
When was that?
2017.
2017?
2016, 2017, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, thanks. All right, Commissioner, let's brag about these business license. 14,139, all three islands. We're trending consistently, right? So I'm still getting calls at my office asking, why is it taking so long, though? I know we've got a 10-day statutory turnaround. What's the average now?
Assistant Commissioner Graham.
All right, so the average in fiscal year 2025 has been approximately 12 days.
12 days.
Yeah, so we experienced a sort of a shift. We were closer to the 10 mark. Previously, I think we were at 11 point something. On the new, we're talking about the new applications. The renewal applications, significantly faster. We're doing about 5.5 days on those turnarounds. A lot of it has to do with just the time it takes to get all the information. Sometimes someone submits an application, they don't have all of the required documents through Lieutenant Governor's office. There may be zoning considerations that they may have to reconsider and so on. So we're working through that information process where we make sure that they have all of that information up front. And we're expecting to see a turnaround and closer to the 10-day trend.
10, what about 8? Yeah.
We
quicker,
anticipate
the better.
that it will get significantly better going forward. Yes.
Yeah. The only reason I said that is the quicker we get businesses open, the better it is for us as an economy. We don't have to tax anyone. We don't have to jack them up with fees because businesses would be opening, generating revenues for us. So I strongly push that we continue to find ways to speed up the licensing process so people could spend their money and really help our economy grow. That's the key reason. Ms. Moorhead, good to see you again, and I see we've made some progress hiring some enforcement officers. You've got 4. They're training. Okay, now your revenue was a little understated for me, $103,000 so far. We're spending about $1.5 million a year on average with your agency. Can you tell me how soon we could start seeing that revenue line increasing so that people could feel comfortable? Because, you know, this is a lot of money we're spending. I understand the regulatory hurdles. I also seen in the news that the cannabis industry is going through a real tough time nationally. So what can we expect from your agency in the next 12 months, revenue-wise?
Good afternoon, Senator Frederick. Good to see you again. The bulk of the revenue related to cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands certainly will be the taxes generated. We've been basing our fees for the office based on national standards, based on a lot of things, but we didn't have, because the industry didn't exist, the office didn't exist, we didn't have data. And so this year we will have data, right? We will now know sort of what our application pools look like, what our interest looks like, to be able to do better revenue projections based on our fees. But certainly the bulk of the revenue generated out of OCR and cannabis-related business would be taxes. So we're working really hard to get those businesses up so that we can start to generate that revenue to see what we can and do. And the licenses are dispensaries in particular and cultivation, which are the two license types that have taxes associated with their production, are limited in number by law. So
Okay,
it just depends on application.
I'm gonna have to cut you off because I'm past my time. Thank you very much for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thanks for the time. Hope we have more time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Commissioner, in respect, how many new businesses have been licensed for FY 2025?
Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Well, the total businesses in fiscal year 2025 is about 8,000.
No, those are renewals. My question is,
that's-
how many new businesses have been registered for FY 2025?
I'm going to separate that number for you in just a second.
Okay. Commissioner, are you aware of Act 8205, which speaks to alternate payment plan, where individual businesses are required to have an alternate payment plan payment method besides just cash?
Absolutely.
Have there been any citation issued for those businesses that may be in violation of that?
Yes, Senator.
How many?
I'll defer.
How many of your funds have been such associated?
I'll defer to Director of Enforcement. The funds? How many of the funds?
Yes.
In terms
know that
of
you-
dollars?
Yes.
So if you don't have it, we'll get it to you. But, Director?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. This fiscal year thus far, from October to present, we have only issued one citation for businesses that are found in violation of the Act 8205.
Okay. And are you doing often, again, advisory to the public in regards to the requirement for them to have alternate payment methods?
Absolutely, Senator. Right now, as it stands, the only reason why that number isn't significantly higher is because after realizing we were having some issues with debit card surcharges and other things along that line that aren't explicitly stated within the confines of the law, we started doing a more educational piece to be able to make sure that these businesses understand what's required of them before we make that push again.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Senator, if I may.
Remember, 1 second, Senator Viola. Go ahead.
Sure. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. For year to date, to June, 2025, we've issued 1,219 new businesses, 6,933 renewals.
Excellent. And how many closures? Are you tracking closures?
The closures are a little bit sticky right now, and what happened is we can say delinquencies, but it doesn't mean closure.
Yeah.
Many businesses, even when they close, we don't get that knowledge until, let's say, after they come to renewal, because they may not have notified. But on average, we would see closures. Actually, let me not risk that. I'm going to get that actual number and present it for you.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's go back to the rum cover over numbers, because I'm looking at the data you gave for FY 2024, and the total volume was very low at the 12,408,699. The monies that are given to the Virgin Islands government for the rum cover over is given in advance and then is thrown up after?
Senator, our responsibility that we fulfill is...
I know your responsibility, but trying to get the money portion. Did we already get the advance for the FY 24, and then do they true those monies up after? I think there's a true-up process for the rum cover over.
So that we're unsure of.
Okay, the reason why I asked our colleagues is that at the 1050, that's 130 million, and we receive more than that. So we're going to have a substantial true-up for the next fiscal year, which can decrease the overall amount of monies that we're going to receive. In light of the production, and right now for FY 25, you have already surpassed what was collected in FY 24, correct? You have already surpassed it.
Revenues?
Yes. In proof gallon produced.
Proof gallons.
Yeah.
Yes.
But by 2 million. And
right.
And you're anticipating the same average collection of 900 million from each of them for the remaining 3 months?
That average is expected.
Okay, so then we might be in a vicinity of 20 million proof gallon, which is 8 million more than the 12 that they produced for FY25. What happened in FY25? Anybody having discussion with the rum companies when you see the numbers are so low? Because it hasn't been that low in a long time. FY24 is just a disaster. What really happened? Did anybody ask any questions? But that's not your role.
No, at this time, what we do is we track what's being.
You're tracking volume.
Yeah.
Okay, and the numbers that you have here is the volume leaving the Virgin Islands.
That's correct.
And the volume when it arrives in Palm Beach is different because of evaporation.
We understand that to be the case, and so at the end of the month, usually what we do is we try to get the actual arrival. So in this,
this is the actual arrival.
This should include the arrivals, because the monthly reporting that we receive from them captures that adjustment.
Okay, so you're just responsible to capture the volume.
Yeah.
What is the Public Finance Authority responsibility? Their office that deals with, what is their responsibility?
Okay, so they are the ones that deal with the actual tabulation calculations and in terms of the actual value of the cover over.
Okay, and why I'm spending a lot of time on that, this is a substantial revenue base, especially for the government employee retirement system. And I don't know if you're doing your job in terms of volume, but a discussion after that in terms of what is going on, the market and everything else that is happening that should take place through the Public Finance Authority, I don't think that it is actually taking place. You know, the compliance issue. The 12 million is low. So we're going to have a tremendous true-up because I think we got 180-something million. So I'm looking at like a $53 million true-up right there. And we got to dig down on that. I'm seeing a decrease in renewals for profession and trade. You noticed that, or what's going on there? You had a tremendous page 6 of your testimony last year for FY24. You had 1,868 licenses. And you had 405 new licenses, and then the renewal should have really been 1,043. I think that's a typo. But this year, it decreased to 1,238. A lot of individuals just didn't apply for renewal?
No, well, what could happen, Senator, with this is depending on when we take the numbers,
data?
Because December.
No, let me answer my own question. Disregard the question. No, because your FY25 numbers aren't complete. So just tell me that. I just had it up the thing one time. It's not complete. So that's I withdraw that whole question. Your one division I'm seeing, I'm looking for it, Consumer Affairs. They have really stepped up in terms of issuing citations. Let me see.
Page 7 and 8.
Yeah. So whoever's in charge of Consumer Affairs, continue doing what you're doing. I could see a drastic increase. If you look at the chart, the pie chart for 24 and 25, you know, from 40 weights and measures from 43 to 65,000. Consumer protection from 8,005 to 86,000. That's a dramatic increase. And even if you're able to negotiate or whatever in terms of the fees, once they're fined, they know not to do it again. So that's protecting the people of the Virgin Islands. So commendation to whoever is in that particular.
That goes to the team, Consumer Affairs team.
Okay, whoever is the team, tell them good job. Continue, don't begin to rest. We need to see government working. Now, Mr. Francis.
Yes, Senator.
And I mean, it's a two-part question. How are you licensing individuals who are partaking in sports gaming? Sports gaming isn't legislated in the Virgin Islands. It's not law. But there are entities and symptoms that are directly involved in sport gaming. No taxation, no anything. How are they getting a license, and what regulations surround them in terms of enforcement as to how they could actually be partaking in something that is not law? Are you aware that sports gaming is taking place?
I would like Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. For the initial part of that question, not equipped to answer that, and I think the Assistant Commissioner would be the better person to answer that.
Okay, Assistant Commissioner, are you aware that sports gaming is taking place in the Virgin Islands?
I'm not aware that sports gaming is taking place in terms of betting on other
Betting
sports,
on football, basketball,
and so on.
Oh.
What's happening is there is the option for individuals cleared through the Racing Commission to do horse race or simulcasting.
No. I'm not talking about simulcasting.
So,
I'm talking, I'm being direct. Okay,
yes.
so let me don't beat around the bush. Sport gaming is taking place in the Virgin Islands. There's no legislation to regulate it. You're supposed to receive taxation on every bet that is placed, and it's taking place. And they come in for a license, whether it's an entertainment license, and then they put it in machine, and it's only taking place on the island of St. Thomas. So we need to crack down on that, whichever enforcement officers, because it's not supposed to take place. Now, when I was a finance chair in the 34th legislature, we received from OMB, cannabis is going to generate $20 million in revenue this year. We line item it out because we know it was a pipe dream. The next year, $10 million in revenues. We are so far in, and we still spending money from the general fund for cannabis, and the cannabis office not being able to be self-sustaining because it has taken forever to move to the point where we are going to make money. So now we're spending $1.6 million, and everybody's smoking weed all over the place. Everybody thinks it's illegal. Weed smoking in every activity you could think about now. So what the legislation did, and the lack of getting the rules and regs and the dispensary, it's a free-for-all. How are your enforcement officers going to deal with that free-for-all that exists right now? Because according to the legislation, public consumption of cannabis is not allowed, but public consumption has drastically increased. How are you going to deal with the reality of the legislation and everything else?
Good afternoon again, Senator Viale. That's a great question, and it's something that we talk about all the time. And when I talk about the training that our enforcement unit has done and the interagency collaboration, a lot of this involves other agencies. It's not all OCR.
No, I'm saying it's all OCR, but we have a tremendous problem.
We do. I fully recognize that. I do not disagree with you at all, but we are working on it. Part of that is public education. People assumed that you passed a law and that meant that they could do sort of anything. You could walk down the street consuming, etc.
So do you have a public service campaign?
Yes, and we're working with VIPD, we're working with VI Department of Education, we're working with Department of Health. Department of Health oversees the Virgin Islands Smoke-Free Act, which is a big part of that. We're working with Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to have collaborative messaging. The public education and outreach is really important. And we are also working with the enforcement on enforcing what is current.
Okay, so just hold up 1 minute. And I just want to.
Sure.
I looked at the payment for the wage for the enforcement officers under the Office of Cannabis. The salary, the starting salary for those individuals are more than the police department, more than every other entity. Entities that got to deal with rape and murders and domestic violence, the weed police making $15,000, $20,000 more than them. But then we're asking for buy-in from those that have more responsibility overall for the entire community. So it's a bit, I could see every single police officer that just started wanting to work for you. And the young man that switch over, he's a smart guy. Switch over. Now, complaints that did the noise ordinance that the chair asked about. The answer was same persons complaining, same businesses violating. What I mean? That means that they're not listening to anything that you guys are telling them. They turn it down, the next week they turn the music back up. And these are in residential neighborhoods that are consistently destroying the quality of life for individuals in those neighborhoods. If it's the same person complaining, same businesses, something got to give. Mr. Francis.
Yes, Senator. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. I do agree with you wholeheartedly. I myself have fielded a number of those complaints, and so I really taken a passion to it. Right now, what we've done with these official notices from the department is basically put something in place so that as we move forward with our next steps, which we've already set out, then we can be able to make definitive actions or take definitive actions against those businesses. Absent of, and this was put in place even before we had an understanding as to when we would even have these noise meters. Initially, we were relying on the noise meters, and then because we didn't have them and it was taking so long, we took a different path of action that we're on now.
Hold up. They go chair past a noise ordinance years ago, and we have heard the noise meters years ago. So it took us 4 years or so to get a noise meter to control. Something wrong with that. Last question. Do you need a special license to sell hemp?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes,
hemp,
you do.
Hemp products.
Yes, you do, Senator.
So all these businesses on the island selling hemp across the counter have hemp license? Enforcement officers for cannabis, all of these they have hemp license?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. As it pertains to you asked a question for, and you were looking towards OCR. That's actually a DLCA thing.
Okay, DLCA,
because
good.
we issued a hemp retailer's license. And someone asked a question earlier about how many we have. We have 88 across the territory. Of that 88, anyone that we do find that doesn't have those particular license and they are operating or selling hemp, then they are cited, fined, and then they're brought in for a hearing.
Okay, so literally anybody could get a hemp license. You just apply and...
Well, currently, excuse me, Senator, thank you for that question. Currently, the Hemp Commission is very active. So all new applications and any renewals now have to go through hemp before the Hemp Commission get their approval, and then we issue the license.
Okay, and I'll end with, is anybody checking to see if it's really hemp or weed as to what's being sold?
Well, currently, too, they're not supposed to sell hemp for consumption.
So, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, once again, just having the flower alone is a violation of our terms and conditions for the hemp retailer's license. So just by them squarely having that, they are issued citations. Right now, we are not checking to see if it's hemp or weed. If they have any flowering, it's a violation.
Okay, that question, that answers itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. Before we go on to the next senator, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph. He's been here a while. I neglected to recognize him, so morning, Senator. Welcome here. Real quickly, before we go to Senator Fonseca, are you observing, Commissioner, your staff, your team, are you recognizing a ramping up of the rum production? When I look at the months for the first 2 quarters, I see that in fact, of the fiscal year, the numbers seem to have been low. As you would imagine, I thought that maybe December and January would have seen higher numbers because that's just really the Christmas time, and I figure people are drinking more then. But as we go into May, June, March, April, May, June, you start to see an increase in the number of production and export. Do you recognize some type of a ramping up, during the latter part of the year?
Well, I think because what we reported out is just export. So I can't say whatever they retail in the territory.
No, I'm not talking about the retail. I'm talking about export. When you look at the numbers that you have provided here, if you look at October, November, even December, January, those seems to be on the low end. But when you go into March, April, May, June, you start to see an upswing over 1 million gallons are being exported. Do you anticipate, or based on your trending historical numbers, do you see a ramping up more in July, August, September, October time period?
I'll defer to Assistant Commissioner Graham. He has the graphs for both.
Yeah, so Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Typically, we are seeing it's trending upward from about April.
Yes.
So about April, May, June, we see a slight movement in the positive direction, sort of the growth. So it is possible that that could be the case, and we will continue to look at those numbers between the years to to
do a
determine what
comparison
those
to see
trends
if,
look like.
July, if you start to see July, August, September, if there seems to be a ramping up of production in terms of the gallons. Just to,
But keep in mind that, Senator, it's not for local consumption. So the export idea is just that
it's all export. I'm only talking about export based on the numbers that you've produced here is export. But the numbers, if you look at the low end in this October, November, December, January, then obviously from February on, you start to see an upswing in 900 plus gallons. You see 1 million. 1.1 in March. You go back in May, you see 1.1. In June, you see another 1 million. So I'm just trying to figure out whether or not, July, August, September, you're seeing a continued upward trend there. So
yes.
If you could just take a look at the numbers and tell us. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. And special welcome to Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Commissioner Hodge, and all the other staff. Okay, some quick questions. Okay, so the vendor payments balance, the chairman had asked you about that earlier, and I want to follow up. Being that, you get the general fund appropriations, I noticed that it's up. Your department is one of the few departments that has an increase. The $218,000 balance, that was the number that you gave us? Yes or no question?
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator. Yes.
Okay, so how long before you can pay that off? It's processing, procurement, purchase orders. What's going on?
Acting Director of the Business Office.
Casaira Nuncio, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management. At this time, we have $98,000 in the ERP waiting to be processed, and the rest, $120,000 right now, has to do with contracts that need to be renewed or stop vendors.
Okay, good. I want to go to the cultivations, applications, permits. You collected, $103,725. I took a drive the other day down west, St. Thomas, right? And I was with my chief of staff, and I saw a spot where they had some tall walls. I mean, real tall walls. So I questioned, well, what is going on in there? They said this is one of the areas that they plan to grow the hemp and all of that stuff. So I'm very concerned that you have to put up such a tall wall to be able to grow that stuff. So I hope that once the cultivation starts, that there's not a lot of people basically breaking in and robbing the product. Is that a concern, Ms. Ms. Moorhead, Joanne Moorhead, is that a concern?
Good afternoon, Senator Fonseca. Security is always a concern, but the applications for all of the licenses require each licensee to have specialized security plans for their business. And so cultivation certainly is included in there as well. And for the record, I don't believe there are any hemp cultivators in the territory, and there are no licensed cannabis cultivators as yet in the territory, and we're working on that. So I'm not sure if the place that you saw is in fact hemp or cannabis, but security is included. Security plans are included and vetted for every cannabis licensee and application.
Okay, good. It also includes a fire contingency plan, because that product can burn down quickly. Does your security include a fire plan?
Senator Fonseca, thank you again. It does not specify, the security plan does not specify a fire contingency plan. However, there is another piece of the application process that includes an emergency plan for natural or man-made disasters, which I would hope that applicants and licensees include fire prevention.
Okay, thank you. Good. Question on page 9, Commissioner Hodge. So the carnival vendor fines, give me an update on the vendor fines for the carnival. How is that going? Is it an uptick, a downtick, or how is the carnival vendor fines been? Because, you know, there's a lot of vendors for carnival. Are they all duly licensed and properly selling the right products?
I will defer that question to Director of Enforcement.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. As it pertains to violations and or anything else of that sort during the carnival time, we are in discussions with a couple other government agencies right now, as we found that we were having an issue with umbrella or a uniform permit being granted and what that was allowing these vendors to do. So in recognizing that we have that issue, we're seeking right now to be able to fix that so that going forward, we can be able to properly identify and address these issues.
Okay, good. I got 2 more questions. So I checked it out. I noticed that the Virgin Islands was actually the first U.S. jurisdiction to approve the sacramental use, and you gave us the details, Director Moorhead, the breakdown on that. I want to ask you now, do we have a date for the adult use sales for the cannabis to begin? The date, projected date for adult use sales?
Thank you again, Senator Fonseca. I don't have a date. Right now, we are hoping that by the end of this calendar year, we should be at a point where we are able to award dispensary licenses, which would be the only avenue for adult use consumers to purchase cannabis legally. And so hopefully by the end of this calendar year, we'll have dispensary licenses awarded, and then it will be up to the licensees how long before they actually open their doors. Some might be almost ready, just waiting licenses, and some might need a little bit of startup time.
You see, that's something that, Mr. Chair, let me just wrap up. That's something that I don't like. I asked you for a date. You took all my time. You're hearing the timekeeper, and you still ain't give me a date. You know, the proper thing would have been to just say, Fonseca, we don't have a date. We'll get back to you. Give me a whole dissertation. You don't have a date. And we don't have a date. That's a simple answer. I just wanted to wrap up, Mr. Chair. With the rum, you mentioned it was 12.4 million this time last year, and it's now 14.3 million this time. So it's a very uptick, and that's good. In your monitoring, do you use the numbers from the rum manufacturers, or do you actually do any physical inspections? How do you get these numbers? And you could answer on the chair's time, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome. You may respond on that.
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The numbers are based on the reporting from the manufacturers. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs have implemented an alcohol unit, and so we have ramped that up. So we have a alcohol coordinator, we have 2 inspectors, and we look forward. We're in the sort of a forward trajectory to include other forms of inspection. As it stands right now, historically, we have always just collected that information, but we're moving towards the verification process at this time.
And the verification process requires what?
It would require, similar to what we do with other entities when we inspect, when we approve imports, we go to the locations and we verify that what they're actually sending out is exactly that.
Very well, thank you. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Carla J. Joseph, how is morale at DLCA?
I think the staff morale has improved. I must admit, you know, we can continue by doing additional HR initiatives, collaboration, and training with the staff so it can stay progressing. There is some room for improvement. I wouldn't say not, but on a scale from 1 to 10, I would give it an 8.
Very well, and obviously you're working towards those areas where it needs to be improved. Is that correct?
I am.
And what is some of the trending of nuances or barriers that's been brought to your attention in respect to getting the morale up a little bit higher?
So I would say collaboration and more training. The one that we actually did a survey last year, around December, and some of the members, some of the staff themselves has say the team collaboration we've done with the training 360, that was good, and they would like to see more of that. I just think that because I were able to bring the two offices together, they enjoyed that. So I think with a little bit more of that, it would help.
So money or funding is not the barrier that's weighing heavily in being able to, again, increase your morale. Obviously, you were talking about, I guess, you know, being able to meet some of the needs of your employees outside of funding.
In some instances, I think so, but that's why I'm working on with the reorganization and hoping once those under 30 salaries is increased, I hope it helps.
Okay, very well. And I haven't received any complaints. I mean, that's not driving my question. It's really just to understand, because I believe that when you have employees that's happy, you know, about coming to work, then they produce more for you. So that's the reason why I'm asking that. Yes.
Assistant Commissioner Graham, I think that the commissioner is being, to some degree, modest in some of the response. One of the things that, some of the things that we've been doing consistently and that has been working is our business office, HR, has been pushing what we call Fun Fridays. There's been significant interest in activities where the employees work together, where we celebrate our heritage. We do a number of things that are more personal and not necessarily involve a whole lot of resources, but a lot of spirit. And so we see them engaging more in those types of things. And what the areas where we can seek to correct and to modify, we will certainly be doing so.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Excuse me.
This time the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You wanted to weigh in at that as well?
Yes, Senator. Not specifically on that. I just wanted to provide some information to answer that I gave, just to give some context to the answer. Senator Viale, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Senator Viale asked before his time was called about testing being done for hemp and marijuana. The reason that I answered in the way that I did is because DLCA regulates hemp, OCR regulates the marijuana and cannabis. Right now, we don't have any test kits that can differentiate between hemp and marijuana. Those are new to the market, and so we're in the process of getting some. Right now, as it stands, because we regulate hemp, it's a square violation of DLCA's terms and conditions if you are selling any flower. So, I mean, there was never a need to test. However, with OCR standing up alongside us right now, we do recognize that there's a need for us to be able to know if it is in fact hemp or marijuana that these folks are selling. And one of the recent test kits that hit the market has the ability to be able to differentiate between marijuana and actual just hemp-based products, those having under the 0.3% threshold. Before, if you tested any hemp or any marijuana and it had any kind of concentration in it, then it would test positive, but we wouldn't be able to know where those levels stood.
Very well. We seem to be going backwards, right? Because years ago, officers were provided with a Dukanized field testing kit that would have been able to determine whether or not something was marijuana, and that was readily available. It was a small packet that you were able to walk with and be able to do the examination.
If I may,
Senator,
yeah.
sorry, may I jump in?
Sure.
Just for 1 second. Senator Francis, those kits are still used in the field, right? The Duquesne testing kits, and they are the small ones with the liquid. You break the seal, you use an ampule, and you conduct a field test. Those tests are testing for the presence of THC only, which means that any hemp product and any marijuana or cannabis product is going to test positive for THC. It is impossible using those test kits to determine whether or not the plant is hemp or whether it is cannabis. The OCR just recently received our first shipment of test kits that can do field test kits presumptive positive for low 0.3% THC or less, or over the threshold. So now we have tools. Part of the training that my enforcement team is doing, we are training on the use of those kits, and then everything that we do at OCR requires policy because it's a new agency. There were no existing policies. So we're putting policies in place to be able to help VIPD, to DLCA, DOH, when VIPA is another agency that we're working with for the use on the presumptive field test kits.
4 years later. Senator Joseph, Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. The question I was going to ask, but I still will ask, is I was going to ask Mr. Francis how long it's going to take to get these test kits. But now, since ODR is saying that they already have the test kits, now I'm hoping that this training that she has is gonna be with you guys, including you guys as well.
Yes, Senator, that has been part of the discussion. We expect to be included in that.
So we're talking about in what kind of time span we're gonna be hitting the street with these test kits? That's the question.
Hi, Senator Joseph. We're just waiting on the company that we purchased the test kits from. They have a training webinar for the field officers. Once our officers are trained, we have a policy in place so that we're not stepping outside of protocol and policy. Then we will be conducting training exercises and demonstrations with all of the other law enforcement agencies that I mentioned earlier. So within a couple weeks.
Thanks for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. Also, a pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I really want to thank all of you for the hard work that you do, especially in the area of collecting data, as well as processing all those licenses, fees, and also enforcement. I know we need to do a little bit more with enforcement, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that. And also to say a pleasant good day to Director Moorhead from OCR, the Office of Cannabis Regulation, and really thank you for your very comprehensive report, the both of you. I want to start my questioning relative to the previous speaker, the gentleman from Savan Bovoni, relative to the actuals that we're looking at rum production. I'm very happy to see that you have an amount of increase in the rum production for this fiscal year. I want to ask, I know Director Graham, you indicated that you now have some staff who is going to be able to go out and doing the monitoring. Do you have a projected time frame, you're going to say, to do that, to be launching that and unleashing your monitoring team?
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We are standing up, we are doing training with them right now, our alcohol unit. They do the reconciliation, they do the collection of the data, receiving it from the entities, but we're working with them through our legal department. We just completed a series of training. So we anticipate within the next fiscal year, between now and the beginning of the new fiscal year, that we would see some greater engagement in other areas of alcohol enforcement that heretofore was not done.
Okay, so you'll be out there verifying the numbers that you're supplied with from our rum companies. Very good. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, regarding your new business and administrator director. Do you have, was she in a previous position, Ms. Randon Sealis? I'm hoping I'm pronouncing her name
You are.
correct.
You are. Good afternoon, Senator. How are you?
I am thankful. And you?
I'm well, thank you. Yes, Ms. Randon Seal is acting director for the admin business. The former director recently left, I believe in May or the end of May. So she resumed that. She resumed that role. I'm sorry?
She resigned, or the previous director, she resigned or she retired?
No, he resigned.
He resigned, okay.
He resigned, but Ms. Rondon Steele has been the assistant director on St. Croix.
Okay, good. And do you have a position open now for the director of boards and commission?
That has recently been filled.
Okay, so that's filled position. I want to go back to some of your comments. I think it was on here we go. It was on page 11, because I want to go to looking at some of your vacant and your filled positions. You indicated in this nice, beautiful table that you have prepared, and I really appreciate that. You always come with your tables, that you have 6 vacant positions. In your narrative, you're saying that all from fiscal year 53 positions are filled or in the process of being filled. Of that 6 that you have vacant, how many are in the process of being filled? Kindly hold my time.
I'm looking at it. 3 is in the process of being filled.
Okay, 3. And what are those positions that are in the process of being filled, and what is their salary range, including the fringe? Just give me the salary ranges, including the fringe.
I don't have that information now. I can get that to you.
Okay, great. So we could know, because those positions are going to go over into fiscal year 2026. So we'll need that. And the remaining 3, are you carrying those over to fiscal year 2026?
We are, and they're already accounted for.
Okay, and which positions here, because you have a next little nice table below that, which are those 3 that you are going to carry over to fiscal year 2026 from 2025 that were not filled? You have a paralegal researcher, legal administrator, special investigator, BNC, enforcement officer, assistant, administrative assistant, receptionist. Which are those of the 3, or even?
All of them.
Yes. Okay, but which of the remaining 3 that you know you're not going to be able to fill before the end of the fiscal year?
Oh, so that would be the paralegal researcher,
Okay.
the legal administrator, and the special investigator.
1 minute.
Okay. And I noted with the 6, and I'm going to the post audit report. I noted with the 6 vacant that you had 1 enforcement officer. You don't think you're going to be able to fill, or was that one of those that is going to be filled? And the vacant, which are those that are in the process? Which positions are in the process of being filled?
Ms. Seals?
Rondon Seals, acting, administration and business management. The positions that are being filled is the administrative assistant, the receptionist, which we stated earlier we changed to customer service rep, and our enforcement officer position.
Okay, so the enforcement officer position, okay, and that's the salary of $82,000. Okay, thank you so much. It gives us a sense of what vacant positions are carryover from fiscal year 2025. I thank you so much for your work and providing this. Ms. Rondon Seals, just know that I really appreciate you being there, and I know this is a new position for you, and you be encouraged to stay focused, and you will do well at this new position. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. You don't have any second thoughts about the position, all right? After today.
Well, I'm only acting, Senator, so.
All right. The chair will now recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have much budget questions, but I do, through the chair, would like the information from DCLA that I asked for a couple months ago. The number of complaints from Metro Motors, could you forward that through the chair? The amount of complaints you have for...
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good.
I thought that was done, so my apologies. At the time when you asked, we had a director there. The director of consumer affairs is no longer there. So that's another position we're attempting to fill currently, but I think it fell through the cracks, so we'll get that to you.
Thank you. For Ms. Moorhead, morning. Does OCR have a plan on how they're going to establish a lab in each district?
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph. There is a plan. The lab facilities are licensed entities, just like any other business licensed entity in the territory. We have advertised for persons interested in opening lab facilities. We have received some responses. OCR has talked to those folks, provided them with scope of services, provided them with lots of information. We've spoken to a number of entities who determined that they were not interested in operating in the territory after crunching the numbers. So we're working on a provision, hopefully, to find, as is allowed in the law, one lab to operate in the territory with some additional requirements that would allow them to transport and move inter-island so that we can get one lab open in the territory. I have 3 entities right now who have indicated an interest. Only 1 of 3 who actually sent something in writing, sent a proposal. So we are working with them to try to get them operating as quickly as possible. In the meantime, the public health laboratory is also working on becoming operational in that capacity as well.
Okay, the question I have, to be clear, you're saying in the law it allows for one lab. So if you're going to be using one lab, if a test comes back and it fails, where do we go from there?
When we have the private lab operational, and if there's nothing precluding other labs from opening. But again, these are private entities, so we need people to come in and set that shop up. The public health lab is intended to be the state reference lab or the quality assurance lab, so that we have a private entity that is conducting commercial testing, and then once we have questions or conduct random sampling inspections, et cetera, that we can then go to the public health lab and verify the certificates of analysis that are being provided.
Because, I mean, Act 8680 requires that labs be private entities. So I just want to make sure that we're sticking around the law. I mean, we respect your working and what you're working on, but we also in this institution expect that if we take time to write law, that they be respected as well. So, I mean, so I'm just making sure, because the labs are a key factor in the cannabis industry moving forward. So I think some time need to be put into it. I would also like to know, does OCR have a plan on how the cannabis business will be taxed for the individual who will be is a cash business? So do you have a plan in place for how these money will be taxed?
Act 8680 provides for a cannabis sales tax, which is a sales tax to the consumer for every cannabis product purchased, as well as, it wasn't called an excise tax, but it's essentially an excise tax on cultivation, which is 50 cents per gram of cannabis sold to another licensee. So those are the two tax provisions in Act 8680 for cannabis.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Real quickly, Commissioner, who's responsible? I know that you reported on your KPI, your key performance indicators. Who's responsible for tracking and monitoring your KPIs?
Good afternoon, Senator Francis again. The director of the business office ultimately will keep track of everything, but each division heads are also responsible for keeping track of their tasks.
And how satisfied are you in terms of the inroads you're making in accomplishing the goals that have been set out based on your KPIs?
Based on the KPIs, I'm somewhat satisfied. There is room for improvement, and we plan on targeting that for upcoming fiscal year.
Okay. In terms of wrap up at this point, tell me what is your challenge? What is it that keeps you up at night in regards to your role and responsibility as the commissioner of DLCA?
To sum that up, I'll say making everybody happy, you know. Keeping the staff motivated, looking for new ways to attract businesses, increase license fees, and when I say that, I mean by separating it, by doing tiers, and also protecting the consumers. There's a lot more we can be doing than I plan on doing with PSA campaign. I want to come for, well, next fiscal year, my intention is to do a strong PSA campaign, so RFP will be going out in that regard. But just making sure everybody's content.
Very well. And I know that there was a new application that you were deploying regarding contractors. I don't remember the details of it now. I had reached out to you in respect to the implementation date, which was delayed for some, I think, 90 days. Do you recall what that was?
For the contractors?
Yes.
I think our conversation was, and because we now have a new board member, so I want to make sure we had a quorum to do something like that. But the intent behind that was to include another tier with the instead of general contractor, to provide another pathway, which is residential contractors as well.
Very well. I'll give you 30 seconds to issue your closing statement at this time.
Second round. I just want to say thank you, Senator Novell Francis. Thank you to the committee members and the 36th legislature for remaining committed and for having the DLCA here to defend our budget. I want to thank my team, the executive team here with me today, and my dedicated staff that's listening and who comes every day to do the people work. And they come with a heart, they come with spirit. I just want to say thank you to them. We do have new members on board. I want to also say welcome. And thank you to the Brian Roach administration.
Very well, thank you, Commissioner, and also thank you to. Well, let me ask you, what is keeping you up at night, Ms. Moorhead, in terms of your role and responsibility at the Office of Cannabis Regulation? Do you still think there is an opportunity for us to be able to arrive at the revenues that we have earmarked to receive from this, or the train have already left the station in that respect?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Francis. I think that we still have a great potential to realize tremendous benefits for the coffers of the government. What keeps me up at night is I think there is a general lack of information and understanding about what this all entails, and that's across all aspects of this, whether it's even within the government. It's new to a lot of folks within the government. And certainly in our consumer market, our residents. And so that's what keeps me up at night, really, is trying to ensure that people understand what this means, not just consumers, but those who do not consume as well, understanding what the law really means for each of us, and making sure that we put in place proper policies and tools and resources for enforcement.
Very well. Again, thank you to DLCA as well as Office of Cannabis Regulation for coming before us today and defending your budget. And the committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes. And when we come back, we'll be joined by the Office of the Commission Control, the Casino Control Commission. So we look forward to them. And again, we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess, back on record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, VI Casino Control Commission. Invited testifier, Marvin L. Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the Casino Control Commission seated at the testifiers table, and at this time we'll go for a quick introduction. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and CEO. Mr. Pickering.
Good afternoon, Senator. Marvin L. Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Good afternoon. Carolyn Herman Purcell, Commissioner, St. Thomas St. John District.
Luther F. Renee, Commissioner, St. Croix, VICCC.
Good day. Kelvin L. Vidal, Legal Counsel, the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Very well. Mr. Pickering, you could go ahead and proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, all honorable members of the committee, other honorable members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and those listening and viewing via radio, television, and the internet. For the record, my name is Marvin L. Pickering, and I am the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. Accompanying me today is Commissioner Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Vice Chair, Commissioner Luther F. Renee, Secretary Treasurer, and Kelvin L. Vidal, Esquire, Legal Counsel.
Bring your mic down a little bit, please.
We thank you for the opportunity to present and discuss the fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Commission. The Commission is responsible for the licensure and regulation of casinos pursuant to the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Control Act of 1995 as amended and codified at 32 VI Code Section 401 et seq. Internet gaming and gambling pursuant to the Virgin Islands Internet Gaming and Internet Gambling Act as amended and codified at 32 VI Code Section 601 et seq. Casinos at the racetracks, colloquially referred to as racinos, pursuant to the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Industry Assistance Acts of 2011 and 2016, and Casino 4 Establishments Act, permitted within the enterprise zones of Christiansted and Frederiksted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. These statutes and all relevant amendments establish the basis for the governance and operations of the Commission and its staff. The Commission has 4 funding sources. 1, the General Fund for salaries of the Commissioners and staff only. 2, the Casino Control Revolving Fund, pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 514. This account is funded by casino license fees, casino employee license fees, fines, and other fees imposed by law or through regulation by the Commission. 3, the Casino Revenue Fund, pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 517, which is funded by the 12% tax on gross revenues from the 2 casinos and casino hotels currently operating in the casino zone, namely DV Carina Bay Casino and Resort and VIGL CRG, commonly referred to as Caravel Hotel and Casino. The Commission receives 25% of these taxes, with 75% allocated to other government departments or agencies, including 1% to the Commission for programs to treat and prevent gambling addiction, and 4, the Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund, pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 901. The Commission has not received funding from this source since 2016, when Trasco ceased operations at the Randall Doc James Racetrack. As has been widely reported in local news and followed by the general populace, while the Commission issued an initial license on April 18, 2024, to VIGL Operations LLC, VIGL, to operate a casino at the Randall Doc James Racetrack, VIGL did not proceed with the construction and allowed that license to expire on April 19, 2025. As it relates to the general fund for the Commission's personnel, the total sum we are requesting is $1,723,800, including fringe costs, which represents 17 employees, 15 currently filled and 2 vacancies. The vacant positions are for 1 IT support specialist and 1 casino inspector. The table below lists the names, proposed budget salaries, and other related information for the Commission. For 3 consecutive fiscal years, the Commission was funded at the same level of $1,423,800. The Commission has requested, and the Governor has recommended, a budget of $1,723,800. We thank Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. for his support. We also look forward to the support of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and the support of the entire body at the appropriate time. The Casino Control Revolving Fund is a special checking account that serves as a depository of monies collected from all license, registration, and permit fees, fines, penalties, and other fees, all sums appropriated thereto by the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and all donations, gifts, and bequests. In this fiscal year 2025, from October 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025, the Commission collected $112,750, of which 80%, or $90,200, was allocated to the Commission, and 20%, or $22,550, was allocated to the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Division of Gaming Enforcement, DGE, operating account for its operating expenses relative to gaming enforcement. The mandated signatories on this account are the Commissioners and the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. Regarding the Casino Revenue Fund, the Commission is currently allocated 25% of the gross casino revenue taxes levied on casinos at the rate of 12%. In fiscal year 2024, the amount appropriated to the Commission from the Virgin Islands Department of Finance was $554,417 as compared to $564,402 for fiscal year 2023. For the current fiscal year 2025 through May, the amount allocated to the Commission was $381,299 versus $283,021 when compared to the same period last fiscal year, an increase of 35%. The second quarter report below from the Department of Finance for fiscal year 2025 shows the percentages and amounts distributed. The funds were distributed to Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, VI Alliance for Responsible Gaming, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, Casino Control Commission, VI Government Hospital and Health Facilities, and the Police Department. The distribution reports for fiscal years 2019 through 2024 and the 2 quarters of this fiscal year can be found on the Commission's website at casinocontrolcommission.vi. Thus far in this fiscal year, the Commission has not received any federal funds. However, overall, the Commission received approval for a project worksheet in the total amount of $123,326.72, $120,860 at the 98% match rate for damages related to Hurricane Maria. The Commission has expended $78,573 on all projects and has received to date $56,993. We are currently awaiting reimbursement of $21,580, which is 98% of $22,020, the full cost of the project, for a document restoration project that was the last project completed. A financial overview of the Commission by bank accounts for the period October 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 follows in the table below. Administrative actions. The Commission filled the position of legal counsel with the selection of Attorney Vidal in September 2024. In March 2025, the licensing and compliance officer resigned, creating a vacancy in that position. On June 16, 2025, after an extensive search and interview process, the Commission filled that vacancy with the selection of Ms. Ruthlyn Hurtaud. In the fiscal year 2026 budget request, the Commission is requesting 2 additional positions, an IT support specialist and a casino inspector 1. With the Commission's intent to fully implement the provisions of the Internet Gaming and Internet Gambling Act that has been law since 2001, it is incumbent on us to have an IT person who is knowledgeable in cybersecurity, surveillance, anti-money laundering, and other highly skilled fields. Concomitantly, the Commission will require an additional casino inspector to monitor compliance with industry standards and Virgin Islands law and to oversee the procedures producing the revenue reports relied on by the Commission. If approved, these positions will bring the Commission staff to 17 positions. On January 31st, 2025, the Commission issued its 5th annual report to the Governor and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The report was issued in accordance with the provisions of 32 VI Code Section 424 and can also be found on the Commission's website. In addition, on the same date, in accordance with the mandates of 32 VI Code Section 514E, the Commission submitted the 3rd annual report for the Casino Revolving Fund to the Legislature and the Commissioner of Finance. As was stated in the Commission's budget testimony last year, with the submission of quarterly and annual reports to the Commissioner of Finance and the Legislature, it removes a Yellow Book audit finding that was cited in past comprehensive Government of the Virgin Islands financial audits as a significant deficiency in internal controls as it related to the Department of Finance. The Commissioners and staff are very pleased with this continuing accomplishment. One other accomplishment that I am personally proud of, and my colleagues and staff are as well, is the completion of the Commission's 2nd financial audit. The Commission received another unmodified or quote-unquote clean audit report of its financial statements for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, in the audit report prepared by Burt Smith and Company. For the 2nd consecutive audit report, there was one finding, the same as the previous report, which was that the Commission does not have a formalized policy for the review and approval of financial transactions. That has since been corrected and hopefully should not appear on the fiscal year 2023 audit report, which should commence shortly. As always, I wish to thank all the members of our staff for their continuing efforts to adhere to the highest standards of accountability and transparency. As was mentioned previously, the Casino Revolving Fund is a special checking account wherein all license, registration, and permit fees, fines, penalties, and other fees are deposited. The funds are split 80% to the Commission and 20% to the DGE for the operating expenses of both entities. The signatories to this account are the Commissioners and the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. The Commission provides monthly financial reports to the Attorney General and the Director of Gaming Enforcement detailing the revenues and expenditures related to the revolving fund. All Commission employees, including the Commissioners, received ethics training last fiscal year. The training was conducted on September 3rd, 2024. It is imperative that the Commission's Code of Ethics is adhered to by all Commissioners and employees without exception. Further, our IT support specialist, Mr. Odingo Davila, presented in-house cybersecurity training for the Commissioners and staff. Additionally, our casino inspectors received refresher and report writing training conducted by Attorney Vidal. The Commission continues to review and monitor the licensure process for employees of the casinos and casino hotels and for gaming-related and non-gaming-related entities doing business with the casinos. The Division of Gaming Enforcement conducts the background investigations on the applications for all persons and entities seeking licensure. As we have emphatically stated for many years, the DGE lacks the resources to adequately and timely submit the investigative reports relative to these applications to the Commission. At the Commission's most recent quarterly meeting and hearing held on June 25, 2025, Attorney R. Oliver David, the DGE Director, put on the record that his office has a backlog of 385 due diligence investigations. These include new and renewal applications and registrations for gaming and non-gaming related entities, casino hotel employees, and casino service employees. Moreover, our cursory review finds that it can take the DGE almost 2 years to return an investigative report to the Commission. This affects the Commission's ability to completely vet persons or entities seeking entry into the Virgin Islands casino industry. Existing law at 32 VI Code Section 433 authorizes the Commission to issue a statement of compliance for 1 year to an applicant who, quote, has established by clear and convincing evidence that one or more eligibility criteria has been satisfied, end of quote, as shown by law enforcement background checks and other reliable documents, and to reserve the revocation of the statement due to changed circumstances. While the Commission is using this process to ensure uninterrupted casino operations of staff and supporting businesses, the Commission prefers due diligence investigation reports. The DGE is a division within the Department of Justice and not a part of the Commission's budget. Yet, the Commission strongly advocates for sufficient staffing for the DGE and hopes that this body would look favorably on requests from the Justice Department to provide resources to the DGE. In a letter dated July 22, 2024, addressed to then Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee Chair, the Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, and to you, Mr. Chairman, when you served as the Vice Chair of that committee, the Commission suggested the reallocation of the Casino Revenue Fund, which included a slight reduction to the Commission's share to address the funding issues of the DGE. It will also restore funding to the JAG VI program under the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. We understand, Mr. Chairman, you have drafted a proposed bill and hope that it will soon be favorably considered by the body. During fiscal year 2025, the Commission processed 5 patron complaints, which were all submitted to the DGE for investigation. 4 of those investigations were closed and 1 is still pending. The Commission received 1 request for placement on the Voluntary Self-Exclusion List, VSE, and granted 2 petitions for removal from the VSE list. Additionally, thus far for fiscal year 2025, the Commission has received 1 complaint filed by the DGE against a casino licensee for an alleged violation of 32 VI Code Rules and Regs, Section 455-2.3. The Commission has no outstanding past due invoices, and our only outstanding payments are for current goods and services procured over the immediately preceding month. The Commission is located at number 3005 Estate Orange Grove, Christiansted, St. Croix. The building is leased from the Government Employees Retirement System, GERS, and consists of approximately 4,667 square feet of gross leasable area. The Commission remains current with our rental obligations to the GERS. The Commission and the GERS executed a renewal of our lease agreement effective for the period October 5th, 2023 through October 4th, 2028, a term of 5 years. The current annual rent payment is $102,674. The Commission issued licenses and statements of compliance that included both new and renewal licenses for casinos, casino employees, casino key employees, gaming-related entities, and non-gaming-related entities. The table below shows a comparison of licenses issued by the Commission for fiscal year 2024 and thus far for the current fiscal year. Please note that a total of 690 licenses in all categories and work permits were issued in fiscal year 2024. Through May of the current fiscal year 2025, a total of 432 licenses and work permits were issued. As such, the Commission envisions that it will exceed the number for fiscal year 2024. Additionally, through May of fiscal year 2025, the Commission issued 86 exemptions from licensure and 30 waivers from registration or licensure versus 104 and 86 respectively for fiscal year 2024. As mentioned in previous budget hearings, the Commission is committed to implementing the provisions of the Internet Gaming and Internet Gambling Act, IGIG. To that end, the Commission enlisted the services of a global leading firm in the gaming industry to review the statutes contained in 32 VI Code Section 601 et seq. And related regulations and to propose amendments. The Commission also contracted with another consultant firm with global experience in the gaming industry to conduct a market impact analysis to lay out the economic benefits through taxation and other means associated with the IGIG Act's full implementation. The Commission is hosting an IGIG Summit on July 31st, 2025, to which you and other stakeholders have been invited. We certainly hope that all senators, or in their absence, their staffers, attend, as information shared at the summit will be valuable in future discourse and deliberation as this matter advances through the policy-making levels. Goals for fiscal year 2026. 1. Continue to review the existing laws, regulations, and policies that govern the affairs of the Commission and propose amendments or make changes where necessary. 2. Submit proposed amendments to 32 VI Code Section 601 et seq. Following the IGIG Summit to be held on July 31st, 2025 to the Legislature. 3. Commence the Burt Smith & Company audit of fiscal year 2023. 4. Continue the development of internal policies and procedures for efficient and effective operations and management of the Commission, including a formal accounting policy to include the review and approval of all financial transactions. 5. Provide technical training and other educational opportunities for the Commission staff while implementing activities designed to maintain and improve the positive workplace environment of the Commission. 6. Continue to foster and enhance the working relationship between the Commission and the Division of Gaming Enforcement to ensure that licensure and regulatory compliance is maintained throughout the local gaming industry. 7. Continue to advocate for enhanced funding and staffing of the Division of Gaming Enforcement to ensure that it can timely perform its investigatory and prosecutorial roles with the Commission. 8. Continue to encourage casino entities and other stakeholders to undertake the obligations of the gambling and gaming industry in promoting responsible gambling to prevent problem gambling. Before closing, I wish to take this opportunity to express my thanks and gratitude to my colleagues on the Commission and the entire staff, including our inspectors who are usually off-site at the casinos, for the commitment to fulfill our mandates in a professional and transparent manner and without reproach. The Commission is currently observing 30 years of regulatory excellence by honoring our legacy and shaping the future. The Commission has done much important work in its 30 years, and we at the Commission are determined to maintain those efforts while ensuring the public's trust and the confidence in the casino industry of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the testimony of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission relative to its fiscal year 2026 budget. The representatives of the Commission stand ready to respond to the best of our ability to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and CEO Marvin Pickering, for your testimony. And let me too join in congratulating the Casino Commission on their 30th anniversary. Certainly you have come a long way. So we'd like to dig in a little bit deeper on the numbers that have been provided here today. First of all, have you received all of your allotments as appropriated in fiscal year 2025?
Yes, Senator. Our allotments are primarily, for payroll and fringe costs, and we've been paid. We're paid up to date.
Very well. Have you seen any cuts or the reduction of your budget thus far this year?
No, sir. Our budget is strictly for salaries and fringe.
Yes, all right. Very well. And I note that you have no
from the general fund.
From the general fund, yeah,
Yes,
we're referring
yes.
to. You have no vendors payment pending except for what is currently in process.
That is correct.
Okay. And what is your revenues? What is your revenue numbers in aggregate for FY 2025 thus far?
Thus far, that would be $1,413,680. The majority of that, of course, is from the government's contribution for salaries and fringe.
Okay. And any other revenues? Are you able for fees, fines, anything else that you're able to collect?
Yes, as was mentioned previously, we received $381,299 from the Casino Revenue Fund. License fees, $77,160, and we had work permit income of $5,840. We had a settlement from fines assessed of $7,200.
Very well. And you say you have not received any federal funding. Have you received any ARPA, any Office of Insular Affairs, any of those type of monies?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any pending litigation or judgment against the Casino Control Commission?
There is, we have litigation. I will allow counsel to respond.
Kelvin Vidal, legal counsel for the Commission. We have 3 cases in the Superior Court, St. Croix District.
Have that brought about any judgment against the Casino Commission?
No, Senator.
Okay, very well. What about insurance coverage? Are you responsible for covering the insurance of your building, or at least the contents?
We have liability and content insurance. The content insurance is, of course, required by FEMA. So we do have that coverage.
And that is up to date as of until when? Throughout this year, it's done annually?
It's done annually. I can't remember I can't recall the beginning and ending dates, but I think that the liability insurance is due fairly soon. We just renewed the content insurance about a month or 2 ago, and the liability is up probably next month or 2.
Well, I know that you spoke about hiring an IT person, but what does technology at this point look like for the Commission?
We have, we found a need to hire an IT support specialist, who provides, invaluable service to the Commission. The Commission used to have a part-time IT person that did not work out too well, in my opinion. So we like to have a person on staff. Something goes wrong. Or not only something goes wrong, but to look out into the future as well as to how we would improve technology. As I mentioned in my testimony, our current IT support specialist knowledgeable in cybersecurity, et cetera, just provided training. This is the second training that he's done for the commission in cybersecurity aspects, yes.
And the additional money that was given to you or proposed for FY 2026 is going towards what?
The two vacant positions, the IT support specialist and a casino casino inspector one, salary adjustments for the commissioners and staff.
Okay. All other positions are filled. Do you have any vacancies at this time?
Just the two newly.
Just those two?
Yeah, just those two positions, yes.
Those are proposed for FY 26, though?
Those are proposed for FY 2026.
Anything in FY 25? Any vacancies?
No.
No. At this time, the chair will open up the floor to my colleagues for a 5-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Pickering and your supporting team there. And thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Let me ask, in response to your statement in terms of vacancies. So the other report is showing that there's a vacant position for the compliance officer, license and compliance officer. That was filled?
That was filled. That was filled in June of this year.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you though, in respect to federal funds also, it also reports that you receive some funds in terms of a federal grant for in the amount of $123,000.
Yes, that was for damages sustained from Hurricane Maria. We had the project worksheet in that amount. That's correct.
So you have you expended those funds thus far, or the work is still continuing?
That was awarded several years ago. We have done work on that. As I reported, I think it's some $77,000, and so we do have some funds remaining.
And you intend to utilize those funds, and when does those funds expire?
Yes, I'll let Commissioner Renee speak to that.
Luther Renee, Commissioners, VICCC. Yes, Senator, we have about $44,000 left, and we intend to digitize the documents so in future hurricanes, if the building gets damaged, those documents will be preserved.
Very well, makes sense. Let's go to page 4 of the post-audit report also before I go to your testimony. On the other services and charge for professional services, last fiscal year you spent $130,000. Today, this fiscal year, you have spent $32,160, and you're requesting $91,000, which is a decrease, which is fine. But what's going on in that space? You don't need that that amount of services for this fiscal year. Why is it such a large difference in amount?
Yeah, we don't anticipate having to utilize that amount in professional services.
Okay, what about travel though? $105,000 last year. Today, this year, $16,000. But you're requesting $105 again next fiscal year. How much you have expended today?
We are not requesting $105,000. This is that's the commission's budget.
How much have you expended to date this year?
$16,091, but we have some travel coming up before the end of the fiscal year, yes.
So you anticipate spending that amount? That much?
Or getting close to it, yes.
Very well. And lastly, let's go to your meals and entertainment for those travels also. You're requesting $15,000. You anticipate spending $50,000 next fiscal year? Because just thus far this year, you only spent $4,700 and change.
Yes. It probably may not get to $15,000, but that's what we've budgeted. Yes.
A little extensive to me, but nonetheless, we'll move on. Let me ask you, in terms of training, what type of special training do you have slated for next fiscal year to assist in terms of your output when it comes to staff?
Well, the commission regularly attends, and that's the commissioners and staff, of at least four conferences gaming conferences throughout the year. And we have budgeted at least four conferences for commissioners and two to three for staff. Yes.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, the consulting firm for global experience, how much did you expend
1 minute.
to procure that firm? How much was spent?
So far, I believe we paid about $18,000 to the innovation group thus far, and I believe about $4,000 to GLI.
And also, your licenses, I've seen it has trend downwards in total license. For 24, you had 690 licenses. For 25, thus far you have 432. The largest decrease, in my opinion, was for work permits and for casino employees. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, the 690 licenses and work permits that were issued was for the entire 2024 fiscal year. The 430 is so far as of May 2025, and we expect that number that 690 would be surpassed.
Oh, very well. Thank you. Well, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Thank you so
You're
much
welcome, sir.
for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Mr. Chairman and CEO, I know that there was some conversation sometime back in reference to the casino inspectors seeking a pay increase. Have you been able to reconcile that? Have they seen an increase? I can't remember what their salary were at the last budget hearing, and I haven't had a chance to look back at it, but have you been able to remedy that?
Yes, we have the inspectors and all other staff, except commissioners, the salaries were adjusted.
Look at the commissioners get a little something too, man. What do you mean?
The salaries were adjusted beginning of January of 2023.
Okay, very well.
And so we have proposed in this coming budget to address those as well.
Okay, very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, staff. Everyone in and outside this room who are paying attention. You know, I don't have many questions, really. Just a little curiosity questions. I heard you say that you go to conferences every year or every year?
Yeah, yes, every year.
How many conferences?
At least 3 to 4.
Okay, this is purely curiosity on my part. What do you learn at those conferences that would help us in the Virgin Islands?
Quite a bit. We have two things that are always top of mind at these conferences that are of interest to the Commission. Internet and sports betting, and responsible gaming. There are other sessions that we attend that relate to cybersecurity, to anti-money laundering, and whatever new technologies are coming up in the gaming industry.
Okay, that was a pure curiosity question.
Yeah. These conferences are well attended by people in the gaming industry. The largest one that we go to is G2E. That's the largest gaming conference probably in the world. That's usually held in Las Vegas, and it attracts about 30,000 participants.
Wow. Okay. And when I look at the post-audit divisions analysis, I see that your 30th anniversary expenses, it shows that from October 1st, 2024 to May 31st, 2025, you spent $9,996, but your projections for FY 2026 you're asking for $50,000. Is that correct?
I need to correct that because I heard it before about asking. What we ask from the general fund is, as required by law, is the salaries and fringe. This is the commission's budget that comes from our other revenue sources. But yes, we've projected 50,000 because we are expecting to have a big celebration to recognize our 30 years coming up in November.
November of this year?
November of this year.
Okay. So that's where the majority of the money will be spent on. Regarding the same thing too is showing, we just talked about conferences, and I'm seeing 105, but you only spent $16,091, but you're asking for another 105. Can you explain that too?
And that's through May.
Me?
Yes. We just came back from a conference, National Council on Problem Gaming. 2 commissioners, attended that. That's not reflected in here.
It's not reflected.
And it's not reflected in here, and we have a couple other conferences coming up before the end of the fiscal year.
So you expect to expend 105? Come close to that amount?
I'm not sure if we will, but we probably won't at this point in the year reach that amount. Yes, we probably won't.
You probably won't, right?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking, that you probably won't. Unless you took us with you, but I think that would be unethical, which leads to my next question.
If I could get more of my staff to attend these conferences, we could use that up. But anyway.
Yeah, yesterday we had a bill before us that dealt with ethics. And I see that you received ethics training last fiscal year, September 3rd, 2024. Do you, as government employees, do you fall then under the Division of Personnel's ethics
30 seconds.
Disciplinary process, or are you separate and apart from that?
Because that's a good question. The commission is an independent agency in the executive branch. So I am not sure 100% if we do fall under those provisions.
If someone in your commission in your area were to, may I miss? Yeah, this is just asking really because areas like this that involves money and the type of activity are always prone to issues of ethics, right? So if one of your employees, for example, was found to have violated, I'm trying to make something up quick in my mind. Let's say they went to the casino and they were supposed to check something and the casino owner slipped them some money. I don't know, I'm making this up. And you found out. And that's a total makeup in my mind, in my imagination. What do you do if someone reports to you that there was a violation?
Yeah, that would have to come to the commission. All 3 of us, will hear that case or that complaint. I must say this, that from the time I joined the commission, I was insistent that we have ethical training every year. And this is probably the fourth year that we've had ethical training. We have a code of ethics that we have to abide by. And so that is a top priority for me, that we have to operate with full level of accountability and transparency.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I was in the military, as most people know, and I was the ethics counselor, but we were required to have, or I would give, ethics training every year because it's required every year.
Yes.
So I'm happy to hear that. And thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your line of questions. So, Chairman and CEO, I would imagine that each of the commissioners, outside of their mundane responsibilities, have some specific tasking that's assigned to them. Can you give some examples of each of the other outside of the chairmanship? What are some of the responsibility or oversight that each of those commissioners may have?
Did you say mundane?
Oh, that's a mundane responsibility.
You know, for example, Commissioner Herman Purcell, you know, was assigned the task, you know, responsible gaming, problem gaming, you know, that's...
Use the mic. Speaking
oh, I'm sorry. Responsible gaming, problem gaming, among her other duties, you know, of responsible and problem gaming. That's a big issue for the commission. And everything related to problem gambling, responsible gaming, ask her. Commissioner Renee, you know, was given assigned the task of working with FEMA, VITEMA. But we do have, you know, we work a minimum of 40 hours a week. We have full-time jobs, right? I, in addition to the managing the executive and administrative affairs, monitor the finances, you know, we always have, you know, full days.
Yeah, I was just trying to get some clarity in terms of responsibilities outside of that, because of course, if not, then
we hold hold hearings. You know, we review these 690 licenses.
Right. So those are customary things that's required, ordinary things. I was just talking about specific tasking that's assigned to them, like you just described. Outside of that, which is excellent. I'm good with that. Yeah. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, viewing, listening, present.
Good afternoon.
Director, you say your ask is $1,723,800. What are your actuals to date for personnel fringe, other services and charges, supplies?
In terms of the personnel costs, just a second. As of May 31st, 2025, in personnel costs, we expended $674,678, and fringe costs were $271,000.
Do you have anything more recent?
No, sir. We haven't received our June financials yet.
Supplies. Supplies. Other services and charges, any capital outlay?
Yes, we had, in terms of capital outlay, as of May 31st, we had $23,452. Other services and charges, $256,592.
Say the last part, 256?
592.
592.
Yes, sir.
And supplies?
Supplies, we were $7,146.
Okay, so through the chair, we could have the most recent updates of your personal fringe, your expenditures to date. Because you basically probably reading what was turned into things. So if I could get the more recent update. Now, the wage increases, you mentioned everyone received a wage increase for 25.
No, sir. The last increase was of January 1st, 2023.
23?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is any retro owed to anyone?
No, no, sir.
Okay. So 2023 was your last wage increase, and your 25 budget is 1423,800. So how have you sustained those wage increases? What additional money do you have, if any, or did the 1423,800 suffice for your wage increases in this 25 budget?
Well, it didn't suffice, but that was the what was passed in our budget. We had requested increases increases to our budget every year for the past 3 years, but it was stuck at the 1,423,800.
Right. So how did you sustain the 23 wages? The increases. How do you sustain that? Do you get additional money from somewhere?
No, we back in 23, we utilized some vacancies to award the staff increases of, I believe it was in the area of 3 to 3.5%.
No, I got that. It's just I was under the impression that you got the wage increases in 25 and you would need the increase in 26. But if you had them from 23 and you just got 1423.8, it covered that. Now you're asking for additional 300,000. You have 2 vacancies, 2 positions you want to fill, and any other areas that you may want to use that money for. But I was just saying, it seemed like your budget is a wash based on what you
30
received.
seconds.
Our request for the past, and what was approved for the past 3 fiscal years, was $1,423,800 for salaries and fringe costs. We are requesting a $300,000 increase this year, which comprises of 2 vacant positions and increases for the staff and commissioners.
Okay, so you're requesting for wage increases in 26, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Oh, okay. I do apologize for coming late, but I was under the impression that you already had your wage increases in 23, but now you say you're requesting for 26.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what additional 300,000 for.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. So then, like I said, through the chair, could get the updated expenditures. And then thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of question. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And congratulations on 30 years. I still would have liked to hear 5 casinos versus just 2. So I still say congratulations. I need to stay on focus with this $300,000. This additional funding is solely all for increases. Anything else beyond that?
No, that's it. Solely for the vacant positions that we are asking for, and salary adjustments for staff and commissioners.
And new positions. You have 2 new positions.
That is correct.
What? No new casino. What's the need for 2 more? 1 more inspector and 1 more support specialist.
We anticipate that rather quickly that we could implement the Internet Gaming and Gambling Act that has been on the books since 2001. We need to be prepared for when that happens.
Okay.
So that's in anticipation of that happening.
Do you see that happening in the very near future?
We're certainly going to make a push for it. It may not be, totally, and I'm probably being overly optimistic, but we still have to be prepared for that eventuality.
So, well, I still, and I see you have one salary is 64,000, one is 47. That's not with fringe benefits, right?
No, that excludes the fringe benefits. With fringe costs, that amount would be $163,477.
Both of them together?
Both together, yes.
So that's at least a third of that 300,000. Just about, right? You said 100 how much?
164.
A little more?
Yes, it's more than half.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I just realized that. But then you also said that, so the next 150 is for a raise for how much of your employees are expected to see raise from this additional 140 something thousand?
Yeah, well, all 15 of us.
And fringe benefits?
Yes.
Guess you're a miracle maker here, because those numbers are, to me, are very small for the increase. I don't know what you're going to see on your increase. That's all I'm saying here, because it's including fringe benefits plus an increase. You understand what I'm trying to get at?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that for these two employees, they're going with 164 with fringe benefits, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to leave you 140 something.
Yes.
And that 140 something is going to give 15 folks increase and fringe benefit.
Yes.
I'm going to argue with you with it, but you say you're going to cover it. I hope it makes everybody else happy there. And I don't have a lot of questions.
Yes. We've been, it's reasonable, keeping up with cost of living and some merit increases, yes.
How are you with your vendor's payment?
Up to date.
Your WAPA?
Yes.
Are you one of those guys that owe WAPA some big money?
Sometimes I complain to my staff that they pay too quickly.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
We are current.
You're current. Okay,
Yes.
then. I have no further question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questions. So the proposed increase is what, across the board, a percentage across the board for each of your employees?
Well, it's based on cost of living, based on merit. We would figure out how that, we've put in here in the request ranges, the outside limits, all right? But, as to the allocation, we would determine that at a later date.
You're a CPA, right?
No.
You're accountant?
I'm an accountant. I'm a CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner. I'm licensed to practice tax returns.
Tell them don't mess with you when it comes to the numbers, right?
Yes.
You'll be able to handle that.
Yes.
All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick, the banker, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, my staff, and central staff, listening and viewing audience. I'm excited to speak with you, Mr. Pickering, CEO, Executive Director, because you're a fellow CFE, as I am, Certified Fraud Examiner. So we look for problems out there, and we help prevent them. And I can see the internal controls, since you've been at the helm, have improved. I had the misfortune to head up the governor's transition team, and this was one of the agencies that I was tasked to review. And it was a different agency when I looked at it back then compared to now.
Thank you.
These numbers are very impressive.
Thank you very much.
However, they're so impressive that I'm beginning to wonder why we're funding this agency. You guys are doing good. Do you understand? It is so well managed now. You guys are now looking for ways to spend more money to give raises and stuff because it's running great. The prior leadership was the complete opposite. You're doing too great of a job. But as a taxpayer, I am now asking for a return on my investment. There are 2 casinos. You've taken the fluff out of this agency. It's running mean and clean. We need a rate of return as a taxpayer. We need less money being allocated or appropriated to your agency, and they need to now run on their own because they can. I see opportunities for you to continue. The internet gaming opportunity is going to blow your numbers out. You're going to come back singing to us the next time when you get through getting all this stuff stand up. I'm telling you, the opportunities for revenue generation is great. But at the same time, the taxpayers, who we all have to answer to, they're going to ask, well, so why are we still paying? Have you seen any opportunities that we could find a way to subsidize your agency less, since you guys have the ability now to self-fund? Have you thought about it?
That's a question?
Have you thought about it?
You speak of return on investment. At your committee, you know, we spoke of, because of our regulatory authority, the amount of money that's generated from the casino industry that the general fund doesn't have to fund. That's a return on your investment, correct? The salaries that's mandated by law for the commission and its staff makes up the bulk of the revenues and expenditures that you see on this report. And we are looking at the increases that we're looking for. That's due to, I mean, that's for the salaries and fringe costs, which have been the same for the past 3 fiscal years. To say that there's no return on the investment is, in my opinion, not a fair statement. There is a return, tremendous return, and there is potential. You're correct. There is potential, you know, going forward as we implement, which we hope to do fairly soon, internet gaming and gambling, you know, and we expect that would generate additional revenues for the taxpayers and of this territory.
And you see, that's the beauty about this. When we do have agencies in this government that performs well and have the potential to do very well, you know, just like any corporate entity out there, they've got divisions and they're all evaluated based on their performance. The Casino Commission is one that has the potential to do very well. And so I'm asking, can we reduce our allocation to you, you know, any kind of way, so that you guys could carry your own weight? You look at the DGE, for example. They're struggling. They need more assistance. You have the ability to help them if you easily. You're considering raises for yourself when they need more people to help reduce the caseload. True or false?
Which is why Senator Francis, you know, has introduced or will introduce a bill that would allocate monies from the Casino Revenue Fund to help fund DGE.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for your great works to continue. So this is actually a compliment.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Your agency and those wonderful workers you have a compliment. You guys are doing great. Continue doing great, so we don't have to allocate much to you guys in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time. Thanks for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. I have 2 points of information after that. Senator Maurice James, you recognize, and then Senator Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually going to talk about your bill a little bit that I had heard about, but I'll take it a step further, and I'm wondering if the what do we call it? The DGE, the Division of Gaming Enforcement. I know that Attorney Oliver David is still an employee of the Department of Justice. Would it not be more effective and efficient because that division is under you right now, right? But it's simply that, or is it under the Department of Justice?
It's just under the Department of Justice.
Right.
You know, and there needs to have that separation, you know.
I wanted to ask about
from
that.
gaming enforcement, because they are the prosecutorial and investigative arm of the commission, but they're under the Department of Justice.
That's just by law, though, by legislation.
It's by legislation.
I mean, because I could cite some other areas where you could have the division under the commission, the casino commission, but then when it comes to because he's basically doing investigations, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily prosecutorial actions like court. So I was just thinking along the lines of trying to make it more cost effective and efficient and not having this problem that you're experiencing now. If there's a way for us to restructure it, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just wondering if the amendments that you're supposed to be getting soon from a company, right?
Yes.
If they were considering maybe looking at even the structure of the DGE within the and relationship with the Casino Commission.
Yeah, that was not part of the charge, but you raise an interesting point because you are correct in certain jurisdictions. I could think of probably New Jersey, which our laws are patterned after. That they have their commission has a division of gaming enforcement under their commission.
Under their commission, right?
Yes.
That's something that we need to explore.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering, CEO, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And just for furtherance of the discussion, though, do you see the need, or is the need of separation, especially in your regulatory responsibility, critical in the decision to maintain that separation there? Obviously, you go in with one eye to do the regulation, and then you have a fresh eye that's actually looking in terms of the enforcement aspect of it. How do you see that? If you conflate those or commingle those, that there could be some challenge there.
That is, I think that was the original, intent of the act to have an independent agency or body. Not would be favored under the, so to speak, under the commission, but to look at things, as we said, objectively. I don't know if Commissioner Herman Purcell has a different, another view, not a different one, but another view.
Good afternoon, Carolyn Herman Purcell. I just would remind the senators that at times DGE does appear before the commission when the commission sits as a tribunal. So at that point, when he's prosecuting the case, then you have, the optics of that. If he's within the commission prosecuting the case, but he's our employee, and maybe that's why that determination was made when the legislature enacted
partiality.
Yes. So he can be distanced from it. We don't direct him. He assists us. He provides that services to us. But you're correct. Other jurisdictions have a different structure. But we have to look things what works here in our territory.
Okay. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to point on the record, the Casino Commission is a creation of the legislature.
Yes.
And the way that you're funding is a result of the way the legislature decided that the entity was going to be funded. So you don't have the authority or jurisdiction to decide how you're going to utilize funding for the particular entity. Any change in terms of making them even more self-sufficient would have to come from this body, which would say that X amount of the tax revenues that are presently being collected as a result of the casino would go back to the casino. Right now, you have already collected, or the gross casino revenue collected for this fiscal year thus far is $1.7 million, which is actually more than we give to the entity. So I just wanted to clear that up in terms of funding. Any change of funding for any government entity must come from this body. If it comes for you guys, then it's illegal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Senator Frederick, your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In reference to separation of duties, which is a basic accounting principle oversight in this matter. I agree. Keeping the DGE separate is probably the most prudent way to keep the integrity of the Casino Commission. If we consider commingling the DGE with the Casino Commission, then there's that issue possibility that would exist, that there could be collusion in some way or manner, and then that could compromise the whole operation. So I think the initial legislation was well written for that, but we could talk about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator VLA. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You spoke a lot about internet gaming, and that legislation, it was passed before I got in this body. It was passed probably 20 years ago.
2001 to be exact.
Okay, so yeah, 23 years ago.
Yep.
And it was passed naming specific, it was a strange bill because specific entities were named that they were going to be in charge of internet gaming. I don't know if those entities are still around, but do you need legislation that would omit those original entities that were named in the legislation in order for you to move forward?
Come to the summit, that's going to be discussed. But yes, there has been a discussion about that, how that structure with the master service providers. That's what they call. And you're correct. They were specifically named in the legislation, and that was sort of strange, as we say, to have that done.
So
but they're still around.
You got legal counsel on both sides of you?
No. That's the legal counsel. No. This is the commission. And she lets me know that.
And my mundane tasks do not include the legal counsel. Do not.
What is your background? What's your background?
You're referring to me, Senator Vele?
Yeah.
I do have a law degree.
Okay. So, I wasn't saying that he has to use you. I said he has legal counsel on both sides. So,
and they're utilized.
Okay. So,
I try to refrain.
But you probably need not to, because that was a strangely written bill. And there's going to need to be some change so that we are able to move forward.
Yeah.
And in terms of internet gaming, does internet gaming include sports gaming, or is that separate and apart?
No, that would be included. Sports betting would be included. iGaming, online casino gaming. That's envisioned in the amendments that would be
in the amendments.
Yes.
Okay, but the original legislation
did not include
sports gaming. Yeah. Okay, so you have quite a comprehensive piece of legislation that you're going to be submitting to this body for passage.
That is correct.
And what type of revenues do you think we can generate? What's the tax on sports gaming?
Oh, right now the current tax rate in the tax rate in the current law is way too low. It's 1%, 2%.
It was a totally rip-off.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So we are in the summit that we're having, we're going to examine a range of.
You're going to that summit all the time.
Yes.
I'm trying to see how we're going to generate some revenues.
Yes.
So
so we're looking at the ranges that the of the market impact analysis. It could be between an additional $3 to $4 million.
What's the national average in reference to the percentage?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that is. But I know that I believe that's in the analysis, but I can't remember what the national average.
And the percentage now for the casino is 12%?
It's 12%, yes.
And it was 12% with the understanding that it generates job, it generates hotel room, etc. Sports gaming or internet gaming is more standalone and won't generate as much jobs. It would be more entity coming and FanDuel or one of those coming and saying, we want to establish this. So I think we need to look at that when we're looking at the percentage.
Yes.
Because you don't get as much jobs.
Correct.
So the percentage, in fact, should be, in my estimation, should be higher than the casino component, because it doesn't generate a lot of of jobs.
That's,
It generates ability to gamble.
And that's been in the discussion, that that is not a big job creator, but you're looking at the revenues.
Okay, and that's what I'm looking at. That's why we need the taxation part to be pretty high. You want to gamble, you pay the tax. It's as simple as that.
Correct.
So in your or your legal counsel, is sports gaming illegal in the Virgin Islands?
Sports gaming is not authorized under any provision that the Commission administers. And so the plan is to at least lay the groundwork for that discussion so that it can be memorialized and submitted to the body for consideration. But right now, any internet gaming that may be happening is not authorized because there is a licensing process that must be fulfilled by anyone that wants to operate internet gaming.
Must have a license, must agree to pay a certain amount of
It's
tax.
similar to the process that we use for land-based casinos, yes.
Must be regulated. Okay, and I'm just putting it on the record because sports gaming is taking place.
As was discussed at the Committee on Economic Development, we are aware of that problem. And as Mr. Chairman has indicated, we expect to bring those persons out of the shadows and toward a regulated, legalized form of internet gaming.
I have been complaining about this for like 5 or 6 years now. I have named the establishment, I've named
1 minute
where the machines are, and they're still operating for the last 5, 6 years without paying any taxes, with entities that run VLTs, and they're not paying any taxes, and they fall directly under lottery. So I am looking forward to this sports gaming, and we're going to see how we can recapture exactly what has been made in the establishment for the last 5 years, tax-free. And I said this to everybody in the administration, that sports gaming taking place. And it's not regulated, it's not taxed. It's not taxed. And it's not fair to the Casino Commission that regulates casino gaming and St. Croix to the hilt. And then you have other entities that are self-regulating themselves and then bringing in illegal games and not paying any taxes on it. And this is a budget hearing, so we need to pursue that to make sure that these entities are going to pay their fair amount of tax. Have you been approached about possibly amending the Casino Act or the Racino? Have you been in any discussion with anyone about amendments to the Racino law or the casino law?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind, as I get in text from my recorder, that we need to ensure that one person speaks at a time because it's very difficult, especially with the slight delay. Instances where we're talking over each other. So please yield to the senators that have completed their thought before responding to it. Mr. Pickering, Mr. Chairman and CEO, is online sports gaming and internet gaming, in your opinion, synonymous with each other? Or there's a line of separation there?
Can you repeat the question? If
online sports gaming and internet gaming, are they synonymous with each other?
No, they're different. iGaming could involve online casino and other esports type of events. Internet gaming is sports betting is betting on sporting events.
Oh. Understood. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Director CEO Pickering and the whole Casino Gaming and Internet Industry Commission. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, couple tough questions. This here is one of the areas that actually it's awesome. You made a statement here that you have no outstanding past due invoices. Everybody is paid current. We don't get that kind of statements from, I don't think I've gotten that statement from anybody else that gave testimony. I did a look at your staffing. I think you have the highest paid custodial worker in the whole government. You could correct me if I'm wrong. So it's doing good, and I think that my position is I think you need to start giving something back to the government, because I think this and your budget is increasing. So obviously you're a priority of the government, and it's been 30 years since 1995. And like my colleague said, that I think we need to make some changes in this area. So I want to ask you, you concentrate a lot in your testimony about license and regulation of casinos. I understand that's the law. But you spoke very little of promotion of the casinos. We got testimony from the vice chair of the health committee, whereas, basically we need to look at your budget. Specifically, I looked at your travel. Your travel is more than the whole Department of License and Consumer Affairs who just came before us. It's more than the Bureau of Information Technology that's coming next. Your ticket allotments for inter-island travel is also more than licensing, and it's also more than the Bureau of Information Technology. This here agency, I think it's a fat cow. We need to start trimming this cow because the government is in a funding shortfall, and this agency has to be able to bear the burden. Remember, you are 30 years when the people made this decision, the legislature created this agency, but we have to see where you now start to spin off. That's what we told Economic Development Agency yesterday. We told, the senators told them that they need to start to get more of their revenues and coming off the general fund. So I'm saying the same thing to the Casino Control Commission. You need to start coming off the general fund. You're generating revenues, we're collecting revenues, that's good. So let's reduce the general fund, because there are other areas like the health department, the hospital, which is short on milk and, Pampers and blankets. There's other areas that this government need to prioritize for additional funding rather than the Casino Control Commission, who is already generating revenues, and you have a high travel budget. I understand you need to travel, but your division is traveling more than the whole Department of License and Consumer Affairs, a very extremely important division. So this cow has a lot of fat on it. I want to trim it down. I only have one vote, but I think we need to have the Casino Control Commission starting to look at using some of your own funds to cover your personnel, your salaries and administrative costs. So I want to ask you, do you owe anything with GERS?
No, we don't.
No GERS. Okay, so let me ask you real quick here now. So the post-audit report on page 1, it says here the commission is responsible for ascertaining any defects in the acts, rules and regulation, and formulating recommendations for changes to the governor and the legislature. That's also part of your responsibility. So I know one of my colleagues from St. Thomas have a proposed legislation whereas there will be now given consideration to having similar entities being set up in St. Thomas. What is your position on that?
As I stated at the hearing for the Economic Development and Agricultural Committee, the commission would do what the legislature legislates. That's our position.
Awesome. Okay, I'm so glad to hear that, because I think that there's 932,265 air arrivals into the territory. There's and those are the overnights. There's 1.77 million cruise passengers. So I want to see where the Casino Control Commission also has an office on St. Thomas, a permanent office and permanent staff, because it's one Virgin Islands, and we want to make sure that we are utilizing this law to
30
the benefit,
seconds.
the full benefit of the Virgin Islands. So I'm so glad to hear that you have that position. Okay, so the Internet and Gaming Act, you mentioned about it. How do you have any preliminary numbers, how it can be increasing the numbers? Because it's a big thing. It's going on. The Kentucky Derby, the Belmont Stake, you know, they got all kind of thing going on where people are actually betting on them, and we need to start collecting the revenue. So I would give you consideration that you should need to have one of those enforcement officers also on St. Thomas right now, because it's happening now, and that's potential revenue, you know, once it's all legalized. Once it's legalized, you can collect that revenue because it's going on and it's big business and it's not going to stop. So let's get this here done, because this is a major generating factor. You know, a similar agency, the VI Lottery, generates a lot of revenue. They give all kinds of donations to different agencies, human services, GERS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we need to understand that the Casino Commission is a regulatory department, agency, entity, that in fact, you don't sell lottery tickets. You don't sell anything to the public. Right. You're actually here to protect the public and make sure that those who are engaging in making the money, the casinos in the territory, are not taking advantage of us and are paying what they need to pay. The thing is, that's why, as you said earlier, you don't go out and seek casinos, because you have to maintain that barrier. And you know, it's very important that you express that you do not generate revenues, that everything you're doing is to make sure that our laws that we, the legislature, have enacted are being adhered to, complied by those who seek to do business in the territory in the casino business. That's very important that the public understands, because I'm getting text, you know, and our public needs to understand your role and what you do in terms of your mission and the objectives of the Casino Commission. So, Mr. Chair, I think this is an opportunity for the Casino Commission, even though if I ask your leniency, even though it's a budget hearing, that we understand the difference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Mr. Pickering, CEO and Chairman, would you like to respond?
Yes. I've heard a couple of times today about the casino generating revenues and they need to come off of the general fund. The total operations for the projected operations for the total cost of projected operations for the Casino Control Commission is $2.5 million. $1.2 million. $1.2 million of that comes from the general fund for salaries and fringe benefit. There's no way that the commission could operate with those revenues from license fees and what have you. And to your point, Senator James, we are a regulatory body. You know, we don't sell lottery tickets. We don't do anything of the sort. You know, we regulate the casinos, and again, to your point, to make sure that the licensees, whether it's a casino licensee or gaming related or the employees working for the casinos, that they adhere to the laws, the rules, and regs of the commission to protect the public.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In respect to, obviously, you're celebrating 30 years this year. In retrospect and just looking back in terms of the 30 years as you celebrating this anniversary,
Obviously, the casinos were intended to be an economic driver for St. Croix specifically. Can you speak to, even on an annual basis, if we can go back for 30 years, do you believe that the territory or the St. Croix has been able to benefit from the implementation of having a casino in the Virgin Islands? What is your glean from the annual contribution to the government coffers?
Well, there have been some benefits. As you know, one of the major benefits, as we spoke to last week, this industry, the casino industry here in St. Croix, generates over 300 jobs to St. Croix residents. Payroll in excess of $10 million annually. The casinos procure other goods and services. I think at the last meeting we spoke of over $20-something million. You know, so which these entities employ people and also pay gross receipts taxes and income taxes. So it has benefited in that area. Yes, it's disappointing that the original intent of the act, which was to stimulate hotel development, you know, has not so far materialized. You know, if there is that disappointment, but there are benefits benefits are being accrued right now, you know, to the government and the people of the Virgin Islands with the casino industry in St. Croix.
Very well, thank you for that. At this time, I'd just like to ask you, what is a challenges that confront you? What do you see as any obstacles that confront the Casino Control Commission at this time in terms of your mandates and your mission and tasking? What is it that keeps you up at night in regards to your role and responsibility of a casino commission?
To be honest, there's not a lot that keeps me up at night in regards to the casino commission. What I am concerned about is that we continue to have employees that want to report to work, you know, every day. That we make whatever advances that we need to make as far as generating more revenue as we embark on the internet game and internet gambling provisions. That we hopefully would have, you know, additional casinos on St. Croix to generate, you know, hotel room taxes, employment, etc. But you know, as I said, I have some issues that might be vexing. I can't say that I have.
Very well, thank you. And again, for your information, we have prepared the amendment to address some of the concerns that you have raised in regards to allowing for the DGE to be a little bit more self-sufficient and by amping up their employees so that they could carry out some of the tasking and responsibilities there for that. My use of the term mundane was really, it's not in terms of a negative, but you know, outside of the ordinary things that you're responsible for. I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on that. All right.
Okay.
So at this time, I'll give you 30 seconds, a minute to just do a closing.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Francis, and all the honorable members of the committee and the body. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, including all of our dedicated and committed employees, I extend my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 budget request and to engage in today's discussion. Our submission reflects the Commission's continued commitment to executing its regulatory duties with integrity, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. The requested funding from the General Fund for salaries and fringe costs of the Commission is critical to maintaining robust oversight of the casino industry and supporting the needs and the advancement of our staff. We are fully committed to ensuring that the Commission continues to serve as a reliable steward of public trust and a driver of economic opportunity within the territory. I thank you for your thoughtful questions and the engagement, and for your continued support of the Commission and our mission. Thank you so much.
Just one final thought is what can we look forward to in terms of this 30th anniversary? I know that there's a function that's being planned, again, to do a recognition of that 30 years. What can the public look forward to in that respect?
How would you, what are we looking forward to?
We had a kickoff, Mr. Kickoff. We're going to do something, Carolyn Herman Purcell, we're going to event with our senior citizens. You know, we're looking at the gala, and just seeing how we can celebrate the next 30 years. But Commissioner Renee, he's the chair of that 30th anniversary committee.
In terms of what we hope to achieve, Mr. Chairman, exposure, let the public be aware of what we do after, what we have done and what we continue to do after 30 years, to at least let the public know our existence and what's our purpose. We engage the youth from the next generation investors, and they were at the commission and they saw the commission in operation. Hopefully, the young people will be able to tell others what we do and what they experience at the commission with us. We also have a program, hopefully, for the senior citizens later in the year to also help us celebrate 30 years of existence.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a senior citizen these days, so when you start talking about senior citizens, making sure that we identify those numbers, because we're all into that realm right now. First of all, I want to thank you for saying that, and also to recognize that you're also a former senator. So Renee, I want to make sure you get your due respect, and we appreciate your service, and certainly we appreciate all of the contributions that have been made by the Casino Commission there, and we look forward to the 30 years anniversary, as well as the summit that you're having there. I've canceled a committee meeting on August 1st as a result of this summit, so that as many as the senators that wish to, 31st, I'm sorry, the first is the special session. Yeah, so I've canceled the 31st, so that as many of us as possible could attend that summit as well and be educated and informed.
And we certainly appreciate that.
Very well.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. At this time, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes, and then next we'll be bringing on the Bureau of Information Technology. Stand in recess for 5 minutes.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3.
Block 3, Bureau of Information and Technology. Invited testifier, Rupert O. Ross, Director. This concludes the reading of Block 3 and the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have Director Rupert Ross and his team seated from the Bureau of Information Technology. At this time, we'll go for introductions.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon. Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon. Zaki Abdul Rashid, IT Project Manager for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon. Kyla Joseph, Financial Manager, Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon. Mark Bao, Chief Technology Officer for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon, team. Welcome. And at this time, you could go ahead with your testimony, Director Ross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Novell Francis Jr., members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and other senators. I am Rupert Ross, Director of the Bureau of Information Technology and the Chief Information Officer for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to present our fiscal year 2026 budget request and to share the progress we've made in transforming government through technology. Joining me is Mr. Jonathan Tucker, our Deputy Director, who oversees various functions within our department, supporting the CIO in the overall strategic direction and management of BIT. Additionally, we have Ms. Kyla Joseph, our Financial Manager, who ensures the responsible allocation of financial resources to support our IT initiatives. Our leadership team also includes Mr. Mark Bao, our Chief Technology Officer, whose expertise in emerging technologies drives innovation and digital transformation within the government of the Virgin Islands. Lastly, Mr. Zaki Abdul Rashid, our IT project manager, leads the execution of key projects, ensuring their timely delivery and alignment with the organizational goals. Together, our diverse team is dedicated to leveraging technology to improve government services and ensure the efficient use of the taxpayers' resources. BIT is the Central Information Technology Authority for the Government of the Virgin Islands, charged with securing, modernizing, and aligning the territory's IT infrastructure. Guided by the vision and leadership of Governor Bryan, we have remained steadfast in our mission to advance innovation and digital transformation. Since our establishment under Title III, subsection 10 of the Virgin Islands Code, BIT has served as the engine of digital transformation for the public sector, building a government that is more responsive, efficient, and resilient. Over the past fiscal year, BIT has achieved several critical milestones that have strengthened the territory's digital foundation. We have made considerable progress in enhancing core infrastructure, expanding cybersecurity capabilities, and continuing the rollout of ServiceNow across key agencies. These efforts have standardized service delivery, modernized citizen-facing services, and improved internal government productivity. However, our work is far from done. Cyber threats continue to evolve, placing increasing pressure on our systems. Our infrastructure includes aging hardware, while demand for digital services and workforce training continues to grow. Our ability to maintain progress depends on sustained investment and strategic support. Among our highest priorities are the consolidation of enterprise systems and the expansion of shared services, initiatives that will streamline operations and reduce duplication and enable a government to leverage economies of scale. In addition, we are focused on fully deploying the $160 million in FEMA funding for the land mobile radio system upgrade and maintaining rigorous cybersecurity compliance. Successful use of the FEMA resources will require strong project management and coordination, while ongoing alignment with the NIST and federal cyber standards is essential for our digital security. These efforts are vital to protecting the territory's infrastructure, fostering efficient service delivery, and ensuring a resilient IT environment. our fiscal 2026 budget requests, to maintain momentum and ensure we can meet the evolving needs of the government and the people of the Virgin Islands, BIT respectfully requests a total of $12,329,386 for fiscal year 2026. This request includes $3.2 million for personnel and fringe benefits to support 29 positions, $3.7 million for software licensing and essential operational tools, $5.1 million for infrastructure upgrades, vendor services, workforce training, and $250,000 to support utilities for our data centers and communications infrastructure. This budget request reflects more than operational costs. It's an investment in continuity, cybersecurity defense, and improved government service delivery. With continued support, we can preserve our gains and accelerate toward a more capable, innovative government. Recent accomplishments. BIT has taken a proactive and strategic approach to cybersecurity over the last 4 years. Using the NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 as a guide, we built a roadmap to identify, protect, detect, respond to, and recover from threats while maintaining strong governance across our systems. Our cybersecurity budget has grown steadily, shifting from reactive fixes to long-term resilience. We've deployed Microsoft Defender and Sentinel across a growing portion of the enterprise, expanded cybersecurity training to include semi-autonomous agencies, Schneider Regional Medical Center and Wang F. Louis, and strengthened the Government Network Operations and Security Center, which continues to serve as the central hub for monitoring incident response. Our first GVI Cybersecurity Summit helped raise awareness and foster interagency collaboration. While the state and local cybersecurity grant program has presented challenges due to its territory-wide collaborative requirements, we have made measurable progress in the central government. The SLCGP, as it's referred to, supports a whole of territory approach and complements the direct investments we're making internally. We launched the ECOM VI project and secured $160 million in FEMA funding for the land mobile radio system upgrade, enhancing emergency response. BIT also continued the rollout of ServiceNow, which now supports over 3,700 users, providing standardized service request workflows and improving responsiveness. Key projects completed or underway include our e-citation, mobile data routing, and work order systems for VIPD, the Social Security Administration compliance project for BMV, the infrastructure and data upgrades for PERB, OCB, DPNR, and TCC, enterprise system adoptions at DPP and DLCA, IDEA Act implementation, UPS and phone system upgrades at BIT, infrastructure and operations integration at the Bureau of School and Construction Maintenance, Bureau of School Maintenance and Construction, and also website development for the Hospital Board and the BSCM. This past year, BIT delivered on several key initiatives outlined in fiscal year 2025 testimony. Although we selected a Chief Information Security Officer and confirmed a start date, the candidate was ultimately unable to relocate to the Virgin Islands. Despite this challenge, we successfully hired a security administrator who has been working diligently to strengthen our cybersecurity strategy and operations. This individual continues to grow in the role and may one day be a strong candidate for the CISO position. We accelerated the implementation of IT consolidation, driving system integration and operational efficiencies as we continued to advance key initiatives. We have completed full consolidation with the Department of Property and Procurement, and we are actively working on consolidations with PERB, the Office of Collective Bargaining, and Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The Relationship Management Office had been supported by a dedicated business relationship manager who played a key role in strengthening communication between BIT and agency leadership. Last year, however, we experienced the loss of the business relationship manager, a significant departure that presented challenges to our coordination and planning process. Despite this setback, we have maintained our momentum and remained focused on our strategic goals. This commitment is evident in the results of our fiscal year 2025 customer satisfaction survey, where agencies reported improved responsiveness, increased transparency, and greater confidence in BIT's cybersecurity initiatives. These results reinforce our determination to stay engaged with agency partners and ensure that our services continue to meet their evolving needs. We continue to expand our ServiceNow capabilities, onboarding additional agencies and improving service delivery through automated workflows and transparency tools. The Government Network Operations Center, the GNOSC, has been strengthened with improved monitoring, enhanced incident response procedures. Under M1162 funding, key infrastructure projects progressed as planned. The VIPD surveillance camera project has now entered its second phase and advanced to operational status, while ongoing support continues for the CAT-RMS initiative. In tandem, data center and tower facility upgrades have bolstered system reliability and power resilience. We've also taken steps to promote digital service adoption across the territory. Tools like DocuSign and Adobe Sign are now more widely deployed, supporting secure and efficient e-signatures for government workflows. These updates reflect our commitment to accountability, transparency, and progress in every area highlighted to the body last fiscal year. Additionally, our Microsoft 365 Copilot training initiative saw strong engagement, with a total attendance of 334 participants and an average satisfaction rating of 4.51 out of 5. This underscores the growing interest in AI-driven tools and our ongoing efforts to build a skilled and future-ready workforce. Our progress is reflected in feedback from agencies according to the GVI BIT Satisfaction Survey and Seniority Level Report conducted in fiscal year 2025. Agency comments include, BIT has made noticeable improvements in responsiveness. Requests are acknowledged and resolved faster than in previous years. We appreciate the increased transparency and communication from BIT leadership. The monthly updates and dashboards help us stay informed. The ServiceNow portal has made it easier to track our requests and get timely updates. Cybersecurity training and awareness have improved. We feel more confident in our ability to identify and report threats. There is still room for improvement in data reporting accuracy, but we've seen progress. We'd like to see more proactive outreach from BIT to understand our evolving needs. These comments show that agencies are gaining trust in BIT's ability to deliver. Our overall satisfaction score rose to 3.9 out of 5, with notable improvements in key areas. Service desk satisfaction rose 3%, IT innovation leadership rose 10%, and IT security rose 11%. Satisfaction with devices and infrastructure rose by 7%, and satisfaction with data accuracy and reporting rose by 3% and 2% respectively. These improvements reflect our commitment to continuous improvement and transparent communication. The risks of stagnation. Without continued funding, we risk slowing the progress we've made, and our ability to defend government systems from cyber threats could weaken. Platforms like ServiceNow, which support thousands of users and streamline agency services, could lose essential support, and continued consolidation of outdated systems and improvements to our technology infrastructure could be delayed. We have built strong momentum. Our teams are working to modernize, protect, and serve more efficiently than ever before. But digital transformation does not stand still. It requires ongoing care, coordination, and commitment. Without that, we risk falling behind at a time when technology is moving faster than ever. Our vision is to be a trusted, innovative, and resilient technology partner that empowers government of the Virgin Islands to deliver efficient, secure, and citizen-centric services. Our mission is to lead digital transformation through strategic planning, secure infrastructure, and collaborative service delivery. Guided by our creed, collaboration, responsiveness, excellence, efficiency, and a digital-first mindset, we will mature the Program Management Office to align project execution with strategic priorities, expand the Service Management Office to mature IT service delivery and expand ServiceNow capabilities, modernize our IT infrastructure, replacing aging systems, and expand secure broadband. Expand the GNAS to improve monitoring, incident response, and cybersecurity posture. Strengthen our government framework with clearer rules and performance metrics. Enhance digital services, integrate self-service and omnichannel tools, and improve citizen experience, and build a skilled workforce and promote data-driven decision-making across agencies. Our general fund budget request supports crucial initiatives for sustaining our department's operations. Personnel services and fringe benefits. BIT requests $2,246,393 in personnel services and $955,345 in fringe benefits to fund 29 positions vital to the success of our IT initiatives. This includes 14 classified positions such as network analysts, help desk specialists, radio frequency technicians, and web technician, and the remaining 15 positions are exempt, encompassing critical roles like Chief Information Security Officer, Network Systems Administrator, the Network Security Administrator, and the Service Desk Manager. Of the 29 positions being funded, there are currently 5 vacancies. Supplies. BIT is requesting $104,000 in supplies to support the department's ongoing operations and to maintain the reliability and efficiency of our IT services. The budget allocation encompasses funding for procurement of hardware and equipment vital to our IT functions. Additionally, it covers essential consumables and accessories required to sustain and operate our IT infrastructure facilities and vehicles. Other services. The other services budget allocation is a crucial component of our overall financial plan. BIT requests $1,061,989 in other services to support a wide variety of essential services and activities, critical for the efficient operation of our department. This budget category encompasses services aimed at maintaining our facilities, supporting our workforce, and ensuring the reliability and effectiveness of our operations. Utilities. BIT requests $250,000 in utilities to cover fundamental aspects of our operational expenses. This budget allocation is essential for powering our IT infrastructure, facilities, and equipment at our offices and tower site locations. Miscellaneous general fund budget request. In addition to our core general fund requests, BIT requests $7,711,658 under the miscellaneous general fund. The allocation is crucial for supporting ancillary operations and addressing unforeseen needs. These requests cover a range of essential expenditures aimed at enhancing operational efficiency, promoting innovation, and tackling emergent challenges. Each component is integral to the holistic functioning of our department. BIT requests $3,637,915 to renew our Microsoft support contract and enterprise licensing agreement. BIT requests $3,192,562 to support critical areas and initiatives essential for the seamless functioning and advancement of our department. This includes ongoing maintenance and support services for our on-premise infrastructure cloud solution. Additionally, funds are allocated for IT managed services, which enhance operational efficiency and promptly resolves technical challenges. Further, this funding supports the ongoing maintenance of key projects like the VIPD camera project, surveillance project, and the public safety CAD RMS project, ensuring their continued functionality and effectiveness. It also covers the renewal of essential services to maintain our communication infrastructure and ensure seamless connectivity. Our miscellaneous general fund request also encompasses new initiatives aimed at modernizing, upgrading our infrastructure. This includes the maintenance and upgrade of data center and telecommunication tower facilities, battery backup system upgrades, repairs, IT network upgrades, and security upgrades. These initiatives enhance our technological capabilities, improve resilience, and mitigate potential risks. Additionally, a portion of the fund is earmarked for unforeseen public safety initiatives and other emerging needs through the fiscal year. This flexible allocation allows us to respond swiftly and invest in initiatives that contribute to the safety, security, and efficiency of our operations. Together, these investments underscore our commitment to innovation, resilience, and excellence in service delivery, positioning our department for continued success and growth. Lastly, $881,181 is allocated to support the renewal of essential software licenses and subscriptions, as well as advisory services critical for the continued functionality and efficiency of our department. This includes software licenses necessary to safeguard our network against potential threats. Additionally, funds are designated for renewing our remote monitoring subscriptions to facilitate remote support and troubleshooting for our IT infrastructure. Furthermore, this budget supports the renewal of our IT research and advisory subscription. The subscription provides BIT access to valuable insights and recommendations to inform strategic decision-making processes. Similarly, renewals for Adobe Acrobat Pro and Adobe Creative Cloud licenses support creative and document management needs across our organizations. Renewing the ServiceNow licenses is essential for maintaining our IT service management platform, and our IT managed services renewal ensures continuous monitoring and management of our IT infrastructure. Additionally, renewing security awareness training programs foster a culture of cybersecurity awareness and compliance among our GVI workforce. DocuSign licensing renewal enables secure and efficient electronic signature workflows, and while the renewal of our policy management platform subscription ensures effective policy management. Lastly, renewing our training platform subscriptions allow our employees to enhance their skills and capabilities through comprehensive IT training programs. Conclusion. BIT is more than an IT agency. It is the backbone of a modern, secure, and responsive government. Our fiscal year 2026 budget request builds on a foundation of measurable results and looks toward a more resilient, digitally empowered Virgin Islands. With your continued support, we can preserve the gains we've made and continue to deliver services that improve the lives and enhance security and promote trust in government. I would also like to take the opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the dedicated staff of the Bureau of Information Technology. Their hard work, adaptability, and professionalism have been instrumental in advancing our mission. This year, we are especially proud to recognize our Employees of the Year, Mr. Richard Chang, our Service Desk Manager, and Mr. Zaki Abdul Rashid, our IT Project Manager, for their exceptional service, commitment to excellence, and meaningful contributions to our operations and the people we serve. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Ross, for your testimony, and I too join in commending the Employees of the Year, again, for their contribution and going above and beyond government services to perform their duties and being recognized by their respective agency. I wanted to ask you, first of all, have you received all of your budget allotments for FY 2025 to date?
I think we're up to date. We get them in 12, it's split into 12 allotments, and I think we're up to date on our allotments. We are up to date on our allotments.
Up to date on those. And have you seen any reduction or decline in your allotments?
We have not seen any declines in our allotments.
How much do you owe in vendors payment in aggregate?
You have that. Kyla Joseph is going to answer.
Good afternoon, Kyla Joseph, Financial Manager.
Good afternoon.
As of right now, we have $386,951 outstanding. $86,951.
And help us to understand, in light of the fact that you have received all of your allotment, what would cause you to be delayed in your vendor's payment?
Currently, these are invoices that are not past their 30 days. So everything is pretty much up to date. We're just waiting for these items to receive a check.
Okay, so is your testimony that all of this pending payment, $386,000, is within the 30-day payment
Yes.
scheme? Nothing 60 days or beyond?
No.
Very well. And in regards to your vendors, your federal funding, Director Ross, I know you spoke about the $160 million towards the land mobile radio. Do you have any other federal funders associated with either being in jeopardy or being clawed back?
We have federal funding from the Department of Interior through Office of Management and Budget. We also have federal funding through programs.
Can you speak to how much of those? How much do you have there?
As of right now, we have 4 grants total from the Department of Interior, totaling about $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 1.3 million.
1.3 million?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big difference.
1.3 million.
All 4 totals 1.3 million?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the status of those grants? I mean, they're in process. What's happening with that?
We currently have one that is fully expended, which will be expiring September 30th of this year. We have one more that is expiring September 30th of this year. We still have a few funds left to expend, but it's on track to be expended by the September 30th date. And then the additional 2, one expires in 2027 and 2028 for the final.
Okay. Director Ross, can you expand a little bit in terms of the $160 million that's available for the land mobile radio? What's what us seeking to accomplish?
Certainly. So in 2017, after the storms, FEMA worked with the Virgin Islands to develop a project worksheet to repair the system, the LMR system. The land mobile radio system is the first responder radio system for both police, fire, EMS, and we've gotten our obligation on those project worksheets this year. It took a little while for us to kind of go through all of the damages. And then also, because it's critical infrastructure, we must repair it in the industry standards. And so that funding is to repair this system in industry standard. And pretty much what that means is we're going to initiate the LMR system. We're going to redo the LMR system in Project 25, or P25 for short, industry standard. And the $160 million goes towards doing that in all islands, St. John, St. Thomas, and Croix.
Okay. And what I thought was rather profound is in your risk of stagnation comment there, where you spoke about without continued funding, we risk slowing the progress we have made, and our ability to defend government systems from cyber threats could weaken. I thought that was a very profound statement. I wanted to ask you, are you in support of a funding mechanism similar to our single payers utility, where there is some specific earmark coming from all of the government agencies that goes straight to OMB to finance, and that will be available for BIT for expenditures towards this very same issue in terms of the stagnation discussion you have eloquently placed here in your testimony. Do you support a mechanism such as that?
I support the discussion around the mechanisms for us to be able to continue to fund the expansion of BIT. We've looked at many models, but I think the one that I
bring the mic up a little bit.
Certainly.
Yeah, there.
We've looked at many models. Some are show back, some are payback, some are budget allocations, like what we're doing now. But we definitely need to continue the investment from every agency into BIT. I think that the single payer model is just one of those, and I think the one that I would select is the show back, where we can show the agencies the services that we're paying them, and they can then invest in the BIT organization in the future.
Okay. And my final question to you, before I open up to my colleagues, is the governor had announced some time back during the State of the Territory that he wanted to be the first digital governor. How would you describe the progress towards
meeting that initiative that the governor had set as a goal there.
Yeah, I think that was a visionary statement by the governor to be able to express that he wanted to be the first digital governor. I see that different agencies has taken on that vision in different ways. Definitely internally at BIT, our efforts to do ServiceNow, to provide digital services to the different constituents of the government was our focus to really turn that into reality. But I see we work very well with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and they have done some great things with technology. We work really well with Department of Labor, and they've done some great things in their unemployment insurance system in order to bring it online. So I think we're moving in that direction. I see action and I see activity, and I know that there's more to do, but I do know that we've done a lot.
So tell me, how many agencies do we have right now in government has taken advantage or working towards some of the initiative that's being deployed by ServiceNow?
I think that if I can, off the top of my head, because we do the ITSM, which is the IT service management portion of it, all the agencies that request things from us utilize that system in order for us to go through. So it's kind of like a two-sided thing. One, they get access to it and they provide it to us. The Office of Management and Budget, we did do some work with WAPA. We did do some work with Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And those were the pilot projects that we did during the period of time that we were rolling out the ServiceNow projects.
Yeah, and of course, the legislature is also a part of that initiative with ServiceNow, and has seen some progress there in terms of our ability to integrate, automate. So, is there any specific directive or again, encouragement for other agencies to also move along that line in terms of either ServiceNow or some similar type of initiative to achieve similar to what ServiceNow have provided to OMB, to WAPA, to the legislature?
There is no specific guidance that says they must do that. Every agency has to see what resources they have in order to be able to implement the services for ServiceNow. I think that initially we wanted to be able to demonstrate to the agencies the capabilities of ServiceNow and have them buy in. The overarching directive is to automate, to utilize computer systems and automation systems to be able to provide services to the general public. So.
Okay, at this time I'll open up the floor to my colleagues. And Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Ross, good afternoon. Director Ross, I apologize.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
And if we get, it's not really numbered, but in your testimony, you talked about under M1162 BIT maintenance IT infrastructure between Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 7.
Okay, I'm here.
Second paragraph. You talk about further this funding supports the ongoing maintenance of key projects like the VIPD camera surveillance project and the public safety CAD and RMS project. You want to expound on that, please, the camera surveillance project?
Certainly. So the VIPD camera surveillance project, we at BIT were part of managing that project when it was contracted. We were a signatory on the contract, and the funding was passed through BIT in order for us to be able to execute on that contract. So now we're in the support phase, and we continue to pay communication costs, and we also continue to pay maintenance costs on those cameras. And so this is what the funding is for.
What is the cost for utilizing those cameras annually?
352,000, I think it is. 352,000.
Okay, and those are the cameras we see stationed regularly on the poles and different things.
Yes, I believe the second initiative carried the cameras from 40 locations to 90 locations.
Very good. With all the infrastructure that's going on through our government, with this rebuild and so forth, how does your agency play a key part in it? Do you communicate? Are you in the planning stages? Are you involved in it? Because I look at you as like the big brother, the guidance for these projects. So, I mean, explain to me, how involved are you with giving the information?
Are you referring to, I'm uncertain which rebuild projects you were referring to?
All the rebuild projects from the government, like the schools, the hospital, not some of the hospital, but the schools, everything would be basically under central government. Human Services, Department of Health, how are you playing an integral part in that, hardening their infrastructure, telling them what to do? Does BIT have a role in it?
No, we don't have a direct role in it. We have standards that we put out on a regular basis as it relates to cybersecurity and the equipment that you should use in order to be able to meet the requirements of cybersecurity in the Virgin Islands as we see it. We participate in some of the project, I guess the initiation, project initiation. I would say this, we're a small group and we do a lot. I think that, it's just not one of those things that we can take on as a initiative from in BIT with the size of the group that we have. And we have a lot of other initiatives that we're working on. We can expound on that at a later time, but definitely what we try to do is do it once and then use it many times.
I hear that response and I respect your response, but I kind of want to take it in a different angle, because when these infrastructures are up and running, you're the agency that comes and troubleshoot and fix the problems and everything. So I'm just wondering, how come you're not on the front end to understand the systems and, which system is talking to which system and so forth?
Yeah. I will comment that I agree with you that we should be there in the front end. I just don't know if there is the correct amount of resources in BIT to be able to satisfy that.
All right. So in your budget, I don't see any no funds allocated for IT upgrades in FY 2026, especially with all this aging infrastructure we have and cybersecurity threats and so forth. What is the reason behind that?
In the miscellaneous requests, we would utilize some of those funds for IT upgrades. I think we've earmarked them for IT upgrades.
All right, and then in your vehicle fleet maintenance, I see you have some relatively good vehicles, but then I see a 70% reduction in vehicle maintenance. That's a particular reason there?
There is no particular reason. I do see the same. Let me just color in a little things about this last year. It's been a challenging year for us at BIT this last year. My financial manager has just joined the team with us on June 30th. I haven't had one since October. So when I saw the numbers, I didn't realize that that's what it said, and I wasn't able to address it at that time. So I would say that that's on me, but definitely we have vehicles, definitely we need maintenance, and I'm not certain that this is going to satisfy that.
All right. So as it pertains to your battery backup system upgrade, the newly awarded $483,000, what is the project timeline and anticipated impact of this?
So we're just being able to bring that project online. The funding has been available for us starting, I think, early or middle of last year. And we've just been able to, with our new financial manager, actually bring it online for us to have access to it. Once we start, I don't expect it to take a very long time. I'm asking my IT project manager if he has a project timeline to be able to share with you.
All right, so I'll ask the requester through the chair if you could provide some kind of timeline for that particular project when it comes online. Mr. Chairman, I had one more question for Mr. Director Ross, if I may continue.
You may proceed, wrapping up, sir.
Yes. Director Ross, I noticed that we do a lot of leasing on the towers and so forth. Has the government ever taken a position to, maybe I don't know, build their own tower and we lease out space, or that's not our line of business?
So we do lease 10 tower sites, and the government owns 2 tower sites. So maybe we own 3 tower sites. I want to make certain I get that right. I don't think that we've talked about, we do lease out space on the tower sites that we own. That's usually handled through property and procurement. There is a cost that comes along with tower maintenance. Once we put up a tower, there is, resources that we need to be able to allocate to that tower to make certain that it's safe and that we continue to maintain it and make certain that no one gets injured utilizing the tower. So there is some possibilities there. And then definitely we do pay a lot in tower locations or tower leases. So there may be an opportunity for cost savings in the future.
Yeah, well, I know it's not easy finding spaces. I think it's still an opportunity for us to find something that's a good revenue generator there, leasing spaces. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the flexibility.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawaetz. Real quickly, Director Ross, how is the BIT using the continuance of IT operations and cybersecurity given the recent reductions of contracted support services?
So we have automated systems that kind of keep our IT solutions or our cybersecurity solutions operating throughout the evening. It is an area that we want to fill. I think that with this budget request, that we plan to have a cybersecurity solution implemented so that we have 24 coverage.
And obviously that's sooner rather than later, correct?
That is correct.
It's very much needed. Yes, very well. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. I'm sorry, a point of information real quickly for Senator Franklin Johnson before I go to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on a line of question from my colleague. In line of question, my colleague was speaking in those cameras, and you say you're going from 40 to 90. How soon will you go to 90, and what will be the extended amount after the 90?
The cameras are already deployed at the 90 locations. So we're in the support phase now.
Is already to the 90?
Yes.
And you say you are in no support phase to go where? From 90 to how much more?
So the support phase is just keeping the communications on and maintaining the cameras in case one goes out or something like that.
So all of them is running and operating as we speak right now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And in that, how are you supporting power source to them? Because I know that there had been a challenge in the past where instances where power went off, there were some challenges in terms of a restart up and being able to monitor those. Have you been able to address an alternate power source or ensure that those impact is mitigated?
Nothing beyond what was engineered. The enclosures contain batteries and they run off of utility power. So when the power goes out, obviously the batteries are maintained for a period of time, and then as the battery is depleted, then
what's the average time, you know?
I'm not certain.
You're not certain. Because obviously there were some challenges, so I don't think it was any extended period of time. Power goes out maybe a half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour at times. And it seems like those batteries ran down before that. So it'll be interesting to see what the time is and how can we be able to improve that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing lists and present. Director, how many employees do you have total?
Right now we have 24 employees. With the 5 vacancies. My apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question if you asked one.
No, I was waiting for your answer. You said 24.
Yes, 24.
Okay, and then what, 5 vacancies?
That is correct.
Okay, how many vacancies under 35,000?
We don't have any vacancies under 35.
Okay, you have any persons under 35,000 at all?
No, we do not.
Okay, good. Has anyone received any wage increases for 25 in 2025?
We're working on wage increases at the moment, so the expectation is that the classified employees will get their GS increase this year.
Okay, so you already have the money to cover that in the 25 budget?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Utilities, what are you paying for utilities? I know it goes to single payer, but what are you actually paying monthly or quarterly, however you're paying it?
I don't think we have that information. I know that you have it. 1 second for me, please.
Okay, sure. Can you receive a bill?
We don't receive a bill, but we do know the amount that's paid by Department of Finance whenever they make that payment. So I don't know if you want to know the total that has been expended for this fiscal year thus far.
Yes.
A total of $81,258.08 for this fiscal.
Okay. So actuals again for capital outlay, other services and charges. Could I get the year to date and as of what time frame? Personal, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, capital outlay.
Our actuals?
Yes.
Actuals as of July 21st is $8,694,511.14.
Say again the last set.
$511.14.
Okay, so could I get the breakdown now? How much is paid for personnel, fringe, supplies? I could get the actual breakdown like that?
Yes. For personnel, we have expended $1,186,623.53. For fringe, $1,104,466.06. Supplies, $3,981,968.70. Other services, $2,340,194.79. And then the WAPA single payer, the $81,258.
Any capital outlay? Any capital projects?
No capital outlay currently, no.
Okay, so now back to supplies at $3.9 million. How so high with supplies?
What are we looking at?
It would be
Yeah.
miscellaneous, repair, data processing software.
Data processing software?
Right,
Yeah,
I remember last year it had to do with paying for the software and stuff, but in the 25 budget, we gave you money for the Microsoft agreement support and the maintenance for the infrastructure. Now, the $3 million encompasses something else or an additional.
Yep, there is the Microsoft software that we're expecting to renew the enterprise agreement this coming October. That is going to come from that. And then in addition to that, the support services that go along with our Microsoft enterprise agreement. And then in the other category, we are continuing to do the different things around IT infrastructure and maintenance of the communication system.
Okay, so are you
30 seconds
in the 26 budget? Are you requesting funding for maintenance of infrastructure and Microsoft agreement and support?
Yes.
Okay, so they were broken out separate in Act 8916, your 25 budget, where they were for maintenance of infrastructure, $3,206,206, and then for Microsoft agreement and support, $3,202,915. So those are additional monies Because right now you're
Time.
saying your supplies are, if I'll just wrap up, Mr. Chair, your supplies are $3,981,968.70. But you have $6 million plus where you paid for that in a 25 budget. So you don't need those monies now in the 25 budget because, again, they're part of your supplies in the 26 budget.
We do need it in the budget. I don't know if I see it in supplies. I'm still trying to find where you're looking at, but definitely the miscellaneous allotments are necessary for us to do the Microsoft licensing support, the IT infrastructure, and the fees for the communications for government-wide network.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, so just so you could, through the chair, you could submit your total acts again in terms of, because with your supplies at $3,981,000 in the 25 budget, Act 8916, there's broken out $6 million for those two entities that you already mentioned as a part of your supplies. So it's either we go underfund you or we go overfund you. So I'd rather we get the accurate numbers so we can have that for you going forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator, you understood what he's talking about?
I think he wants me to break out where the funds are going to be. I believe they're in the miscellaneous funds,
Correct.
but
It
it
is
might be
in the
categorized as supplies.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Joseph, in regards to your actuals to date as of July 21st, you said it was $8,600,000 and what?
$8,694,511.14.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to ask, with respect to your vacancies, a lot of times agencies and departments come and speak about vacancies, and I often wonder what the effect is on the agency with regard to specific positions. And I saw where in your testimony you said the loss of the business relationship manager was a significant one. In what way? Can you express? And what have been your efforts in trying to recruit someone to fill that position?
So our business relationship manager is pretty much that person that we expect to interface with agency commissioners and agency heads to be able to advocate on the agency's side for the activities and the work that we do on the BIT side. So they're the ones that go out and meet with the commissioners, directors. They find out what initiatives they have upcoming, and then brings it back as information that we can use to then tailor our projects and our programs so that we make certain that we're meeting their needs. Losing that person definitely has changed the way how we gather that information. Sitting next to me is Deputy Director Jonathan Tucker, who kind of took over that realm, and so he's kind of doing that interaction and interface with all of the agencies. During this period of time that we haven't had a financial manager, a lot of HR functions were centered in that person, and so we haven't been able to successfully close out one person and bring on the next person.
And bring the next.
Yeah, so that was the reason why that we've been without one for so long.
What you said was a little amusing from this perspective. I'll tell you, I'll explain. We recently had a entity, I'll use that, before us that talked about consolidating positions. And when you said the deputy director is taking on this role, did he get an increase in his pay? No, this is serious, because in another hearing, budget hearing, and there was this consolidation of duties, and one of the responses was the person was given a substantial increase I don't want to say simply, but because of the addition of duties. So that's why I asked that question. So you don't have to answer that though. That's just why I was smiling when you said that. With respect to and you know, we should consider those, I'm not saying that was a bad thing. I'm just saying that sometimes if someone can take the additional duties, they should be entitled to additional pay. Okay, just making that clear. And maybe that saves you the time of finding someone else. But we don't want to overtax the employee either. The $250,000 in utilities, that has been based on historical figures, you know, over the last, 5 years? How was that arrived at, that $250,000 in utilities?
That's, in working with OMB, they've kind of looked at our historical information and came up with that figure as being the right figure for the agency.
You?
Yes.
Okay, for your operation?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In the post-audit, they spoke about in providing the overview. It was stated that the legislation established the Information Technology Task Force, consisting of 9 members. Is that active and functional and doing what it's supposed to do?
The short answer is no. And
1 minute.
The legislation did talk about establishing a task force. It seemed like that task force, it was a little questionable about when it was supposed to be established, like at the beginning of BIT, or is this something that was supposed to last? But no, there is no task force, and we read that section all the time. We do, however, do IT strategic meetings. We do have entities external to the government of the Virgin Islands executive branch that comes to those meetings, and we do have discussions about the strategy of the IT focus of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. This is my last
30 seconds.
Quick last question. You do not have a high, even though you've lost people in the last few years, you don't typically have a high turnover rate. Are most of your employees there for more than 5-10 years?
So we've been expanding recently, so we do have some new employees. We've lost some key individuals in the last couple of years.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Okay.
Some key individuals, and some of my leadership team has changed because of that. And then we do project to lose some more due to retirement and due to other reasons.
I was going to ask you why. Mostly retirement?
We did have a transfer out, which obviously for I guess you could say for career advancement.
Yeah.
We did have someone who said that this wasn't a fit for them. So,
right.
But definitely we have a solid team, and the team really sticks with us, and we don't really have that kind of churn and turnover.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And right along that line, what risks have emerged due to staffing constraints at BIT, and how are they being mitigated?
So the risks are many. I think the biggest thing is that I'm concerned that the team is going to overwork themselves and burn out. The team is dedicated to getting things done, and they work really hard. Losing one key individual upsets a large part of the organization. Not having the redundant individuals in the different positions and roles does cause that problem. So those are some of the challenges. The risks are that we won't be able to provide the services. We may lose a key person that manages certain critical infrastructure, and that becomes a difficulty that, you know.
And how is it being mitigated? How are you able to mitigate?
I think the team, especially this one, and then the rest of the members back in the office, all wear all types of hats. And so because of that, for instance, we can talk about just last weekend or the weekend before where someone with a different hat was actually turning a screwdriver to be able to resolve a problem who don't normally do that. But that's how we kind of mitigate the situations. We also have a good rapport with a lot of the IT individuals in the territory, And definitely for IT reasons, we could call on them. And so we do maintain that kind of close-knit community.
So a lot of collateral duty and you know, again, sharing responsibility, cross-training, and stuff like that.
Yes.
Very well, thank you. Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and testifiers. I want to stay a little bit online with that conversation there because just about 50% of your funded positions are exempt. What succession plan do you have in place in a technical leadership role?
Just it's a thing that I think about often. However, I'll say this, a growing organization, we have a lot of roles that we need to fill. Definitely, we want to grow at the right pace. We don't want to overextend ourselves. The team is small, and it's a very capable team. And so I would say that if I go away today, I know that the others can pick up where I'm at, and the same thing around the table. So I don't see it as, we're kind of like generalists, and that's a bad thing in IT. But we do know a lot amongst us.
And then I look at your budget and I see from FY24 it was 12.9, FY25 it dropped to 11.8, and subsequently increased to in 2026 to 12.3. What specific initiatives were scaled down or deferred in 2025?
So a couple of our contracts will come into an end in 2025, specifically around our managed service provider. That contract was a 3-year contract, and when it ended, we lost some key, I would call it, additional resources that we could have internally or by contract to support us. Systems administrators, network administrators, cybersecurity professionals, ServiceNow developers, and those type of things. We also had a second contract that ended in 2025 as well. And we intend to restore some of those services in 2026.
In 2026. I'm seeing you still haven't gotten back up to the 12.9. And earlier you spoke about aging hardware and stuff like that. How you plan to sustain that?
Lifecycle management is a part of IT. We always are looking at the equipment that we have and whether or not they're end of life or end of service. So it's kind of like built into our process of saying, like, we know that this equipment has vulnerabilities. We know that there's no longer support for it. So we have to anticipate that we have to pay for new ones. It's just a part of IT.
And with all of our issues we have with cybersecurity, beyond the central government, what type of training are you putting in place for the semi-autonomous agency and the autonomous agency?
So obviously our purview is the executive branch. We do support semi-autonomous entities. They call on us because they know that we have expertise that they don't. And so just to kind of give you an idea, we did do a training for Snyder Regional Medical Center for their staff in order to improve their cybersecurity awareness. We've done some incident responses with Wang F. Louis and with VI Lottery and the like. So we support them. We also leverage our relationships. So whenever they call, we leverage our relationships that we have to be able to support them as well.
Since our last breach, have there been any breach within the last, let's say 4 months? And if there have been, what measures or mitigation have been put in place?
Yeah, so cybersecurity is a very scary discussion. I would say no, there haven't been any breaches, and that term is not very technical. So what I would say is that we're battling intrusions on a regular basis. We did have a scare recently, but it turned out that we could not find any indications of compromise. I apologize for using the terminologies. We didn't find any indications of compromise, but we did improve the security stance of the agency in order to be able to withstand something like that in the future.
And last, but you had some cancellation with DPP, PERB, OCB, DLCA. What's cost saving or efficiency we realize from these consolidation?
Yeah, so pretty much these agencies have different levels of IT support. Some of them we support directly, others they pay for contractors to support them. But the onboarding to BIT's infrastructure allows them to gain so much more than just cost savings.
Okay. Example?
Like the cybersecurity stack that we operate to be able to thwart attempts to breach their systems, the ability for us to understand, to upgrade, update, to constantly patch vulnerabilities. So they become a lot less vulnerable just because they come onto our systems. They're using hardware and software that's not end of life, end of service, which is a big issue for vulnerabilities.
By chance, you have any kind of numbers in that cost saving, estimate numbers?
I do not. Like I said, I don't think that it's necessarily a cost saving.
Okay.
Yeah. Because sometimes what we find is that those agencies, because they're getting advice outside of the standard, are utilizing lower levels of technology than we need them to use. So it's not just one for one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Fredericks, real quickly, Director Ross, have recent support services reduction affected the territory's ability to respond to cyber threats or maintain essential IT services?
I would say that we're continuing to utilize the solutions that we have to provide the services that we need. Because we recently, in the last year and a half, we've ramped up our abilities to provide security. I don't know if Mark or Jonathan, you all want to chime in here, but definitely our investment in moving up from the Microsoft license point that we were to the new license point that we are gives us so much more security capabilities, especially in our GNASC, the ability to hunt down threats and to be able to identify threats. Our investment in the network security administrator has allowed us to issue more policies and to be able to assess whether or not those policies are being followed and implement the technical controls to make certain those policies are being followed. So I think all of those things are mitigating the fact that we just don't have a huge team. But definitely we're still in the fight, and we're looking for more investment so that we can continue to fight.
Because of operations security, I don't want you to give any specific agencies, but have all of the central agencies now being mandated or required to be a part of the GNASH?
They are in different places. So definitely our consolidation of DPP brings them fully on. Other agencies are partially on. And then there are some agencies that are managing their own security at the moment with our standards and consultation and understanding of what they need to do.
And what about the central, the semi-autonomous agencies? Because those seems to be the ones that have been targeted of late as a result of not being a part of that. Have you been able to provide some advisory to them in terms of the importance of ramping up? We saw what happened at the lottery. We saw what happened at the hospitals. You know, those semi-autonomous and autonomous agencies, are there now given some advisory from BIT in respect to that?
Definitely. Unfortunately, we haven't been working proactively with them. We've adopted the Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. And in the Cybersecurity Framework 2.0, there are some things that happen before you have an incident and you need to respond to it. And we're usually called in on the response side. And once we get there, then we start to give them a lot more information on things that you need to do before the response. But definitely, it's not an easy thing to hear or to get that call, that something has happened. These entities kind of look to us to kind of give them the information they need to be able to get through those things.
Yeah, a lot of this we need to get ahead of because it's very costly on the back end of it. So I think it's important that we continue to implore them to be a part of the process, or at least get something on their own because it's extremely costly. Not just funding, but delays and then the wealth of information that's then impacted on those type of things. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my office and central staff. Good afternoon, Director Ross, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Good afternoon.
Listen, I am really happy to see you and your management staff, because as of late, that's all we've been hearing about, IT-related issues. And reading your testimony here, you talk about, the cybersecurity framework update 2.0 and all this. I'm excited to see that at least you guys are protecting the, as you said, the executive branch part. Now we need to protect the rest of the government because it's still taxpayers' money. It's not specific to any particular branch of government. It's everybody's money here at stake. And what just recently happened, which has been happening for a while now, as the chair indicated, we need to be proactive. I know you're not an accounting guy, so I am. I'm a banking guy. So we've got something called, we do audits, financial audits, which is done at the tail end of a fiscal year. And if we know that there's some issues going on, like I worked for a big 8 accounting firm, and if we knew there was a problem financially, we would go in and make more subsequent audits before we do a full year-end audit to make sure we could adjust, fix whatever the problems were. They're coming to the BIT after the fact, and that's not helping anybody. Okay, fine, something happened. Now you want us to do what? We're locked out. It's done. We're trying to rebuild now. The damage is done. We need your agency to be on the forefront. I don't have a problem giving you guys more money, but you've got to be proactive. You've got to be the shield, the defender for these agencies that are not well staffed. I know you only have 25 members. You're trying to get up to 29 or so. If you need more, put in a request, but it has to be where it's going to be to help the entire government. The ones that are the agencies that don't have the capacity to defend themselves for an incident, because it's costing us way more. You're a bargain at what you're charging us. I mean, $12 million, really? Look at the impact that just cost us. And I see you're doing some work with the board, according to your testimony, at one of the hospitals. I'm glad the board finally got, some advice, but that's after the fact. And so now we're all faced with coming up with additional monies that we now have to give the hospitals to upgrade their IT department. Why is it they don't come, or why isn't it mandated that they should come through you guys first as some kind of cursory agency to make sure they've got all the basic elements in place, so that they just don't throw a rag team group of IT people together that don't have what it takes to protect the agency. You guys have it. You've got all these fancy upgrades. I can't even pronounce some of the acronyms. So I need your help. Help me protect the government. What is it you would need? Tell us. 4 people? Come on. What would it take for you to do your job, to be a proactive agency to prevent the government from being so vulnerable? That would be, to me, the best use of your agency for our government. I don't know what the number is. I don't know, but you've got the framework in place. How many customer service or what do you call those, the help desk support guys? How many you have? 4?
Presently, we have about 3 or 4.
3 or 4. So we've got roughly 5,800 government employees. Look at that. And I know if you add up all the IT infrastructure we have in this government, it's fragmented, it's not well put together, it's not enough. So help us. If we need to pass legislation to provide a more comprehensive approach to IT work in this government, then let's do it. So you're asking for money to keep the status quo. For $12 million, it just keeps it the way it is. So we're going to be susceptible to more incidents. It's not going to help protect us from future ones. So
30
give us a
seconds.
number you think that's going to help us. So
30
give us a
seconds.
number you think that's going to help us. That would make a lot more sense to me. Okay? Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Ross. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. Your agency rarely comes before the legislature, and that's a good thing. Normally, that means that you're doing well. I want to follow up on the question of the previous, my colleague, with the IT system for the hospitals. So I guess your recommendation is going to be soon we're going to need a new IT system for the hospital to include billing, et cetera, et cetera. That's where we're headed?
I wouldn't be able to answer about what they would need as a new system. I would say that that we've been working with them to, I guess, to put back their systems together in a technical way that makes sense for cybersecurity.
Okay. So how much would you estimate we have lost, the hospitals have lost in billings, et cetera, due to these cybersecurity hits, because it's both hospitals?
I'm unable to say. I don't have that number, or I wouldn't understand the number to be able to.
They've lost some revenues, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay, so I want to go now to you got 5 vacancies, you got 29 positions, and you get some federal funds. How do you do the drawdowns? Do you work through Department of Finance, or you have staff that does those?
Our federal funds are, we're sub-granting through OMB and they do the drawdowns there, or we're sub-granting through Vitima and they do the drawdowns there. So we don't necessarily do the drawdowns, but we do work with them to identify what needs to be drawn down.
Okay. And are all of your employees, all 29 local funds, or some are federal funds?
At the moment, all are local funds.
All are local funds. Okay, good. Your satisfaction score improved at 3.9 out of 5. What did you do differently to keep rising? What are you doing better now?
Yeah, so definitely we did some strategic planning early on in 2021-22, and we added more to the service desk. We also engaged the agencies more. Obviously, we had a business relationship manager, but we also did IT strategic meetings twice a month that allowed the IT managers to get together. So we've been doing a lot of interacting with the agencies, responding to their incidents so that we can resolve them as quickly as possible. And then also implementing the ServiceNow solution gave us the opportunity to kind of track our service requests and our incident response so that we know that we're doing well and we're not doing well. We also added some staff, and that was a big thing as well. Having a service manager lead as well as some additional service managers in the last 2 years kind of help us to get to a better place.
Okay, good. I'm glad you mentioned the service now, because that's where I was going to go next. You're up to 3,700 users. What is the goal?
Yeah, so the goal is that we identify and deploy ServiceNow to manage digital services for the citizens of the Virgin Islands. And so I find that every agency does what they do very well, but when you start working with services that go between agencies, there is no real solution for that. And so we want to be able to deploy ServiceNow there to help citizens navigate government. And this idea about I need to go to get a license, or maybe I need to go to health, or maybe I need to go to DLCA, or I need to go somewhere else, the person would say, I just need a license. And then ServiceNow would be that tool to interact with all of these agencies to be able to deliver the service.
Okay, good. Your rental is $617,989. Some of them are tower rentals.
1 minute.
Are any of those tower rentals government owned or WAPA owned? Who's this? Who owns the towers that you're paying a rental to?
Yes, so
Not the government.
My apologies. All of the towers that we're paying rent to are not government owned; they're private sector owned. I think we have maybe about four landlords. SBA, Royal, I think is the next one, and then.
Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Then the payment 585,124. Are any of those payments more than 60 days?
The amount that's indicated on the post-audit report has actually been decreased because we were able to get those invoices processed. So the figure that I provided earlier today, the $386,000, that's a separate set of invoices, and those are 30 days.
Okay, awesome. So your budget is $12,329,386. Are you up to date with your appropriations from the general fund?
Yes, sir. So we're through the timeline for our regular general fund allotments, and I believe that we've made requests for the last of our miscellaneous funds most recently, so we're expecting to get those soon.
Okay, one final question.
Time.
The battery backups. You know, IT is one thing that can never be done. How much is your average time on battery if the power goes out?
Good afternoon, Senator. Mark Wells, CTO. I'll probably have to gather that information and provide that to you. We don't have those numbers right now.
So it's a minimum of what? 1, 2, 3, 4?
I would say in a minimum in the data centers, I would probably say about half an hour or so, about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes.
So you tell me if WAPA goes out and you don't get power back within 30 minutes, your whole system goes down?
No, sir. We have generator backup at those facilities, at our offices.
Okay, so power goes out, you go to generator first, and then generator, you have a battery, a dual backup system.
Right. So basically, when the power goes out, automatically the generator will come on within a number of seconds. And in between that time, the battery backup will sustain for that 30 seconds or however long. Usually, the generator comes in within a matter of seconds.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the point real quickly, Director, in respect to your RF administrator who has resigned, how is this affecting the agencies, especially as it pertains to the LMR side? For the police department and other entities, law enforcement entities as well.
So thank you for that question. The RF administrator was a key individual at BIT. His tenure at BIT and his team at BIT is very well revered in the public safety environment. So losing him has been a difficult thing, but his team is a great team. We do have a vacancy that we're trying to fill to bolster that team at the moment. And as soon as we get his exit completed, then we're aiming to rehire in that position. I don't think there is like one person that can fill his shoes, but definitely we're adding individuals to be able to meet the need.
And you had an exit interview with him? It was no salvaging or anything like that?
I think that he was at a point in his life that he thought that it was better for him to do something else.
Something else. Senator Frederick, you recognize for your point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Director Ross, we had a recent committee meeting in which Vitima testified, and they were stating that they had a grant for cybersecurity. Did you ever receive any of that money?
So the state and local cybersecurity grant program.
Oh, that's it?
Yes, it's a grant to states and local territories for development of a whole of territory cybersecurity program. That grant, because of administrative reasons, goes through VITEMA, but as part of the notice of funding opportunity, the CIO for every state should administer the delivery of the services in our grant.
So you did receive the money?
So it's not really money to receive. It's money that's with FEMA until we make a request for a specific, so just to kind of, to clear it, like to be able to describe it to you a little better. In the NOFO, there are very specific things that we have to do in a certain period of time. In the first year, we were supposed to do planning and governance, set up a council, and then we would ask for the money to do those things. So it's not like the money is in my pocket and I'm like, okay, let me write the check. After that, the council is the sole recommender of where we can spend the money, and FEMA has to agree. So it's not really like the money is here and we're expending it. The council has to determine where to spend the money, and then FEMA has to agree, and then we can spend the money in that area.
Yeah, I saw it in your testimony, but it just says measurable progress, so I didn't know what that meant. So.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Along that line as well, thank you, Senator Frederick. Along that line, there was some concern of whether or not individuals were meeting as the council to help to move some of that grant funding along. Have you guys met recently, or when is the scheduled time for you all to meet? Well, first of all, where do you sit on the council? Are you the chair?
Yes, okay. I'm the chair based on the notice of funding opportunity.
All right.
And yes, we did have a meeting recently, I think it was last week, so that we could re-energize the council. Before that, we hadn't met for some time, and the goal is for us to continue to meet so that we can agree on where to spend the funding. We expect to meet in August again on the 20th.
And obviously there's some priority because, again, when we leave federal funds just sitting out there, there's this tendency now to claw back. So I think it's important that you're able to have those meetings and set the goals by which you intend to expend it. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the amount of money available for that particular grant?
If I remember correctly, the grant is a total of $2.5 million, but it's kind of broken down into years. So the first year is 500,000. Right. Okay.
Okay, but that's why I think the legislature had all of this concern, because we're saying if we have money and we need to put a council together and put everything that you described in order to access the money, that should be a priority until we reach to that drawdown stage. So we're really asking that you not wait for the next 3 weeks in order for the council to meet, but the council have a series of initial meetings until we meet the threshold where we're able to draw down or at least develop a plan so that we could draw down those monies, especially since a lot of it could be utilized for cyber security, and we have any issues right now. So we want to know that the money is spent and whoever needs to do whatever that is just done. So that's a big concern. In reference to your 2 other grants, I'm seeing 2 grants that expire on page 11 of the post-audit report. I'm seeing 2 grants that expire 9/30/2025. Cybersecurity Vulnerability Prevention Project and Data Center Maintenance Management Solution. One has $222,000 left and one has $175,000. Are those monies going to be spent by the deadline, or have you requested an extension?
So the 175 has been completely expended.
That's completely spent?
Yes.
Okay, so we can update this and put 0?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, amount expended, yes, that's completely spent. The next one has, what, 127,000, 126,000 left?
So, sorry, you want to say?
No, I don't know if you wanted
Go ahead.
the total that's left on that grant that closes September 30th. The balance is $127,263.
Okay.
And we have initiatives to
spend that by the 9:30?
Yes.
Okay. And the next 2 grants that have already, okay, no, well, their end date is at 27 and 28. But you do have, you're developing plans for the next 2 grants?
That is correct.
Okay. When you gave your actuals, young lady, tell me your last name again?
Joseph?
Yeah, Ms. Joseph, when you were giving your actuals, what was the amount that you said for fringe?
For fringe, it was $1,104,466.
Okay, because I'm seeing in Act 8916, only $827,000 was appropriated for fringe. So you have exceeded that amount? This is on page 7 of the post audit. You had $827,000 appropriated for fringe, where you said you spent $1 million. And then I'm seeing that FY26, the recommended amount is $955. So does that amount need to be changed?
But we'll go back and gather that detail and see if we have it right, okay?
Okay, your fringe is usually...
I'm sorry, I made an error.
Okay, tell me.
So the total fringe is $552,233.03.
Okay, that makes sense now. The last number was like, we were way out of whack. Yeah, we'd have to actually appropriate more money for that particular category. What was your number right for utilities? You said 81,000. That one threw me for a loop too.
That's up until June of 2025.
Okay, so I mean, Director, you're not going to spend 250,000. June would give you 9 months. You have a quarter left, so 81,000 divided by 3, probably 27. So you only spent like 108,000. How much are your actuals last fiscal year for utilities?
A total of 125,561.
That sounds correct. So the 250 is a bit more. Look at it, probably using BIT to put some extra money in a single payer utility fund for other entities. So, Mr. Chair, we have to correct that one. That's a $120,000 mistake. In reference, your $300,000 increase in personnel costs. That's for the vacancies and also some embedded raise.
We also were carrying some vacancies from last year at a reduced.
Like reduce them. Oh, you were currently at like 50%, and now you come at 100%.
And so we haven't filled them yet, but we intend to fill them before the new fiscal year.
So the 100% kicks in now.
100% now, yes.
Okay. No, I mean, looking at the position, colleagues, and the pay for the positions, and looking at EDA and all of those have been before us, there's a big difference, I think, that internally we could look at in terms of this division, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. To me, that leaves a lot to be desired. Don't produce. Had 26 positions over 100,000. And my colleague referenced about doubling in responsibility. There's a doubling in responsibility in Housing Finance Authority where one individual is being paid $200,000. So I look at this and I kind of smile and I said, pretty conservative for BIT for the role and responsibility and the skill set and skill level of some of your employees. And somehow across government, we need to equalize or do a better job in terms of making sure that we right-size pay. You know, you have non-productive and 26 people over $100,000. You have productive and then one person over 100,000 in the entire division filled with so many professionals. You guys looking like the Senate. I want to have to look like us. No, I'm sorry. Your contracts cover central government, correct? Like the GWAN, the Microsoft, they cover central government?
Yes, it covers the executive branch, minus one agency or two.
Okay, you getting that one or two on board?
I don't. One is Department of Education, and they're kind of like different.
They know one thing.
Yeah, and then different in the sense that the resources that they get are usually federal, and then they also have their procedures to be able to get their software for the students and stuff like that. So we're not really like supporting all of those things.
Okay. It's
something that we can probably talk about collectively so that we get the best bang for a buck.
And they're now losing some of that federal support for software, et cetera, that's being passed on to the general fund. So we need to take a serious look at that. Now, what you're able to provide with the, and I'm not going to even act like I understand what these two fully cover. The Microsoft maintenance of IT infrastructure, that's clear and easy to understand. The Microsoft agreement and support contract renewal, and that's $3.2 million, and you said that's across the executive branch.
I believe it's 3.6.
Okay,
yeah.
The budget has 3.2. Page 6. 3.2 for Microsoft and 3.2 for maintenance.
If you look at the FY26 and page 7, the FY26 recommended.
Okay. Okay, I see it. I'm looking at the revised numbers for FY25. So yeah, 3.6 and 3.1. So the maintenance decreased a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, now, does any of the semi-autonomous entities utilize what is covered under those areas?
I don't think so.
Not under your money, but do they utilize a similar platform?
Yes, they do.
Because what I'm wondering, if we're able to get a semi-autonomous, is it cheaper to add on or more expensive for them to have it standalone?
So definitely from our understanding with Microsoft, definitely we're a small entity no matter how you slice it. So the discounts come when you're larger, in the 20 millions, the 60 millions as you spend with Microsoft. And then you see discounts. So I don't see like opportunities there. They kind of, Microsoft.
Not discount, but does it make sense for them to fall under you?
Oh, I think there's some operational gains that you might have, but they're semi-autonomous and autonomous, and it's kind of hard to call them that. And then,
well, it's semi-autonomous. We funding, okay, and we funding to the tune of $20-something million. So autonomous Port Authority and those entities, that's different. But it's semi-autonomous at 2 hospitals. We're giving them at least $30 million a year, so we could make those type of decisions where it makes sense. They called you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of calling for problems, doesn't it kind of make sense that you're included all along the way, that you know exactly what is taking place rather than them going at it alone?
I think it is a good idea to do that. Pooling our resources and utilizing it more effectively is a better plan than trying to do it by yourself.
Okay, and I'm going, we can make the recommendation to see how that works out. The camera project, I'm seeing SmartNet, and I do have some concerns because it's a very important area for the police department, but is SmartNet also responsible for the operation and monitoring and retrieving data, et cetera?
So just to be clear, from the project management side and the
you don't get into the
I don't get into the operations.
Okay.
Yeah, so we ran the project, we got it in. As a matter of fact, I think that was one of our charges from my first year, which was, you know, get this camera project done.
Okay.
We did get it in, but it's in operations now, and that's all VIPD.
Okay, and I have some concerns with that because from what I am hearing, SmartNet is a custodian of all of the data, and then a request has to be made to SmartNet. And the idea behind it, this one we passed the money for it, was to get real-time information. If something happens, you can make a phone call and not have to make a request, and then you have to wait. So you were not a part of putting a contract together.
Yes, part of the RFP process, part of the contract, but it was more on the project management side. Like,
okay,
these
so
are
you're just we were getting installation, getting it working.
We were organizing VIPD to say, where do you want them, communicating it with the vendor, making certain that they deliver on those things. The operation part of it, we never really.
Okay, so we would have to pay some attention to the operation part of it. And I think that's it for me. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Going back to this whole government network operation and security center, the GNOSH, and of course I'm a little biased to that because I watched it build out in real time. I had the opportunity to see it in action. You know, and in retrospect, just seeing what's happening now with the agencies that's not part of that, you know, the lottery, the the hospitals and those areas, and understanding the ramifications involved when they were impacted. I think it's so important that we continue to drive home the need for them to perhaps be a part of this system, because again, you're either going to pay forward or pay backwards on this particular issue. So I will continue to implore and advocate for us to be able to create some mechanism, whether it's going to be by a MOU, MOA, so that despite them being a semi-autonomous agency, that they could still be a part of this GNASH, because I think it saves us in the long run in being a part of that. But I wanted to ask you is, do you believe that the GNASH is at the level that it ought to be at this point, or there's some additional work that need to be done on that to further enhance what we're seeing there? Because I don't think the public has an appreciation for the amount of threats, the amount of hit that goes through the DNAS. If you could probably just briefly just talk about that on a daily basis, because cyber attacks is always this phishing and all those things happens quite often all day long.
So definitely having the technology that surrounds the GNASC is a big deal. The Government Network Operation and Security Center allows us to intercept a lot of the threats that are attacking the government of the Virgin Islands and the systems that we operate. Just to kind of give you an idea, I think on a weekly basis, there are over 200 alerts that we respond to and triage and determine if they're actually an incident or if they're not. We have automation that does 2,000 triage and alerts and stops activity in its track on a weekly basis. On a weekly basis, our systems probably ingest over millions of telemetry signals as it tries to determine whether or not something is happening. And I believe that we're investing to expand that. Definitely, there is a risk management component where we need to be doing a little more on the auditing and a little more on the setting the controls and going out to make certain that everybody's following those controls and doing the technical stuff that is necessary to enforce those things. But on the response side and on the incident management side, I think we need to expand there as well. So in our budget this year, we're looking to continue that expansion and to make certain that we are not just standing still, but improving that service.
And I wanted to ask you along that line as well is, do you believe that you have the level of autonomy, to help to drive this issue home? I'm certain that in your cabinet meetings and your discussion with the chief executive, that you're given some level of autonomy to be able to, again, ensure that those other agencies are walking lockstep with the vision of really ensuring that the government coffers, the government information and data is protected. Do you believe that you have that autonomy, whether by executive order or do we need legislation or whatever then to ensure, because, it's so difficult for us to recover from these threats and these impact. Do you believe that you have the autonomy to ensure that happens?
Yeah, I think I do. I believe that Governor Bryan does believe in the work that I'm doing, and that pretty much you say autonomy, but what I would say is he trusts that I'm telling him the right information and that I'm providing the right guidance to him. So I find that when I do say those things to him, that he supports what I want to do. We have the legislation that created BIT Act 6634. It does give me some capabilities and some rights and some authority, and I believe it needs to be revisited. It's been a little while since that has been created, and I believe that the technology landscape has changed, and so we have to really revisit how that looks and revisit the fact that
so let's
things have
start.
changed.
The fact that you have it, are you using it? Do you believe that you're using it to the level that you need to use it?
I do not. I think that because of the different levels of maturity for all of the agencies, it's kind of hard sometimes. But definitely, we are not standing still. we've come a long way since I started in including all of the agencies and being able to move them from where they are to where they are. I mean, move them from where they were to where they are now.
Yeah.
So.
Do you see, or do you have any plans to kind of restructure the BIT staffing to support and maintain system reliability and compliance?
I wouldn't say restructure. I believe that we have some key roles that we want to add to be able to diversify who's doing what. I wouldn't say restructure. We did do a couple years ago. We did do a process where we were looking at reorganizing BIT to meet the mandates of the roles, or to meet the rules and the mandates that we have to be able to deliver the things that we need to deliver. And so we're kind of still going down that path, and there's no need for us to kind of change that at the moment.
So the roadmap that has been established by the federal government, you believe that BIT would be able to meet those mandates and requirements?
The federal government is confusing.
Huh? They're confused?
They're confusing because the reason I say that is because they do have a lot of mandates, and those mandates come from different departments and different agencies, and it kind of makes it difficult for smaller entities like the Virgin Islands to be able to comply. Yeah. Just to give you an example, you're familiar with CGIS, which is on the
CISA, yes.
Yeah, so the CGIS is on the law enforcement side. If you got HIPAA on the health side, you got FERPA on the education side, and they all are saying, do this, do that, do this, and it becomes difficult. We're working with BMV right now to do a Social Security Administration review for 853, which is a control document. But that requirement for them is a large requirement for the Virgin Islands. So it becomes difficult to just comply.
So again, if you had a wand, a magic wand that could really, what would be your ask in terms of being able to deliver? What will be able to fulfill the vision that has been established both by you, the governor, and your stakeholders? What needs to happen to ensure that that vision is achieved?
Right. I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. If I had a magic wand, definitely. Money wouldn't be an issue. People wouldn't be an issue. So I think those are the two main areas that I would see that I would talk about first if I had a magic wand. But I think us moving together as a government and as a community to raise our knowledge and our understanding of IT and cybersecurity and even artificial intelligence to kind of bring everybody along to be on the same level. I think that would be one of the things I would wave my wand at. I'm always concerned about my parents-aged people who call me at times and tell me that they gave their money to some situation because somebody called them on the phone and said they had a problem with the computer and they needed to solve it. So there's more than just the government. There's more than just the agencies that kind of comprise the semi-autonomous groups. It's the whole community. If I had a wand, I would be able to provide that kind of knowledge
for everybody.
Yeah, that knowledge and information for everyone.
What is your ask today? As you leave this budget hearing, what are you asking this committee to consider moving forward as we contemplate, taking care of the funding? You have, of course, you have access to your basic in being able to do your service, but what is your ask in terms of helping to drive home your vision at this point?
Yeah, I think for me, supporting the budget is very important. That's my biggest ask. I think that flexibility built into our budget is necessary. I believe that that we need to be able to have funding available to us to understand that what's here today may not be here in 6 months and may not be here in a year. So I think that that's what we've presented here. My ask is that it's supported and that we be able to continue our investments. And I think conversations, the free stuff, is probably the next ask I would have.
Yes. Okay. All right. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds, a minute to wrap up. Again, I want to thank your team. Thank who you mentioned your employees of the year. who are the employees of the year? You?
Yes, Mr. Zaki Abdul Rashid on the end here is our employee of the year.
Commendation to you, sir. And as well as was Mr. Chang or something?
Mr. Chang, I was service desk manager, yes.
Congratulations to him as well, yes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up and make closing remarks.
I just, from BIT, I just want to say thank you to the legislature for hearing our budget request today. I want to commend the team from the Bureau of Information Technology. They've continued to rise to the occasion and provide the services that we're needing in this community. I look forward to having discussions as we move forward, so that it just doesn't end here, that we kind of talk about what the future looks like for the Virgin Islands as it relates to technology and services to the community. I do want to make a special thank you to my assistant, Ms. Karima Charles, who will be retiring this year. She didn't know I was going to say. She didn't know I was going to say that. And then, I tried to ask her on the way in here, had she told the public. But I do want to tell her thank you for being the soul of BIT and supporting me in my efforts here at BIT. So with that, I thank you and I turn it back over.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ms. Charles, on your retirement. A transition. You look too young to be retired. So you probably transition into something else, but congratulations on that. Thank you again to the BIT team, and I truly believe that I am one that have bought into the governor's notion that we really need to drive the issue of technology, automation, and the vision of being the first digital governor. I would love to see that happen, because I think we have great benefits by us being able to do that and meeting some of the needs. We didn't talk a lot about AI today, but that's also another big area that I'm interested in us being able to develop and supporting and assist us in data analysis and those other areas as well. I want to thank my colleagues. Good afternoon, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I see you in the audience there. As former Senator Terlang, and I just want to say thank you to the central staff. And we have 2 more days of this. I'll see you guys tomorrow and again on Friday. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.